Okay, good morning, everybody. And we are almost at the end of 2024 now. And we'll find that humanity feels like it's at the edge of a transformation. And it feels a bit like a turning point. So today we're actually going to be doing my global 2024 forecast. But you see, I've done a bit of research about what to expect in the next 1 year or so. And in fact, what you're going to see today is a lot more than just 2024, because this isn't my first prediction webinar. And sometimes we have events that occur in 2024 that will bleed into 2025. So today we're actually going to see a little bit of 2025 as well. So you can consider that a bit of a bonus. So with no further ado, let's just get started. So I will begin my presentation. So today, this event is going to be split over 2 days. I call these two sides of the world simply because we are looking at, on day one, which is today, we'll be looking at the Western powers, which is the Western side of the world. And then tomorrow, I'm going to be doing it that's covering what's happening with the Eastern tigers, which is on the Eastern side of the world. So of course, today we are starting a little bit earlier in the day so that our friends in the Western world, well, it's more of a friendlier timing for them to get involved. So, of course, in the last 1 month or so, the world has been transfixed from the events that's been happening in Israel. And of course, at the time, when it first hit the newspapers, as usual, there's this, oh, this is an unprecedented attack. This is completely unexpected. And I suppose if you're attending a prediction event, then one of the big questions that a lot of people may be asking is, did we predict this? So this is one of those strange things that when this actually occurred, and I was asked about this, the strange thing is I kind of did. Because, and some of you have been following a number of my webinars, and I'm going to be showing you a slide that actually occurred last year. Actually, in May of 2022, I did a webinar called Raise the Siren. And this slide and the next two slides are actually from the May 2022 webinar, where I actually had this section where it was Israel versus Iran. Now, I didn't actually emphasize this a lot because I had guessed correctly at the time that the audience wasn't very interested in Israel and Iran because it just wasn't on most people's radar. But you see, it was on the astrological radar. So while you may be thinking, okay, but then this isn't between Israel and Iran, but I suppose the people who are more familiar with the situation might realize that it kind of is Israel versus Iran. And but I'll do say one full disclosure is that when I did cover this in 2022, that actually, so these are the slides for my 2022 webinar, but I did actually think that some of the violence would actually happen in the late part of last year. So obviously I'm off by a year because then it was only like by a year later that it did start. Now, I'll be fair, I mean, I'm based in Singapore and I'm not in that part of the world. So I don't know, maybe people who are more familiar with events in that part of the world may be able to chime in and put in the comments if you happen to know if things actually were happening from October last year onwards, just that, you know, didn't hit the media and most people outside of that area just don't pay very much attention to what's happening there. So these were some of the slides from last year where I kind of suggested that issues might show up with the Iranian leadership, and that some of these attacks could be what we call like an indirect sort of attack, even though I did think that issues would happen on Iranian soil. So I do want to show that so of course there are some other things. I think this being not one of my first webinars, it's sometimes interesting to go down a little bit on memory lane, because then we can actually see what were some of the things that had been covered in past webinars that have actually shown up, and not just shown up, but shown up exactly according to the timeline that has been presented on the webinars itself. And this also means that as you pay attention to the predictions that are the forecasts that are being put up today and for tomorrow, that especially if you are new to my prediction webinars, you just kind of know how this works, and you sort of know what to look out for. And how the predictions actually play out in real life. So this was something that I shared earlier this year in my January webinar about the United States. So this is very specific to 2024, which actually hasn't it sort of like started showing up as early as about now actually already. So that you find that daily work life becomes unpredictable, and you find that the opposition becomes very vocal and unrestrained. So even in the past few months, in the past month or so, the US government had actually at one point run out of money, like literally ran out of money. They didn't have money to pay the civil servants. So the government was in very, very real danger of an actual shutdown. And this is not the first time that this has happened to the United States. So that there's a real funding chaos if the so-called number one government in the world can literally run out of money. And also, some of you may have noticed that just about less than a month ago, the House in the United States had actually been speakerless. There was no speaker in Congress. So this is an issue that's been showing up with the United States. So another thing that I did cover in my earlier webinar this year was about Joe Biden. And I had this little section about Joe Biden where I actually specifically said that from June onwards this year in 2023, that there would be issues about him being questioned and that he would be seen as being secretive, or that some kind of legal assessments he's going to look sneaky and suspicious. And also on the PowerPoints that I did sort of highlight a period of time that would be July and September of this year. So that would have already occurred. And you'll find that this is from a news article that talked about an impeachment inquiry into Biden. So now we are in a part of the human history where US presidents get impeached nowadays. This was dated in September of 2023. Now, another thing that obviously at the beginning of this year that was forefront of a lot of people's minds was around in January of this year, the Ukraine war had actually been going on for almost a year already. And of course, a lot of people had been concerned in my previous webinar about, okay, is May going to talk about the end of the Ukraine war? So something I did share, this again is a slide from about 10 months ago, so this is like a timeline, and you will see some of these timelines being presented in today's webinar as well. So this one actually ran in most of 2023, and you don't really have to be a very professional astrologer to be able to sort of see that nothing actually really happens at all. So my prediction for at the beginning of this year about the Ukraine war was, number one, that it wasn't going to end, because when I look at the timeline, I just don't see anything that looks like it indicates an ending to the conflict that's happening in Ukraine. But not only that, but that I kind of didn't really see any waves at all. So what I kind of told the audience was that you're just not going to see very much in the news about Ukraine. Like, people are just not going to pay a lot of attention. And so far in the last 10 months, it seems I have been correct. So the war's just been going on, but nothing's actually really happening. The news reports more or less look the same as they were last year. And so now what you see here is that then articles basically are just, they mainly talk about how like literally nobody can end the Ukraine war. It's just plodding along. Now, when it comes to China, so one of the things that I did share in January was that there would be this idea of the naughty children. So this is not a new thing. It's been happening in China for a very long time. But what I talked about was that the kids in China, the youth people, are going to be even more naughty in that sense. And I also highlighted a lot of issues about properties and family issues. So what you see in the newspaper articles that's been coming out so far is that not only is unemployment a problem in China, but that these people are actively quitting their jobs. So young people are, I wouldn't say they're celebrating, but it's part of a culture thing that's coming up right now. They're throwing resignation parties, lots of jobs right now, despite the unemployment, are actually unable to hire the correct labor. Of course, Country Garden is just one of the developers that's been consistently running into issues during the period that was highlighted. So another example here would have been about Saudi Arabia. So this had its own section in my last webinar in January. And I specifically talked about some alliances that would be highlighted with the Saudi Arabian side. So starting from about June of 2023, and the forecast is actually for a fairly long period. It covers all of next year and even until the first quarter of March of 2025. So I did sort of say that Saudi Arabia is very important because they are one of the biggest fossil fuel companies in the world, and that they have a lot of power over things like the currency, and it's been mostly United States dollar for like the longest time. So that I also suggested that Saudi Arabia was not going to take a very clear stand on the currency that they're going to use, and they actually have a lot of say over what the main currency of the world is going to be, because we all run on energy, right? And I also specifically said that there would be a lot of changes with regard to some of the friends that they are choosing to have very, very specifically between August and September of this year. So this has already happened. So in my PowerPoint slide, I suggested that if I was looking for powerful friends that Saudi Arabia could join, then there would be a new group of friends that would potentially rival American power with especially if you've got China and Russia and India as part of this group called BRICS. So that was the suggestion at the time. And in fact, the newspaper articles have started coming up that Iran and Saudi Arabia were pretty much going to join BRICS. And so dated in August of 2023, exactly according to prediction, that Saudi Arabia and the UAE had basically become members of BRICS. So I think they're going to have to, sort of expand that acronym very soon, because they've been adding lots and lots of countries to BRICS nowadays. So now, one more here is what I said about Malaysia, that there would be a lot of restriction on things like expression and values, that this would dramatically and very obviously change in the country from about March onwards. So that's like almost like a 1-year period. So I mentioned something about there would be a very clear rise of conservatism in the media, and also with regard to specific behaviors that would be deemed unacceptable. And usually the clampdown is to prevent the rise of new cultural elements in society. And I also suggested that during this period, the country was going to be very alerted to the fact that there would be a loss in the value. So loss in value isn't always like government coffers. Sometimes it's also with regard to the people. So one of the things I suggested was that Malaysians might find it a little bit harder in terms of the finances. So I sort of suggested 2 specific periods where I thought like this would be most highlighted. So this again is from my webinar about 10 months ago. So I suggested that in June of 2023 and October, November, which is just about now, that it would be highlighted. So some of you would have remembered that not very long ago that there was a slew of incidents in Malaysia at the time. So this article is dated in July. So I suggested that it was going to be in June, but this is just one of multiple incidents that happened in Malaysia at the time. So this was a music festival that had been cancelled because of a gay kiss that happened on the stage by a foreign band. And this was just something that was that came out on the news less than a week ago, where that it was highlighted that because of some COVID unlocking of EPF, that actually there were quite a significant number of Malaysians who are close to retirement age that actually have less than RM50,000 in their retirement accounts. And for our friends who are in the Western world, this is the equivalent of about maybe about USD $10,000. That's all they've got left. And this has been described as a ticking time bomb. So as I said, this came out like maybe about a week ago. So as of now, I'm not really sure if anyone has like a workable solution to this issue. So as we move into today's content, that I'm going to be looking at the hotspots for 2024 and 2025. I'll be looking at today I'll be looking at those from the Western world. So full disclosure that there's going to be some limitations as to how far I can do this. Now, every time I prepare for a prediction webinar, I actually study in detail up to about 50 to 70 countries. That's a lot of work that's being done just to figure out like in what countries a lot of the action is going to be taking place. And quite frankly, more than 90% of the work doesn't actually make it into my actual final webinar. And also in terms of full disclosure, in the sense that there are some countries where it's very hard for me to get data. So some countries may never show up in my webinars, not because nothing is going to happen, but because I don't have astrological data on those countries. Just not possible for me to to study those. And also, there are only some countries that are humanly possible for me to study. And that means that just because some countries are not here simply means sometimes I just never got around to looking at them. But based on the countries that I did manage to look at, and this time around I went up to almost 70 countries. These are the countries for today and tomorrow that I thought I see a lot of seismic activity. So I'm a bit like a meteorologist, right? So I basically look at all the conditions that are there and take as intelligent a guess as possible as to which are the countries where I think action is going to happen. And much as it's going to look very doomerist, right? Because then it almost seems like astrologers don't really give good news. But the reality is a bit like being a doctor, right? Basically, no news is good news. So if I see things that we should be concerned about, so those are usually the countries where we want to pay more attention to things that we probably want to look at looking at the implications that it will start to affect people, usually not in the best ways. Okay, so I'll be looking at the hotspots. And also, over today and tomorrow, I will also be delving a lot deeper into the earth to air era. So the people who are not new to my webinars will know that this is something that I've been educating the audience about over the webinars, mainly because it helps to explain the evolution of humanity. And much as most people may not really care about this, but actually if you look at a more macro level, a lot of the events that we're experiencing as a human race right now is part of a bigger cycle. And I think it's in looking at the history of what's been happening in the past. And I'm not looking at the 20-year history that your financial analyst is looking at. I'm looking at thousands of years of astrological history just to understand where humans have been coming from. So we are going to look at the decline of past Earth eras, what didn't work in the past, and it's quite uncanny how we see the same patterns happening again. And in the same vein, it means that if we look at past air eras, it actually gives us a very clear idea of what we can expect coming up, even as we take a very realist view on some of the issues that we are going to expect to see in the coming years, that we can actually start to prepare in very real terms. So I will be looking at that and expanding a lot more on the history of what I've been covering in the past few webinars, and also as a bit of a bonus material that given the study that I've done so far, I will make some suggestions as to some of the industries that I think will be huge in the coming years. And especially as a lot of people are very concerned about things like employment and income and whether there's going to be a role for you to play in the years to come, I thought this is something that would be very pertinent, okay, and very relevant for all of us moving forward. Okay, so let's go into that. Okay, so I will be covering 3 hotspots in the Western world, and it's a cluster. So these hotspots are basically clusters of countries where I see seismic activity going on. So what this also tells us is that a lot of these issues aren't going to be linked to just one country by itself. There's going to be a mixture of countries, and it means that a lot of these issues are going to be international, that it will affect countries within the borders. And let's get real here. The reality is that the truth is, as things happen in clusters, they start to affect the rest of the world as well. Even as like stuff happens in Ukraine, you find that food prices are being affected around the world, even if you are very far away from Ukraine. So the very first hotspot will come as no surprise to you guys. The first hotspot is a cluster of Israel, Lebanon, Iran, and Egypt, right? So basically, this is the group that is basically dominating our newspapers right now. So I thought, why not just cover this first, right? So first on my list is Israel. So as an update, basically things are heating up. So apart from all the other stuff that you're seeing in the newspaper, so I like to highlight a few things that maybe some people are not paying attention to, is that the UK has started sending ships and aircraft. So this includes aircraft carriers as well to the Mediterranean. So the headlines basically suggest that it's supporting Israel in case other like terrorist groups choose to sort of join in the conflict. And of course, the United States has sent not one, but 2 aircraft carriers to the Mediterranean section. So basically, whether or not this is, it could be a preventive measure. And of course, this can, I mean, depending on what perspective you take, this can also be seen as like sort of like an aggressive measure, depending on where you choose to stand in the thing. So, and of course, everybody knows right now that Netanyahu has not been very open to the idea of things like ceasefires, despite UN calls and a lot of international calls to basically not have regular civilians be paying the price for basically big boys fighting between themselves. But it's the people on the ground who are paying the price for this. So what can we expect in the months coming up here is that, so things get a bit complicated, and I want you all to know this is very, like, twitchy material for me to cover in a public webinar. So I will want to take a very neutral view. Okay, so and this is very important for the rest of us to take as well. So now, in terms of how there's a mixture of support as well as people who are criticizing what's going on, it's a very divisive issue. So the period of time I'm looking at specifically is not now, but in the middle part of the year to come. So between March to May, what I do actually see here is that there's a potential fact that a lot of the international support and the sympathy for the situation may start to wane. And of course, some of you may be thinking like, okay, maybe some of that sympathy is kind of like starting to wane around now. So this is not rocket science, right? So in fact, there are actually a lot of like the powerful entities that are currently right now supplying resources and about how to solve this. And I think one of the biggest issues right now is that there isn't really an end game per se, apart from basically people going there to actually have a fight. But the thing is, like, what is the outcome that they're aiming for? So by about April to May, so this is where I think it would be strongest, is that the pressure will be very strong to begin discussions on how they are going to allocate that piece of land that is under so much contention in that part of the world. So that's around the time where you'll find that some of the allegiances may start to shift around that time. Okay, so that's what I see here. Now, the next thing is that there are indications here that, first of all, that the conveyance of resources via pathways to neighbors. So this is, unfortunately, when I look at astrology, I can only tell you what the charts show. So that means if we are looking at the connections, the pathways between countries, what I do see is that the resources that are being moved around, and this is what we are familiar with in the globalized world, that so these pathways are not just land pathways. That means astrologically, this will also include things like water pathways, whether or not ships get to move, whether or not airspace gets to move. So these are the conveyance, and some of those agreements or pathways that are open may start to get dissolved. And I'm basically telling you exactly what the charts say. So when these things get resolved, it means that the movement of resources is going to possibly get a bit blocked, or things basically get lost in that region. So that there will be that if neighbors start to have some things like border disputes or various types of disputes, then you find that the reactions can get a little bit heated during this time. So the time period that you can see here is that as the leader starts to sort of rebel against that, is actually a little bit later in the year. So that's in the last quarter. So what this tells you is that even if the border dispute gets what I suspect is that in the middle of the year that there is some kind of a truce, that there's a lot of pressure for people to sort of agree. And if I'm correct, and if that people do kind of agree in the middle part of the year, by the time we get to the last part of the year, you find that the disputes start again. So that basically it's like, basically if you look in the newspapers and it looks like this thing is going to end, unfortunately I don't think so. That I think it, even if it gets resolved for a short period of time, it basically starts again. And so the thing is, I also see that, so for the people who do know a little bit of astrology, we do have a planet here, and this is Uranus. It's a planet of chaos. And as it starts to align itself with the sun. Now in astrology, the sun in a country's chart usually refers to the leader. So assuming that Netanyahu is still in power at the time, then this would probably refer to the prime minister and his administration. And usually Uranus here basically means that he's not necessarily playing by the rules, and right now he's not really doing that, depending on where you stand. So he could be acting against some of the international rules. So this doesn't always mean that he's bombing people necessarily, but that it could be like, when I say attacking people, I don't always mean in a violent way, but it could be like maybe setting up certain rules that are not is not allowing people the freedoms that other people in the world feel that some people should have certain freedoms, right? So and the backlash is going to be there. So that means the leaders could get attacked then by international courts. There's a lot of judgment. But the chart suggests that because Mars is going, this planet Mars here is sort of crisscrossing over the top of the chart. So where the authorities may not necessarily accept culpability for some of the outcomes that come out of this. So this doesn't always mean that it's a new situation. We could be looking at a situation where we are looking at things like war reparations, or like trying to sort of make up for certain losses during this period that some people may say, well, it's not my fault, or like there's a cost here, but it's not necessarily me that pays the cost, things like that. So what the chart suggests is a denial of culpability, and I do see that this is strongest in the last quarter of the year. So that means it doesn't necessarily mean that fighting extends throughout the entire year, but fighting comes in different forms. So it's even if the actual military violence actually stops, you'll find that the conflicts can also occur in things like negotiations and things like that. So in terms of the timeline that I see, basically the black sections are usually where I think things tend to sort of like cluster together. So it does look like between October of the year, late part of the year, and bleeding all the way into the first quarter of the following year, that I think there's potentially going to be a bit of a deadlock, where that's what you're pretty much going to see in the newspapers, that people just cannot come to an agreement. Okay, so that's what I see when it comes to Israel. So of course now our headlines that are running in the papers now is, the biggest question is that will Hezbollah in Lebanon get involved? And I think that's what most people are very concerned about. And obviously I went and did extensive calculations in this area, and also the concerns are also about whether Iran is going to get involved, and will the war actually be expanding to the north, where Lebanon and Syria, that region. So of course then I will present what I see in the area of Lebanon. So what I do see here is that there's the clash of beliefs and arguments. So at least the silver lining here is that it doesn't look immediately that there's actual military violence. What it looks like more is that the chaos, where the blue planet here, the chaos planet, seems to be in the 9th house at the top here, where it looks more like international agreements. So the 9th also includes things like, but sometimes it includes things like religion, but most of the time it involves things like international arguments, right? So at least the good news here is that if they're spending all their time arguing in things like international courts and all, then hopefully this means that it doesn't actually translate into actual violence, that they're occupied doing something else. But what you do see here is that the rumbles seem to also be affecting people like on the ground. So it does look like what we see, at least on the surface level, may not always accurately reflect what the people are really thinking on the ground. So this can mean that, for example, the people on the ground don't necessarily agree with what the leaders are saying, but this can also mean that sometimes if people are not responsible about what they're exchanging in the international space, that maybe even the people who were not angry to begin with actually can get rumbled into being angry. So the period that I'm looking at here is in the middle part of the year. So logically speaking, that if there comes a truce, if I'm correct, and there is a truce about the allocation of land that occurs between March to May, that sometimes it's very hard to come to an agreement where everybody is happy with the outcome. So basically, if there's a lot of talk about how, okay, we came to agreement, but I don't agree, then that's how you can get like a clash of beliefs and arguments, okay? So, and what you see here is that the suggestion here, when I see this red line that cuts across here, is that what I would expect is that the Western powers are very likely to try to increase their measures to block attempts to argue or to speak for things, like, for example, saying that, okay, we finally come to an agreement, then everybody just shut up and then we just let things be. So you'll find that if measures for people to basically complain or to sort of have their piece being said is being shut out. So sometimes this can happen with the media. It can happen with some voices being louder than others in international courts. It can play out in many different ways. But what I see here is that that certain peoples may feel that, well, we've got an opinion too, but we are not being heard, or it's like basically we've been sort of cornered in that sense. Then basically, if you are not allowing me to speak up, then I would turn to other authorities in the East who can maybe speak for us. So you may want to sort of educate yourself a little bit about the geography of that particular region, but you'll find that this is a very human nature thing, right? So basically, if you go to one manager and if the manager doesn't listen to your complaint, then the nature is to maybe try and find another manager, and maybe the other manager may listen to my complaint, right? So it's a very natural human thing. And so what you find here is that then these Eastern powers may want to then contribute to the discussion. So that's having the second manager showing up and saying that, okay, I want to speak up for a certain group of people. And what the chart suggests is that this second group of managers seem to get more buy-in and more energy from the people. So basically what we are getting here during this entire almost like a year-long period is that you essentially get two groups of managers trying to co-manage a particular area. So that's like basically it starts to rumble the people. And the unfortunate thing is that my worry here is that this issue starts to divide people outside of the region. So then basically some people say I side with manager A, and then some people say they side with manager B. It's already happening now. And the arguments seem to be the strongest period seems to be about July to September of next year. So that's in around third quarter of next year. So then the other thing that we want to be very concerned about is that then who could potentially be these Eastern leaders. So I mean, on a logical basis, I did consider many possibilities, like, because towards the east, there are people in Iran, there are powers in Saudi Arabia, there are powers in India, there are powers in China. So but logically, the first people I started looking at was Iran. And so this is Iran's chart. And what I do see is around from about June onwards that the theme seems to be provocation. And this is a continuation of the theme that I started seeing. As I said, I covered this in my May last year's webinar, that it does look like Iran's role does not immediately look like they are actually involved in military violence. So I guess that's the silver lining. But it continues the story of like what I call muddling the discussion. So it muddies what is actually happening, and it creates, the effect of it is that it creates a lot of uncertainty and confusion. So that the idea is that people don't actually know what is happening on the ground, whether it's a matter of like blocking communication, or you're just not really sure like who is where, or like. And I think as I was preparing for this webinar, I followed very closely a lot of the events that were happening, and there was a bombing of a hospital that had occurred. And it seems like, at least to a person who is a layman, there was a lot of confusion about like, so who did the bombing, and basically both sides are like pointing fingers at each other. And up to now, I don't think it's really proven definitively either way, like who is involved. Like we don't even know if there are multiple. Basically, no one knows, right? So basically, even when it comes to things like agreements on not just the military portion, but also in terms of land and culture. So and because a lot of these issues, what you see astrologically here. So again, I'm not speaking like politically, I'm talking about astrologically. Yeah, it's very important to highlight this, that the action seems to be happening along this dotted line that's here. So especially with a lot of action happening down here in the fourth house. So the fourth fourth house typically describes things like the land, the people, the culture, and the history. And something that I've noticed with this particular incident that's happening in the world is that it is dredging up a lot of all these old, few hundred years ago kind of history when it comes to like Jews and whatever, right? So it starts to create a lot of like in some cases reinterpretation, rewriting of history, and you should expect to see a lot more of these coming up in the next year or so. And while the good news here, the silver lining here is that the chart does not suggest that Iran is actually directly involved in actual physical violence. So that's not what I see. So that it seems like they're actually holding back on the full-scale physical violence. Now, having said that, it doesn't mean that like small things are not happening here and there. So basically you get small groups of people who are like stirring up trouble, but I don't see like a full-scale thing. And also there is provocation of violence, but I think it's more like more of violence being very uncooperative with a lot of the discussions, and also that they are not really participating directly, and a lot of it is background work, and this is still in line with what I had seen in last year's webinar, and this seems to be strongest in around the August-September period. So I mean, all in all, based on what I'm seeing so far, is that there are various highlights here and there, but it doesn't look like next year is still going to be a peaceful. The good news is that it does not look like a full scale, like all out violence thing. So it seems at least people are holding back. So at least where Iran is concerned, I mean, I think I'm being a little bit conservative here. Basically, the black section, which is a very, very long section, it covers almost the entire of the year. But I do think that it will more or less be concentrated between August to October of the year. Having said that, if I'm being really honest, it's pretty much the whole year. You can see for yourself on this timeline here. Okay, so that there is a fourth country that I want to look at for this period, and it actually is Egypt. So Egypt is, from what a layman like me can see so far, the biggest issue that Egypt is facing right now is because the Gaza area is very near to where Egypt is. And of course, we are all aware that there's a very large group of people, civilians, they are more or less innocent people, right, who are kind of paying the price for the fight that's happening here. And the border there is where there is what is being termed a humanitarian crisis right now. So looking at from that perspective, there is quite a lot of pressure on Egypt right now to participate, even though technically they are not actually involved. So and so far the response had been, at least for some weeks now, that Egypt is basically saying that, well, I don't see why I am barely bearing solely the responsibility for the refugee influx. It's like, I feel sorry for these people, but it's like that's a lot of people. And of course, depending on how familiar you are with the region, Egypt is already hosting a lot of refugees. So if you actually go and look into it, the number of refugees there is staggering. And right now, potentially opening their doors to the people who are waiting at the border is it could, I mean, logically speaking, it would create a very big problem for Egypt, and they are not technically directly involved in the fighting as far as we can see. So what the good news here is that I think in the past few days there have been small openings here for some of the most needy people, the people who are in critical condition, to be removed from the war zone area, so that that some of these people have been brought into Egypt. But I think also the world is also trying to support Egypt here a bit. So, but it does look like, so if you look at the timeline here, it actually starts from about December of this year. So as of today, we are still the 4th of November. So that's still about a month away. So and what you see on astrologically here, this blue configuration here is known as a grand trine. And a lot of it here shows things like mercy. It shows indications of being like nice people, and recognizing that a lot of the people who are suffering there are not the people who are creating the problem. So in fact, it does look like much as Egypt is holding back, but Egypt has been very, very nice people in the past before, and it does look like they do cave in at some point, mainly because I think they just cannot see people people suffering, or either that, or it could be that the rest of the world does give Egypt some support and assistance in like trying to solve the problem. I can't tell from the chart, but it does look like at least for the first quarter of next year, that they are playing a humanitarian role, that there is sympathy, there is mercy, and that Egypt does play a very big role in helping the civilians. Now, however, as you can see here, that the aid will end. So this configuration does come to an end by about March and April. So the chart doesn't tell me why this ends. And logically speaking, that there are only two possibilities. One is that Egypt basically says, well, enough, I'm done playing Florence Nightingale, and there's only so much I can do, reasonably speaking. That's one possibility. Now, another possibility could be that basically a truce is being called. And this would line up with what I had seen earlier with Israel's chart, that basically people get their act together enough for them to at least come to some kind of agreement as to how we are going to allocate the land, whatever land it is that we're talking about. So if that occurs, then at least maybe some of these people can be reallocated, and maybe that's why the burden on Egypt may end a bit. So that's what I see for Egypt. But I interestingly speaking, Egypt's role seems to continue a little bit later on, not so much as a humanitarian crisis, but it does look like they do get involved as an authority figure. So what you see here with this blue dotted line here is that we've got Chiron that is here right at the very top of Egypt's chart. And Chiron is a healer placement, and that and I wouldn't be surprised if Egypt, in fact right now they kind of already have a bit of a reputation as being like a healer of a problem right now. And the fact that there's this blue line that's here says that it actually works. It works well for their reputation, and B, they kind of become they have the right now to sort of like speak as a humanitarian authority, because they have been in that position. So and this seems to occur around the June to August period. So again, in the third quarter, where as I said, in that region there's a lot of talk, and there's so they actually end up becoming what I think is what I describe here as an unwitting model of mercy and martyrdom. So basically it's like what we usually call like good role model, a good example. But this becomes potentially problematic because then not every country can play the supportive role in that sense. So and at the start, it does look like, at least during this period, that Egypt will accept the credit. So basically, it will. I mean, it's good for PR, right? That it's and also the fact that they have contributed, right? So that there's going to be a lot of media praise. There's going to be a lot of goodwill. So as of this moment, this doesn't look like anything that's problematic. But as I show you other hotspots that are happening in the world, you may see that this can potentially be a bit of an issue, because it starts to set the expectation for what I think is like a protocol for what happens when there's a whole bunch of millions of people who are basically termed refugees, or anything that's termed a humanitarian crisis now gets what might seem like a protocol thing, and this can potentially cause problems a bit further down the road. But this becomes strongest in August of 2024. So that Egypt may, what they say and how they react to this PR modeling can be very instrumental for how humanitarian crises are being handled in the future. So that's one hotspot. So as I said, I don't actually see a full out fight yet, and here's hoping that I will be accurate here, yeah. But it does look like people don't exactly agree lah. Okay, so that's one hotspot. Now the next hotspot is again will come as no surprise. So Ukraine on the list will not surprise most people, but I'm also adding some of their neighbors to the list that I do see activity happening there, but it may not be what you think. So let's talk about Ukraine first. So of course, again, the same question that has been asked like since the beginning, is the Ukraine thing going to end? And so again, I will do the same thing. I will simply put out the timeline, and I don't see a clear end. So that's the problem here. I don't actually see the Ukraine conflict coming to an end anytime soon. And in fact, what I do see is like for this year in 2024, there's this red bar here that seems to dominate more or less. And similarly to what I saw in my previous webinar, is that not only do I not see an end, I also don't see a lot of seismic activity. I just don't see a how to say, like a clustering of multiple things happening at the same time. So even if you are looking for like a big newspaper event, I just don't see it. So it basically continues plodding away. Okay, so now so when it comes to the Ukraine, okay, going back to this, it's just that when the planets that are involved here, so I know most of you are not astrologers, but allow me to explain. Okay, so when we have this thing about Uranus squaring Mercury Jupiter, let me have my cursor here so that you understand what I'm talking about. So here, Uranus squaring Mercury Jupiter, it actually, strangely enough, is a very argumentative placement. So that means it doesn't look cooperative, and it just means that Ukraine is potentially fighting back, and I suspect not necessarily fighting back on Russia. So what I actually see here is that by the time we get to about June, July, it does look like they would have to compete for attention. And I'm not surprised there, because as it stands right now, Ukraine is already fighting to compete for attention, especially with what's happening in Israel. There's already a lot of talk as to the resources that were originally supporting Ukraine might be rerouted to the Middle East, where people are starting to feel like maybe the conflict there is more pressing than in Ukraine. So this continues for next year, that they still need to compete for attention, and this means that spectacle like the Prime Minister having to show up and call for assistance is probably going to have to be stepped up. So they're going to, and you find that there's a lot of noise that's coming from the neighbors. And in this case, when we talk about neighbors, it's not always just like Israel. So Israel is geographically, Israel is a bit further away, but there are other neighbors that Ukraine also has, and it starts to given what the chart literally says, is that it starts to draw the attention of the resource-rich friends. So Ukraine is very dependent on a lot of resources that's coming from the so-called rich friends right now. And if the rich friends have other things to do, then you find that this can be a problem for the Ukraine. And also, and that when they're calling for resources, it doesn't work as well as it did in the past for a myriad of reasons, right? So basically, it's kind of like the friend who keeps borrowing money from you, and knowing that your friend cannot return the money, right? So that kind of is the situation that's occurring right now, and it also means that the Uranus, the blue planet that's here, also suggests the need for them to sort of move quickly, because the truth is a lot of those resources are getting more and more scarce. This thing has been going on for close on 2 years now. So and this becomes strongest in the July to September period. So I mean, if you look at the wider picture here, it does look like in the middle part of the year is when there's a lot of noise coming up from that part of the world. So this is some of the articles that have been coming up recently, that in fact Ukraine has been clashing with the US. US is probably their richest friend right now, and it seems like they are not necessarily agreeing on what to do about Russia. And this can be a bit tricky right now, because the resources are running a bit difficult also, and the Economist is also starting to report that the Western help may be diminishing for next year. Now, this should not come as a surprise to most people, because, as I said, this thing's gone on for quite a long time now, and also you find that there are also cases where countries like France have been sending tanks, but it's the feedback here is that, well, what you sent is not enough, or it's not powerful enough, or we need more than this. So that seems to be the general thrust of the feedback that most of these rich friends are getting. At places like Spain is sort of thinking about, like, should we be sending, should we not, should we be keeping these things for ourselves, or I don't know what the consideration is. And also, this is quite recent. This is from a very recent report that the Ukraine aid is actually being dropped from the US funding bill. So this is already starting to occur right now. So the rich friends are allocating less now. And on top of that, next year is when the US is going for an election very quickly. And depending on what media you are reading, I'm following all of those medias, but the stories are very different. But let's just say if there's a real possibility, if Trump goes back into the White House, he is not committing to supporting Ukraine against Russia. So even if you think of it as a 50% chance that if Trump goes back in, there's a chance that Ukraine isn't going to have a rich friend from the US. So, and this also means that now it becomes a possibility that people do have to consider, a possibility that what if the Ukraine loses, if the support does dry up. Okay, so that basically it's a moment where I think the hard questions need to be asked. And unfortunately, this is a pattern that will continue in this forecast, because it does look like the hotspots are just dredging up a lot of very difficult questions and possibilities that I mean, you can always play the monkey see no evil thing, right? But the thing is, it gets to a point where most people cannot take that role anymore. So as I said, I have studied as far as I can, the charts and the astrological indicators of the countries that are around Ukraine, because once I started to see that the Ukraine needed to compete for attention with their neighbors, I started dredging up as much astrological information as I can of the Baltic states and also in the Eastern European section. So I studied everybody from Hungary to Latvia to Lithuania and the whole lot of them. Okay, so there's probably a lot more going on. So depending on whether you are paying attention to what's happening in the world or not, Armenia and Azerbaijan are actually already at war, but the media is not covering it. So if you don't believe me, you can check out the media yourself. They are already at war, just that nobody's paying any attention. So that's one set of neighbors that is already at war now, with also Russia and US to some extent, and Turkey also getting involved at the same time. I have not included them in my webinar because I don't have space and time. But I did look at the rest, and it doesn't mean that the other countries don't get involved. I'm simply singling out Poland and Latvia because the astrological indicators are much stronger in Poland and Latvia than with the other countries. That's not to say that stuff isn't happening in the other places as well. So some of the articles that I've been following are that Poland actually very recently, this is just like about a month and a half ago, that Poland has actually stopped supplying weapons to Ukraine. So this is one of the main supporters of Ukraine that have already started to stop. And the arguments have already begun. And this is about grain. And already this is very complicated now because it is that region of the world that actually is supplying grain to the rest of the world. And when the war started, it also meant that the prices of food was greatly affected. It's globalization, everything is connected, right? And so apparently they start having some argument or another. You can read online about the details of it. I won't go there now, but it does mean that Ukraine is not necessarily getting along with his next door neighbor. And also that there's also another thing that's coming up which doesn't really get a lot of attention in the media, and it also makes and my audience, I know a lot of my audience, you are among the educated people of the world, and it's almost quite scary that until I started doing a lot of extensive study and I'm looking at media sources that are far, far beyond what people usually get access to, that only then I'm getting a lot of details about what's actually happening in that part of the world. So basically, you do need to read a lot wider because a lot of things are not reported. So this is another very big problem that is brewing up in that region, and right now they're calling it the Belarus problem. And as I said, maybe some of you may not be aware at all about how Belarus plays into this situation, but Belarus is one of the allies, friends of Soviet Russia, and it means that right now that is really causing an issue right now. Whether is this a decoy, is this just basically another one of those little altercations, it's really hard to tell right now, or astrologically. But there's a lot of astrology activity happening here. So that so first of all, Poland and Belarus, there's already a border issue that's there. So I am aware that whether or not you are listening in, you're among my Western friends from the Western world, or you're among the rest of us here in Asia, I am aware that most people are not familiar with the geography here. So I thought this is a good time for a bit of a geography lesson. That so here is I'm featuring this area of the world. Now this is the part that everybody is aware of, right? That Ukraine and Russia have been at war for some time now. Now what most people are not aware of is when you look at Belarus is a next door neighbor of Russia, and that why this is important is because then that Belarus is the next door neighbor of countries like Poland and Lithuania and Latvia, and if you wanted to, you could add in Estonia also. Okay, but I'm not including Estonia in today's webinar. But what you have here is the prime president of Belarus, prime minister. Okay, I lost that. You have to go find out for yourself. But Lukashenko is a good friend of Putin, and there's some kind of alliance going on. I don't know the details, right? But the point here is that Belarus is starting to stir up some issues with this area, and there is a massive border issue because a lot of the refugees are going through Belarus, and it seems that the Belarusian government is starting to push these refugees towards the borders that are at Latvia, Lithuania, and Poland. So of course the backlash here is that basically these countries are basically like, whoa, you cannot just send like millions of people into my country. And basically this is a repeat of what is happening with Egypt. Is the difference here is that Egypt gets all the headlines and these guys are not getting the headlines. So basically there is a repeat of multiple similar incidents that are happening in the world that the majority of the world does not know about. And so if I were to look more into Poland, that first of all, that there are strong indications of boundary issues. So again, this thing has been going on for some number of years now, and I've been following the conflict for some time. Now, what we have here is that from about May to about November, so again, in the second half of the year, that the boundaries start to blur. So astrologically, when I see things like that, is it that only now the problem begins? No. So basically, if the indications start to show, it means the boundaries blur even further. So this can mean that people start pushing the barbed wire, or it's like, basically the international lines are being breached in one way or another. So that's one way. And of course, then the fear starts to come up that that is whether or not the border issue is being used as, is it specifically a border issue, or is there another purpose that is deeper? That's the part that's not going to be very clear to a lot of people. And what it does look like when the border issues come up, suddenly we are going to see the same story of how the old history, old laws, old philosophies are going to get dredged up. So basically, people are going to be dragging the old history books out and talking about how some people belong here, some people don't belong here. And that's going to be a massive, massive story that we are going to see throughout this era. So basically, whatever starts happening at the beginning of the era basically sets the pattern that goes on for the rest of the era. Okay, so then you start to see whatever's happening in Israel starts to repeat itself in the north, right? So August, September is where these disputes start showing up in a major way. So I suspect that if I'm correct, that's when suddenly this part of the world will start to take up space on your newspaper headlines. Doesn't mean it's new, it's actually happening already. So I'm telling you in advance. So this is the period of time where most of the black stuff seems to be overlapping here. And that's where I think that the issues are going to start showing up. Now, it's not just Poland. I've not included Lithuania here because among the three countries, it seems that Poland and Latvia are having it worse. That doesn't mean that Lithuania is not getting it. Okay, so Latvia is the other one. And I also want to mention here that even as I look into the details here, at least according to what I'm seeing in Latvia's economic reports, I don't live there and I'm not familiar with that part of the world. But from what I can see is that Latvia is actually, by all things considered, the fact that they actually have a war next door, is that they are actually doing okay right now. Their GDP is down, 0.1%. I mean, all things considered, that's not a disaster. And in fact, Estonia is doing a lot less better than they are. And Estonia is nearer to where Finland and a little bit further away from the fight. And in fact, a lot of the information I've been able to find on Latvia's economy suggests that actually the Baltic states are on their way to recovery after when the Ukraine war first broke out. And this is not an old article. This is just about 2 or 3 months ago in August of this year. So it does look like Latvia is doing okay. Which is why I'm basically letting my audience know that I don't really have a reason, an economic reason for saying that Latvia is going to be economically affected as things stand right now. But that's not what I see in 2024. So basically, again, I see like indications of boundaries being breached. And logically speaking, it doesn't specifically say that it's Belarus that's creating the problem. But like I said, the amount of research I've done suggests that it's probably the border dispute with Belarus. So this starts to, it's a year-long period that begins from May, and it will extend all the way until the May of next year. That again, we get indications of boundaries, but also agreements. So the agreements also include things like economic agreements. So where we agreed that we will sell this or we will not sell this, or basically this trade route is open. So basically all those agreements start to become kind of blurred, that people can decide whether they agree or they don't agree. And this is happening between Latvia and its neighbors. And of course, it has a lot of problems when it comes to things like rights. So this includes things like trade rights, human rights, and basically you should see headlines going like, okay, where are the boundaries with this? So that's the kind of headlines you should be seeing around that time. And also with regard to resources. And this also means that it has an effect on economy, and it's not just economy. And there's something that I do want to emphasize very strongly with my audience, is that more and more we're starting to see that the so-called economy, or the statistics that we tend to follow in the Earth era as a indicator for whether the economy is doing well or not, whether you're looking at GDP or whatever it is, it's starting to, I'm not sure if you guys agree with me, but it's starting to have a disjoint between the stats and what is actually happening in terms of like the resources being available. So even things like inflation and the numbers a bit don't match what is actually happening in reality. So when I say that it starts to affect the resources, sometimes it doesn't reflect in the economic statistics, but it can mean that the people are the ones who are starting to notice that, okay, our resources are more difficult to get, or that we are unable to export our things. And these are the patterns that you'll start to see in terms of the Earth era system sort of not being able to sort of stick together properly. Okay, that's what I'm trying to get at. And what I also see here is that Uranus, okay, basically in almost all the countries that I'm studying right now, this blue planet is causing a lot of problems around the world right now. And I don't know if it's an astrological coincidence or anything, but lots and lots of countries are getting very, very strong Uranian effects right now. So it does tell me that a lot of these bizarre incidents happening around the world that's never happened before, unprecedented, if you would like that word, that is starting to show up. So as I see that Uranus is basically somewhere at the bottom of the chart, so it tells me that when we add it in with the border disputes, then we got like weird things happening at the border. And the fact that it's connecting with the moon here tells me that it affects people. And usually Uranus with the people also suggests that these are foreign people. So that means they are not necessarily Latvian people, possibly not even Eastern European people, which would match up with what I'm seeing in the newspapers about the type of refugees that are being pushed towards their borders. And also the fact that it runs across this red line that cuts across Latvia's chart also means that the leaders are being put in a very difficult position right now, because similarly to what happened with Egypt, that well, I can be a bit of an ass and basically say that, well, these people are not my problem. But at the same time, you've got people dying and starving at my border, then what do I do? Right? So basically, do I be the good guy or the bad guy? Which one is good guy and which one is bad guy? So And so basically, the foreign peoples are being settled onto the borders. Now, I didn't include this in my presentation slides, but I have started to see some reports of dying at the border. So whether that's real or not, you have to go do your own research. Yeah. Okay. So the next is that it does look like, strangely enough, a lot of the conversations that's happening now. This is why Egypt, why I decided to include Egypt in my presentation also, because as I said, the story that happens with Egypt in the early part of next year, especially how Egypt chooses to respond to the people at Gaza, starts to create the protocol for how to deal with such similar situations. So basically, if Egypt has been nice and if Egypt has allowed these people to go in, for example, suddenly now every country that's got a whole bunch of millions of people sitting at your border may be under international pressure to do like Egypt, right? So basically, the comparisons will start to show up. That's what the chart suggests. This is not from me, it's what the chart says, right? And it actually starts to anger the Latvian people as well as the leaders, because it's a bit like it's like a conflagration. So it's like all the situation all look the same to all these people, and then basically they're just saying that, well, if Egypt can do it, why can't you? So that becomes a real issue. And for, like I said, the people who are listening to this, you are educated peoples, and you know how this kind of protocols start to become like an SOP, and this can be problematic for many border disputes that are showing up in the world right now. So that becomes strongest between June to September. Now, I want to pause here a bit and also reiterate that much as it looks like these things are set in stone, but I think that the whole point of knowing these things in advance is not so that, you all just sit there, write pages of notes and just feel happy that you know these things ahead of time. But I think what's becoming more important is that the conversation that's happening in the world can be very influential. Whether something is being portrayed as this is okay or this is not okay becomes quite important. And especially if I'm talking to an audience that's very rational, that it's not about whether you are biased and you like one group of people over another, but rather it's like we kind of need to think in a more systematic manner that, okay, maybe something is like, is it rationally workable or not workable? And I think it becomes why I bother to put all of these things in a public webinar. I put in the effort to do this is because as we highlight these things, then at least the people who are not biased can actually be a voice of reason and actually say that, well, I'm not really sure this is workable, right? So it needs to have not just one person. It's not just me, Sim, talking about this. We kind of need more rational people actually bringing this up and saying that, okay, maybe there needs to be a better way to deal with situations. I'm just hoping that more people heed this call. Okay, so in any case, moving forward, that it will not surprise you to know that then we are going to get another repeat of this situation where the headlines are just simply going to call it a humanitarian crisis. And the indications are very strong from December onwards. And what this means is that for the Baltic states, the Polands and the Latvias, it tells me that the issues that start showing up from about May, June onwards, it doesn't get resolved quickly. So it basically drags all the way until by the time we get to about December, that's when they really start to start the negotiations on, okay, we kind of need to either get more resources to come and deal with this millions of people that's at the borders, or then there's this idea of, okay, do we start deporting people? Can we start moving them to other places? Can someone take some people, so that not everybody is my problem? And so that it becomes the comparisons to Egypt will start to increase, right? So conversation in the world is very important. But then if you see this gigantic red square that's on the chart here, actually shows that this is what we call a checkmate, a deadlock. So basically it doesn't move, right? So that becomes like a real issue. So, and this drags all the way until even like the early part of next year. So if even as they start talking in December, and in case we haven't realized it, this kind of conversation take very long to settle, and even by the time they get to about February, March, it doesn't go anywhere. So it's just basically people are just stuck there. It just looks that way to me. So as of what I've seen so far, even from about 2-3 months ago, these three countries, Poland, Latvia, and Lithuania, have already threatened to actually shut down the Belarus border completely, especially if what they call a critical incident occurs. Apparently, I'm not there and I don't live there, and I'm not like super familiar with the politics that's there, but it does look like soldiers are literally like cutting people on stretchers, like dying people, and they're like literally being carted to the border to be left there, right? So if the reports are real, then it's going to be a big problem. Okay, so now I do have one more hotspot that I want to cover. So again, this will not surprise people that this last hotspot is Canada and the USA. Now, this is the first time I'm covering Canada, I think, in any of my webinars. Never really had a reason to cover Canada until now. So Canada it's been a bit surprising for me, even as I've been doing very, very deep research into what's happening in Canada, because the astrology chart looked terrible. And I have to say that as somebody based in Singapore, I've always thought of Canada as being this like happy place of maple syrup, and that people are rich and it's just, you know, peaceful. And I'm discovering to my horror that this really is not the case. So first of all, the first thing that is the glaring issue is a financial and a housing problem. So Canada is not the stable economy that we know it. So although my dates here put 4th of April onwards, in fact, I had no trouble at all getting news reports on the problems that Canada's property issues have. And a lot of these issues are very similar to my past webinars, which I had covered on certain areas in the US, as well as areas in Australia. And in fact, I would even say that astrologically, the charts look very similar. The indications look similar. So basically, stuff that's been happening in Australia is repeating itself in Canada right now. And these are the rich countries. They are not supposed to be the countries where people are struggling financially to buy a house, and where homelessness should not be a problem. And so that actually the crisis will start to escalate even further from about April onwards, that we could be looking at an issue of homelessness in Canada. And in fact, so what I see, basically all these red dotted lines here are showing that that there's actually people breaking agreements. So unlike maybe in the Baltic states where people just, you know, dissolve things, but I think maybe Canadians are more well behaved, that they actually, maybe they are nice enough to call up the banks and say that, by the way, I'm not going to pay my mortgage anymore, because Canadians are nice, right? But my point being here that actually that even things like mortgage agreements, because there are lots of indications here that relate to things like housing. So basically, if the issue gets bad enough, people are essentially going to start calling up their banks and saying that, sorry, I'm just not going to pay my mortgages anymore. So and interestingly, that it does actually indicate specifically that there will be tensions with India. So if you have been following the news, there is already some issues with India because of a murder that happened in Canada. So that's a political issue. But what the charts do suggest is that even the housing issue creates a problem with India, because in my research, it seems that a vast majority of their university students in Canada, in fact, the number of Indian students in Canada can probably even rival the number of Canadian university students in Canada. So, and the thing is, right now, it seems that the Indian students who are flooding Canadian universities are being blamed for the rise in housing prices in Canada. I'm not sure about you, but I'm not really sure the logic makes sense here. But the problem is that a lot of it has the potential to incite, if you're not being a rational person, then it starts to come out as blame and racism. So this is just some statistics that I managed to get from the internet, that in the COVID years, it was like about 2% more like interest rates. And then by the time we get to about 2023, which is this year, suddenly we're looking at a doubling. And in fact, my data here is a little bit old already. In fact, I have been continuing my research in the last few days. It seems that in some parts of Canada, it's gone up to something like 8% now. So we're talking about like interest rates tripling right now. So people are like going broke broke trying to pay their mortgage. And when I found this, I was dumbfounded, right? So basically, some banks are even offering 60, 70, and 90-year mortgages. Basically, what's a 90-year mortgage simply means that you're expecting your grandchildren to be paying your mortgage for you, right? So it's skyrocketing interest rates. And that means that even people with jobs, we're talking about university people with real proper jobs, are not being able to pay for their houses. So it's like, and that's why the homelessness issue, I think, is going to skyrocket by the time we get to about April. So the thing is, the government is actually pressuring a lot of the individual cities to do more. But the thing is, well, this is not just something that you can just pressure people and then, you go solve the problem. And I'm not sure that this is something that you can solve with, I don't know, stuffing more people in a condo unit. I don't know how this is going to work. And so in fact they are starting they're starting to talk about like changing rules to like cap the foreign student numbers because of the housing crisis. I'm just not sure that this is a rational solution to the problem. And in fact, like I said, there are lots of Indian students factually in Canada right now because they have solicited for a lot of students over the past few years. And in fact, lots of such headlines are showing up now, like, don't blame the international students. The housing crisis is your problem. It's nothing to do with the foreigners who are there. And there are economists who are basically saying that, well, you cannot just scapegoat a group of people. And that's why I said, guys, you are the educated people. And if you are like rational people, that's why I think it's very, very important that we need a lot more rational voices. It's not enough to be the silent majority right now. More people who have operating brains need to start speaking out and saying that, well, look, this doesn't make any sense at all, right? So for Canada, like moving forward, that even towards the end of the year, and it does look, and it's almost horrifying to me that it's like only at the end of the year that you start to see more people actually trying to solve the problem, because I start to see the problem being very bad by about April onwards. But it seems that from December onwards, that suddenly the government is going to employ a lot of knee-jerk or quick fix financial solutions. Honestly, the chart doesn't tell me what those solutions are, but by most intelligent people would regard those measures as being very irresponsible, because it's just like a short-term look good on headlines sort of thing, but it actually causes longer-term effects that the people are eventually going to pay an even bigger price for some of these policies that's coming up, and there will be a lot of unhappiness towards the leadership. So astrologically, what we see here is in the second house where money is concerned, that again, the chaos planet is here. So what this would suggest is that the government can do, I don't know. I mean, I'm not an economist. It's whether it's a matter of printing money, whether it's a matter of like artificially lowering prices or whatever it is. But this red dotted line suggests that this is a knee-jerk reaction. And the fact that Canada has got the Sun and Uranus like here in the fourth house does suggest to a large extent that the government is not. It's not a position that suggests that they are looking in a very long-term welfare of the people sort of perspective. So that can be somewhat problematic for Canada. And if I were to add on to this, then there are also indications of not just financial, but also social problems, which makes sense because housing is very important for life. And so the chart starts to show that basically a lot of this activity happening here in the 12th house suggests things like homelessness, things like drug addictions, crime, naturally, because then if people don't have a roof over their head, then it's not rocket science, is it? So that you're going to see a lot of breakdowns. There will be, so don't be surprised to see like skyrocketing things like divorce rates, financial defaults, and also young people realizing that they will never ever buy a house, not in their lifetime and not in their grandchildren's lifetime. So that means it's quite important that that people really need to be recognizing these issues way earlier before they actually start happening to your country, because then you don't want to wait until it actually happens. Then there's no point in like being pressured by the city to do more and do what, right? So basically, it needs to be recognized and settled way before it gets to this stage. And I found this that they did a study, and the Canadian housing body actually says that it would take $1 trillion just to build enough affordable housing by the end of the decade. And I'm not sure about you, end of the decade is still 7 years away. And it's like, first, $1 trillion, and secondly, we're going to take 7 years to solve this problem. That's a lot of homelessness in the meantime. And what this means is that it's really, really important that if your country is not facing something like this right now, it's very important to be aware that these things are happening first in Australia, then in the USA, and then now in Canada, in the places where these things are not supposed to happen. Okay, so Canada is in general not having a great year. Having said that, I'm not seeing, like, unlike in the Baltic states and in the Middle East, I'm not seeing like explosions and stuff. So I'm not going to suggest that there's going to be like massive earthquakes happening. It's not that kind of seismic activity, but it does look like a slow, slippery decline. And that by the time it gets to about December is when the black stuff starts to pile up there, because I think it is the knee-jerk reactions that could actually make the problems worse. So that's why for rational people, they kind of do need to speak up if you find that some of these measures don't make any sense, right? So that is really, really important. So I have one last country to add here in this hotspot, and the USA is always on my list because they are just that important, right? So I'm going to add on that this red line has shown up in just about all my webinars that I featured the United States so far, because this line has been sitting on that red line for the longest time. So it has created issues from like the abortion problem in the US, all the way to the fact that the US seems to be losing its ground and in terms of its foundation. So even everything as fundamental and basic as democracy is being challenged in the US right now, but also its supremacy in international politics. So as you can see, the dates here as early as April of last year, that we should start to see that it starts to lose sway over their friends or their international friends. This becomes quite clear. So the basis of their influence is being eroded, and you find that a lot of their friends are basically doing their own thing, which you will see every day in the newspapers right now. So that a lot of the communications that they try to attempt is going to fall on deaf ears. So you find that the US is now like a flag bearer. So that means when there's a fight, they just basically show up to participate, but it's not giving the impression that they are being heard. And also that a lot of these instructive teachings. So Jupiter here at this position suggests that this is normal US style, where they would show up and sort of instruct people as to what would be the morally correct thing to do. But a lot of the instructive teachings are out of step with what is actually happening. And that means it's like, that's where culturally you will hear comments about how the US is like off base, or like they're just not understanding what is going on. But if you ask me, this has been going on for decades now. It's just that right now it's only when it's actually being a problem. And this is actually strong. And if you notice, this is like right now, right? So that's November right now, all the way in the next 2 to 3 months, you will basically keep seeing indications that basically we are getting teenagers who are not listening to their parents anymore. So that's what you should see. So of course, Biden had just recently made a trip to Israel to try and solve this issue, and they canceled the meeting, right? So this was in the newspapers. They basically decided, oh, US president is here, yeah, not meeting him. So it's like you're getting situations like that which would never have happened in the past. And also there are other issues, and the rest of it here is domestic issues. Next year is a very big year for the United States because it is their election year. And lots and lots of experts are already warning that this is going to be one very complicated election. So first of all, there are a lot of communication issues. And again, this is not new. Biden is getting on in age. And there have been some like now it's still a meme, it's an internet meme, it's a joke about how he's very old and he doesn't know what he's talking about, but it starts to become very consequential now because he's a very consequential person. So it does look like by about March of this year, I'm expecting the charts does indicate that there's a bit of a stress on the leader, and it's a communicative stress. So my intelligent guess here is that he makes a verbal bimbo faux pas. So saying things that he should not have, or it could be a misunderstanding of a situation and an instruction or a decision that is generally regarded as like, oh my God, the guy is not thinking straight. So that there would then be serious concerns over his age and also his mental faculties, which frankly has already started since since the beginning of his term. And also it becomes a big issue because the fact is, it does seem like at this moment, based on my research, is that he still is the front runner candidate for the Democratic Party in the US. So and if that is the case, then it's going to affect the elections, because then the support will change. Because then if you put a very old man there, and if people don't have faith that he knows what he's doing, then you're going to have a very big problem. And it does mean that around that time, so the reaction comes very quickly. So if people start to feel that, oh, okay, I'm not really sure I like seeing, like, red versus blue, and if the blue starts to become a little bit not very active, right? So you may start to see more entries, more challengers enter the presidential race, which actually, I mean, if I may just sort of interject here, I mean, in terms of democracy, it's actually probably not a bad thing, actually, because that's how democracy is supposed to work, right? But anyway, the point being here that a lot of these entrances will show up, so that in terms of a lot of activity happening here in the fourth house tells me that we could actually see people from the ground basically stepping up and saying that, well, if nobody is going to be a good president, how about me, right? So let me be president. Maybe I can do a better job than the people who are running right now. So in a way, I don't know, that's my personal thing. I actually don't think it's a bad thing. But my point here is that we may see some of these entries coming in, and it could mess things up, really. And of course, then you will find that that's around the time when the mudslinging will show up, and like horrible things will start showing up. So things like secret agreements. And the part that I'm a little bit concerned here is that this red line here actually cuts across the 2nd and the 8th house. And this actually is the economic line in the US. So the concern, of course, I mean, it will not be anything new to basically like allegations of corruption, scandals is not new, right? So basically every election this shows up. But the concern here is that because it affects this particular line here, is that there could be economic repercussions if it turns out that the mudslinging starts to take away credibility, for example, of certain institutions. Then basically they can mudsling all they want, but the people on the ground, we are talking about the aunties and the uncles and the little kids, are going to get affected if certain financial institutions start to lose their credibility. So this becomes strong in April. So that's coming up like in a few months' time. So the next is that again, domestically, there are a lot of like the family and domestic issues. So the last time I saw something as similar as this is when a lot of the abortion issues started showing up, and I was accurate at the time that they actually changed the law so that many states now ban abortion, which is creating a lot of like other issues here. So that that basically the abortion issue, you will see it come up again. So that there's a clashes in attitudes, and a lot of people are hoping that this election may sort of like revert some of the laws. So especially the issues will come up with things like women and family, childbearing, and the problem is that the people in America are very divided on the issue. So that it's not just about changing the law, it's the fact that people don't agree on what family means anymore, and it's very foundational. So and also, the chart also suggests that there could be some of these employment issues. And this also adds on to my concern that if the mudslinging and the scandals start to affect certain financial institutions, that this could affect things like employment and people's incomes, right? So it could affect things like home mortgages. And also, not to mention that Canada, their neighbor upstairs, is also having serious problems around this time. And I'm not American or Canadian, so I'm not super familiar with the economics that's there, but maybe some of you are more familiar, that whether or not like housing issues in Canada could potentially affect the US, I don't know. Basically, they are neighbors right now. So that and also the fact that this red line lines up here, and so far in all the years that I've been looking at country predictions, it does look like the potential for heated fights, and especially every time we have a lot of these like men on the streets with guns and like threatening to shoot people, it tends to coincide when America's Mars, which is this red planet here in the 7th house, gets very affected, and this is what I see here. So I'm hoping that in this period of time it doesn't escalate to that level. And also because there also is a lunar eclipse that's happening around this time, which is a very sensitive time, about 2 to 3 months before their election. My concern is that when you have a lot of this like perfect storm of factors that are playing in, that it could also add on to a bit of like either a real estate shock event. Basically, it's something that affects the ground. So it could be a real estate thing. It could also be people who are fighting badly enough to actually go and like cause destruction to the places where people live, which is not funny because again, a lot of the people involved here they are not even involved in the politics or anything. They're just regular people trying to go to the supermarket. So the thing is, this is not like a happy thing. So basically, America is not expected to be peaceful, and a lot of the issues look like it is domestic in nature, and this becomes strong in September. And I also did want to show you. Oh, so basically, this is important because their election is on the 4th of November, which is exactly a year from now. So I did want to share something important here that that in terms of when we look at the real estate, so I actually went and studied this, and a lot of the properties was when the real boom was actually in the 1950s, and I actually found this in a study that looked at the ownership of properties in the US. These are residential homes, and while these are American stats, but I think you may find that a lot of similar statistics will be found in developed countries around the world, and this becomes very important because if you look at the dark green section, the silent and earlier generation are very, very old people. We are looking at people way above the age of 80. Right, and they actually still own a large percentage of real estate and property in the United States, even though they are so old. And the light green section are the baby boomers, which are kind of like in their early 60s to their early 80s, and these people are retiring. Some of these people are still working, but the baby boomers are very rich, and not just because they are very rich, but because there's a lot of them. So numerically, there's that they are called baby boomers for a reason. And then the yellow sections are the Gen X, which are actually right now between the age of 40 to 60. So they're just kind of past middle age and moving towards the retirement age. And their wealth is nowhere compared to the baby boomers in terms of real estate ownership. And the most concerning one actually is the millennial generation. In terms of real estate ownership, they really are broke. And these are the people, like we tend to think of millennials as like teenagers, but they're not, millennials are actually between their early adults to basically people around my age, and they're in their early 40s right now. And it should be that period of time where people are settling into, families, buying real estate, and it looks like they're barely owning like anything in the US. So what I'm trying to say here is that this is in many ways this is also a time bomb, because they are changing a lot of the legal requirements there about property taxes, and it means that a lot of people are going to be inheriting property that will be reassessed. So you might get millennials who are in their mid-30s, even if you have a good job, even if you are a software engineer in New York or something, to suddenly get saddled with a 5-figure, 6-figure inheritance tax property bill thing can also mean that there will be mass like people selling properties. So I'm not going to go into a lot of the details here, but it does look like this could be a growing problem, especially in the years to come. All the people in the green section will die, and it means that a lot of these inheritances, the transfer is not going to be, and a lot of people think that they're sitting on a lot of property wealth, when actually it won't be the case, because a lot of people are going to be like offloading properties at the same time. So, and this is super important because there are lots and lots of developed countries around the world where the same issue is showing up. And I think the dangerous part is that in the Earth era, people always thought that if you set on real estate that you will be very rich and you can leave it to your kids, and it doesn't look that way in the US. So I've been following a lot of these discussions, and it does look like there is a generation that could be in big trouble, and it means that you will have to offload these properties, and some of these are really big properties, which will ostensibly sell for a large amount, but that's not how it's going to play out. But you have to go do your own research. I'm not an economist, right? So as I said, in the US, this is what I sort of see. Things are sort of like ramping up from about July onwards, and that makes sense because their election is where that blue line is. So it's not going to be it's going to be a really bumpy ride for USA for the coming year. Okay, so and also I just want to end off this section by saying that there are a lot of the people are also looking at, so far I've been looking at the domestic issues, and in fact the US is actually trying to fight wars on multiple fronts right now. So Ukraine is already taking their attention, and then Israel is taking their attention, China is taking their attention. There are multiple other areas in the world that are also taking their attention, and then now also a domestic issue. So the question here about the US being very spread out, and especially as resources are becoming less and less available for the US. So even just some of the random things I've been seeing here, that in Europe, the ammunition is already, the stock is running out, and in fact, basically people like France, Germany, the UK, they're basically saying that, well, we kind of don't really have tanks and guns and ammunition. We're not making them fast enough to support Ukraine, for example. And also the truth here is also Americans are getting angry now, because it's like, we've got problems of our own, and you're basically going there putting your finger in everybody's pies. So that's going to be a very big issue in the election to come. And in fact, and also like the leaders in Europe are also saying that they're going to be in trouble if the US doesn't come in to support. So essentially, what I think what's really important here is that I wish I could be giving like a much more optimistic view of what's happening in the West, but the truth is, I would much rather look into which countries have got seismic activity, and to be really honest about what's coming up, because then we can make some real preparations and to start thinking, even if something is happening in another country, could we be looking at patterns that may also repeat themselves in countries like Japan, countries like Taiwan, countries like Singapore and Malaysia? So that means, and these patterns tend to repeat themselves, right? So that means it's quite important to start looking into those things. And all of you are from various different professions, and it's quite important that smart people, educated people are looking at them instead of like playing the see no evil sort of role. Okay, so now where the time now is about 9:40. I think this is a very good time for us to take a quick break. So I just did want to share with you that if you are logging in from Zoom or from Facebook, you can get your friends to come join us. It's about past 9:30 now, so more people will be awake now, and you can get them to join in our Facebook Live. So you just have to scan in that QR code, or you can send that QR code to your friend. They can just scan and come in. And also, if you are new here, or if you've not gone and seen some of my past webinars, there are things that I'm not repeating in this webinar, and some of it is still relevant. So you may want to check out especially my last two webinars from January this year and May of last year. So they're still very relevant. And of course, you can also connect with me. I'm on Telegram, I'm on Instagram, and then you can just scan those things so you get more updates about my stuff. Okay, so I'm going to resume at 9:50. So I will see you, and then we'll go deeper into what are some of the patterns that I'm seeing, and on a more macro perspective, why are some of these things happening, and how countries can look into those things. I'll see you guys at 9:50. Okay, guys, it's 9:50, so I will continue. So let's go on. Okay, great. So I'm going to now continue our topic here that I've been going on in the last few webinars about the Earth era towards the air era. And today I'm doing part 1, and tomorrow I'll do part 2. So today I'm actually looking more about the decline of past Earth eras. So every time we get an Earth era change, that means there are things that we should be looking at. And right now we are actually in our 2nd to our 3rd year past the Earth era. And it means that we can go a little bit deeper into what else we were going to start to see is going to be a thing of the past, so that we can put those things behind. And one of the promises of this webinar is that we also are going to identify not just the emerging industries, which I will look at more tomorrow, but rather we also want to pay attention to what are then the declining industries where, logically speaking, that less and less resources of time and money and effort is going to be put into, and that means we can start to move on from those things. So in case some of you are new here, and I know that some of you may have not been so familiar with this in my earlier webinars, where I put more attention into explaining what this era thing is, right? Because otherwise we are just using the term, but we don't really know what this thing is. So this Earth air era thing simply means it's an observation that I started making about 5 to 6 years ago, that in our human history, that there are sections of what I have termed human eras that are designated by the conjunctions of the planet Jupiter and Saturn. So these are planets that orbit the sun, and obviously they move at different speeds, just like Earth and Mercury and Venus move at different speeds. But you see, from our perspective, there are times in our history when if we look up into the sky, we can actually see Jupiter and Saturn conjunct or basically side by side in the sky. Now, this photograph that you see on my background slide here is actually taken from December of 2020 when Jupiter and Saturn were conjunct. And maybe some of you may even have been out there in the night sky taking pictures of the two very bright stars. And also around that time, it happened that there was an alignment of planets. So some of you may remember there was this hoo-ha around the world. Everyone is taking pictures of this conjunction. So it is that conjunction that I'm talking about. Now, this conjunction actually occurs approximately every 19 to 21 years. So it averages about every 20 years. Now, every time this occurs, every time they are conjunct, it has to be at a particular position somewhere in the sky, and it differs every single time. So when it occurs, then that whichever area it is in the sky, it will occupy a particular sign. So whether it could be Aries or Gemini or Scorpio or whatever it is, and each of those signs will be a particular element. So we can basically say things like, oh, this time the conjunction is in an earth sign, or now the conjunction is in a water sign. So you can actually do that. So in fact, what happens is that when you have a string of intervals and it consistently is in the same element, then it produces what we call an elemental era. And it means that so far in my study of our entire human history, or at least in our recorded human history, I'm pretty sure that there's a lot of stuff being discovered now, but it's also that where it is possible for me to humanly find records, is that every time we have a string of intervals all in the same element, we actually have certain discernible repeated patterns that occur again and again and again in human history. So let me show you an example here, okay? So this here is a period of time that is our time. Okay, so we begin first with a series of conjunctions here that are all in red color. So this is where we had the fire era. And then something changed in the year 1802, because then for the first time we had a conjunction, where when I say first time, I don't mean it's the first time in human history, but for the first time in a string, right? That we suddenly had an earth conjunction. So now the fun thing is that most of you who are familiar with our recent history know that the 1800s was around the time where industrialization came up. So it meant that suddenly factories started to grow around that time, and technology started to grow in a major way. And it's not just any technology. These are the technologies that allow things like productivity. So basically, people started moving out from the farms and they started moving into factories, and cities started growing around the world. So basically, you had London growing exponentially, and then people were, at the time, America had just gotten its independence. So that's around the time that a lot of the cities in America started getting a foothold. And especially a lot of it was in industrial production. Now, then after that, for a very brief period, it moved back into a fire thing. And you will see this happen over and over again as I go through, as I walk everybody down a historical lane today, that you will see this interlocking, right? So basically you get interlocking. Now, followed by, strangely enough, a whole series of something like 7 intervals where we have just Earth, and this is what I have called the Earth era. And as you can see, this moved all the way from the early part of our industrialization, where factories first came up, all the way until in the 1960s. So this saw us entirely through the 2 world wars, but it's during this entire period where the cities were growing. This is around the time where the United States, for example, became more and more powerful in the world. And as was the case with countries like Germany, with countries like Japan, for example. So these were the countries that were the #1 industrialized countries, and it also started to determine a certain level of wealth and lifestyles that we have that was very different from the era that was before that. And of course, what happened in 1981 was that Well, then we had this really strange conjunction that was in an air sign. So this was in Libra. So in my previous webinars, I've explained that in 1981 was when suddenly this idea of computers started showing up. Now, I know some people may say, hey, but then the computers, calculators, they were invented earlier. So even in the 60s. Now, I know that. But you see, the thing here is that although it was invented when your people like Bill Gates and Steve Jobs were messing around with computers, they were in labs. So it kind of like how AI used to be like, things that very, very geeky people play with, but it's not given to the public. So even things like AI, I know has been developed for a very, very long time, but it's only in very recent years that the average person has any access at all to artificial intelligence. So the same thing happened in 1981. And that's around the time that the millennials were born. So 1981 was when suddenly the personal computer started going into our homes. You would walk into a store and suddenly the shopkeeper wasn't writing his transactions into a notebook. He had a cash register. And then you basically had accountants who use software and they no longer sort of like use like very, very boring, like paper lined with boxes that they had to physically draw boxes on. And my grandfather used to run a business, and I have seen his ledger books. Like he literally sits there when he's got nothing to do with a pencil and a ruler, drawing squares on paper so that he could write his like transactions down. That was how business people used to keep track of their money. So I mean, it's unthinkable now, but that's how quickly the world changed when the air era began. So I know a lot of people have been watching my webinars say that, May say the air era began in 2020. That's not true. It started in 1981. But what happened was that then we had the interlocking thing. So then it went back into the Earth era for a while in the year 2000. And some of us older people will remember that's around that time that things like Facebook started showing up. And it's around that time that mobile phones started to hit the average person. They've been around for a long time, but then it got to a point where around the year 2000 was when everyone had a mobile phone. And some people had more than one. And then it was common to have multiple computers in your house that they were all connected to the internet. So that started going. And also, you'll find that earlier in the air era, it was mostly computers it was just something cool that a lot of people wanted to do, and people started to go and become engineers. So that was like, it was cool in the 1980s. From about 2000 onwards was when suddenly you realize that internet became this money-making thing. So basically, people started to look at things like e-commerce. And it's like in the past, where in the earliest days, so some people who are like on the older side, you remember in the earliest days, a website was for you to be self-expressive. It was for you to explore games and to get to know people from another country. So it's pretty cool that you could connect with somebody from a totally different country using a nickname on an MIRC or like an ICQ, and you could just talk to some random person in another country and just make a friend. Right, so that was what the internet was like. From year 2000 onwards, a website became something that you made money from, right? And then people started asking questions like, what's the revenue model of Facebook? Like, it wasn't enough for you to just go online and just post pictures. Like, it was all about bringing the money back into technology. So even as the blockchain was invented, first thing you know, you get Bitcoin, and everybody is wondering how you're going to make money out of technology. And even up to now, you'll find that hasn't quite faded away yet, right? So basically, every time you see a piece of technology, the first thing people think about is what's the ROI on it, right? And then what happened was in the year 2020, so I started doing these prediction webinars as early as 2019, but they weren't online. I did my events live. That was before the pandemic. In 2020, that was the pandemic year, and the actual interval actually occurred in December of 2020. So it was around that time that I started warning, there was a series of webinars warning people that the Earth era is gone. Because as you can see, from this period onwards, the Earth era does not come back. So this is for this reason that today I will be emphasizing a lot on what happens when this Earth era ends. So a lot of people wanted to know, okay, how long is this air era thing going to last? And it's going to last a pretty long time, right? So basically, it's 139 years, if you want to be very exact. And that's when you can start to see from that moment on, then it has an interlocking thing and it moves on into a water era. But let's be real here, okay? So let's not worry too much about the water era. Let's deal with the air era issue first, all right? And the truth is, some of us sitting here, you don't even know if your descendants are going to make it to the water era. So let's get real and rational here, okay? So that means what we want to definitely focus on is what's going to happen in the 2020 interval, possibly the 2040 interval. And some of us here are young enough to actually have to bother about the 2060 interval. So I think that makes a lot more sense than asking very random questions about like when it moves to another era. Okay, so we want to focus here. So why this is very important is because we are here, right? So basically, the Earth era just disappeared about 3 years ago. And that means during this period, lots of things have changed. And people start to realize that, for example, as I mentioned earlier, that the economy is no longer connected to what is actually happening on the ground. Haven't you guys realized that there are countries that have been losing money and then the stock market keeps going up? So you know that the stock market is not connected, no longer connected to the economy. And there are lots and lots of technologies that's coming up where people are scratching their head and wondering, well, is this going to reduce jobs or is it going to improve jobs? So there used to be a time in the Earth era that when we created something, it created jobs. But the thing is now we're starting to realize that our technology is doing the opposite. It is actually removing jobs from, and the thing is, this is exactly what I have been warning people about, that you will find that the Earth era norms and systems, they don't work in the air era. And that means we are now squarely in the air era. I'm no longer warning people about the coming of the air era. It's like we are in the air era. The Earth era is gone, right? So now what's really important is that when we go and look into what happened in our time, the last time we had a bit of an era change. And this is important. I know some of you have seen this before, but I promise I've added in some new material, okay? Okay, so for the people who are new here, when we move from the fire to the Earth era, so even if you're interested in learning astrology at all, here are some of the keywords that are associated with the fire era. So you'll see words like creativity, wonder, discovery. So this was the period of time where people got on ships and they wanted to explore. So this was when a lot of the immigrants, for example, started moving across the world. The idea that you could get on a ship and go across the world was crazy in those days. And that things like royalty was very important. Kings and queens was big. And you found that the arts, religion, it was flourishing during that time. And a lot of us really enjoy traveling to various cultures where we want to see things that were built in the 1600s, in the 1700s, because it was so beautiful, right? Even up to now, when we look at things like classical painters, classical musicians, it's like the kind of art that we create now is almost like trash compared to what people were creating in those days. And that means that. And also when we look at things like philosophy, this was the period of time where we had Galileo, we had people like Shakespeare, people like Beethoven, Mozart, they all existed in the fire era. And the thing here is that if you really think about that world, it doesn't even feel like our world. It's almost like some kind of Hollywood movie that you're watching, and it's like some fairy tale La La Land that doesn't really belong in our universe. And you see, for the people who had existed at the time, basically that's around the time where Raffles showed up in Singapore, right? And came and set up things. So he came from a world that was very queen and, Your Majesty, the Queen and all that stuff. And then he shows up here, and before you know it, we are setting up ports. We're setting up building schools, getting kids to go to school, and trying to figure out how we can build houses ASAP so that we can put many, many people within a city. So that's what happened in Singapore, but that was happening worldwide in every city in the world. That you had all these people clogging into London, and they had to go figure out a sewage system real quick, right? And to find out a quick, productive way to feed all these people so they don't all die of diseases, right? So basically, you find that the keywords started to change during that period. And we have to understand this because all of us are in that space right now where the keywords in our lives are changing. And it becomes a problem when many people are holding on to the old keywords and have not fully transited into the new keywords. So in the 1800s, you find that the earth started to come up with words like productivity, and then, possessions, whether you own things, and suddenly, there were advertisements everywhere. People wanted you to buy stuff, but that hasn't changed, right? I mean, 11.11 is coming out. Everybody is looking out for a new sale, isn't it? The great Singapore sale, great New York sale. I mean, the fact is not much has changed since 200 years ago. And so basically people are looking at things like value, efficiency, return on investment. Can you get investor monies in, buy a stock, right? Wait for things to appreciate in value. These are words that came up like 200 years ago, and we're still using them today. So what I'm trying to say here is that the world changed in a way that was so discernible between the 1700s and the 1800s. It was like the world just, changed color, right? And that's exactly what we are experiencing right now. It is that our world is changing from the earth color into the light blue color, and a lot of people can't understand it. Now, in previous webinars, I've mentioned that in the past, if I were to go and look into basically the world, I mean, maybe if words don't work for you, maybe the pictures will, right? So it used to be that people would build buildings that had a lot of decorations, and that's why people like us go to Europe for a holiday just to see these buildings. Because if you grew up in a more industrial place, well, basically your buildings are boring, right? They were built with as little materials as possible, as cost effectively as possible, to squeeze as many people as possible into the building. But in the past, it wasn't. You could have a church like this and have like one king, one bishop, and like 15 servants, right? And then they occupied this gigantic mansion thing, and that was normal in those days, right? But it's not normal in our days anymore. To us, it's a massive waste of space and resources. And also, even if you look at paintings, even as they're paintings of regular people, these aren't like the famous people. You can look at some of these people here are depicted here are like servants and regular people on the street. And it's like they look like they're from some crazy universe, right? And the picture on the right are basically people who lived 200 years ago. Like that's how old that picture is. But those people, they still look like us, right? We still have very, utilitarian clothing. And when you take pictures of factory workers today, they kind of still look like this. I mean, it's in color, but apart from that, same thing, right? So basically what you have here is that the Earth era is an era in human existence. And what I'm trying to show you here is that imagine if you were one of those fire people who insisted on having things remain. So I've covered this in one of my earliest webinars, and I think it's worth revisiting, because when we talk about industries, and I promised I would cover which industries aren't going to work anymore. And let's look at history, because let me show you what were the industries that were huge in the 16 and the 1700s. And today, we think of them as industries that died. Nobody in their right mind is in any of these crappy industries anymore, and it's those things, right? So basically, in the olden days, it's like being an artist was a viable profession. I mean, go to Wikipedia and start reading out all these famous people. There were lots of artists there. You try to be an artist in today's world, and your mother's going to think you're insane, right? And then sailing and discovery was a thing in those days. You could raise investor monies. The Queen paid for stuff like that, for Raffles to go, gallivanting around the world. Nobody's going to pay for this stuff anymore, right? And also, music used to be a valid profession. When you were a military person in the past, you expected to carry guns and go into war. Nowadays, our military people are there to collect dental benefits and iron rice bowl, right? And there are soldiers who never go to war ever. It's just a really good civil servant job, right? And so, and in the olden days, serving royalty was a thing. And in every industry, in every era, there's somebody who gets to be king. And in our world, in the Earth era, basically, well, the kings are at best decorations, right? And most kings in the Earth era has no power whatsoever. And in fact, the people who had power in the Earth era, as we all know, were the industrialists. These were the Rockefellers and the Henry Fords, and also the people who created Samsung and Toyota, and all the industrialists were the kings of our universe. And what this tells us is that the kings will change. In the Air era onwards, but we're not going to have the same kings anymore, right? And so it means that possibly, in the past, if you wanted to be a king, well, your father better be a king, right? That's how you became a king in those days. Now, in the Earth era, if you wanted to be a king, you better have a lot of money. And that was how you became a king in our time. And what this also tells you that in the new era, just like in the earth era, just because your father was a king, nobody actually gives two hoots about you anymore. Now, it could be that in the air era, that just having money and possessions alone does not mean you will be king, right? So that's the important thing that I think a lot of people who grew up in the earth era haven't grasped yet. Right, and so that means that basically, if we look at all those industries there, is like it very quickly. Can you see how quickly within a space of what, 10, maybe 20 years, if you were in any of those fire industries, basically you died. Nobody wanted to do business with you anymore. There's no investment going in those areas. Now, where did and when I say resources, I'm not just talking about money. Now, money is always a thing. It will always exist in the world. Even in the air era, there will be money in one form or another, right? Whether you are paper money or shells or whatever, then money and a form of exchange will always be there. So I need to keep emphasizing this because some people say, hey, May, are you saying that money isn't going to exist? Well, of course it will, right? But it's just what it means changes, right? So now when we talk about moving resources, we're also looking at things like resources also include time and energy. And that means that even the young people in those days, they didn't want to go and be tailors. They wanted to go to London. They wanted to go where the factories were, even if the pollution sucks, right? And there's like very bad sewage system. But young people didn't want to stay in the countryside where the air was good. They'd rather go and smell all the polluted air because that's where the opportunity was. So that's where you get the generation gap, where the young people don't want to do what their parents want them to do. And you see that all the time now, right? Basically, parents are still telling millennials that some professions are not viable because then you can't make any money out of it. And then you basically get people getting into that generation gap issue with their parents, which they didn't have, their parents didn't have with their grandparents, right? Because that's why, that's where the generation gap shows up. So when we look at the earth era, let's look at all these industries that started to arise when the earth era began. So basically, grabbing resources from the ground, mining and like cutting all the deforestation and basically just extracting, resources from the ground became like number one. That was one of the first industries that came up in the earth era. And then after that, business became a thing. So basically, accounting, compliance, auditing, making sure that people pay their taxes, making sure that you don't cheat on your business, and also private degrees. Because the point was you now needed a job, which if you think about it in the fire era, having a job wasn't like really a thing, or at least people didn't think of it as a job. You didn't have to go sign a contract and get paid at the end of the month. It kind of wasn't like that. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, so basically this idea of a job is an earth era thing. It has not been the case throughout all of human history. It's not true that people have always had jobs. So and you find that consumerism became a very big problem, right? Because then that's when buying shit was like a thing. Because if the factories were making shit, then we had to make sure that people were buying it so that you had a salary. So that was how the economy started to grow. And of course, as people got more and more wealthy, then basically wealth management. So then you started to get all the insurance companies. And then the banks started growing. And for the first time in human history, you all needed a bank account, right? So this is not normal, right? Basically, not all of human history, we didn't have that in the fire era, right? So the average person didn't have a bank account in the fire era. And they didn't buy insurance in those days, right? And so basically, once you see the wealth start to show up, then okay, big things show up, like things like real estate. People start to invest in it. They start to get really concerned about whether their properties was going to rise in value. And also this idea of luxury. And by the way, luxury is throughout history. So that means it doesn't actually matter which era you go to. There's always some rich bugger who can buy the best things in the world. And luxury is not earth era. But note here, I wrote here, mass luxury. So when I say mass luxury, I mean Louis Vuitton. I mean Prada. I mean like the fact that like regular people aspire to own like a bag. And which is why ridiculous stories of people basically bombing 4 or 5 figures on a bag, right? So that's the kind of stuff that only happens in the earth era. In the fire era, you find that like regular people, they kind of was a bit smarter with their use of money also. So that, and you also get things like retail and then human resource and all this other stuff. And I'm sure you can fill in the blank with many, many other earth era industries that are derivative of all this. But you see, Similarly, as we look at things that rose in the fire era disappeared when we move into the new era, and right now as it is, the air era we are 100% in the air era. We're not even in the interlocking period anymore. The earth era is gone. And therefore, those are the industries that are at risk. Now, why haven't these industries disappeared yet? Because we're only 3 years into the air era. So just as the tailors and the people serving royalty, they didn't quite disappear immediately. It wasn't like 1802, then suddenly they all went bust, right? But here's the thing, they all started to go bust. Don't believe me? Go and look into the history books, right? So basically, all of those industries started to lose interest. People didn't want to do those stuff anymore. It wasn't relevant anymore. So more and more people started to move into the fire thing. So if you wanted to know which were the declining industries, now if you're still putting your money into branded bags, well, I mean, you might want to rethink that, right? Or if you're still putting your money into real estate thinking that it's going to get more and more expensive, I think you might want to rethink that, right? If you are forcing your kids to go to university to learn accounting, you might want to rethink that, right? Basically, that's the same as forcing your kids to go and serve the queen and thinking that that's going to be a great future for your kid in the future. So it's in a way, this challenges so many things that the people do and that they have never questioned, right? And so this becomes, it could be a really, really big problem. And I know I'm such a broken record, but it's like I still see people putting time, money, and effort into all of these things, and they think. And by the way, it's not like putting extra money in there. They're like really working to make these things happen. And these are still forming the goals of the people here, which is quite important, because if you look at some of the forecasts that I've shown, I'm not even done with my forecast. I got part 2 tomorrow. And in fact, when we look at the Western powers, I'm not really sure that buying into all these things are necessarily going to be the best use of your time and your energy, not to mention your money. Okay, so going even further. So that means let's go and look down memory lane, right? So, okay, so now I'm going to show you, this is our timeline. Okay, so here are some of the new discoveries that I found. So people who have been with me for a while, this is the new bit, okay? So basically, in our time, we have actually enjoyed 139 years of what I call pure Earth era. And what I've discovered is that we kind of do need a critical mass of number of years so that humans got enough time to develop something, okay? And so that's why around the time that we've enjoyed, this is what we got. So the wealth that this civilization has generated is unprecedented. Now, this part is true, that at least in recorded history, nobody's been so rich before. Nobody's had all this access to all the wonderful things that we have enjoyed for the last 130 years, right? So all these countries are the result of 139 years of pure Earth era. So let's go further back. So for the people who are very geeky and nerdy, basically, these cycles tend to repeat themselves approximately about every 800 years or so, give and take a few years. So this is the previous cycle, and the previous cycle was excellent too. As you can see, it started from my timeline that I'm showing you here is from about the mid 900s all the way until the almost to the 14th century, right? And right in the middle is where you see this was our previous cycle of the Earth era. And we can learn a lot from history. So again, this was a period where similarly, there was 139 years of pure Earth era, which means, logically speaking, if my theory is correct, then we should have seen what was considered unprecedented wealth in human history at the time. And this was the case. Sorry. And so what you see here is this picture is of the Song dynasty. They were so rich and their buildings were so good that some of those buildings are still standing today, right? So those are like 800-year-old buildings. So there are also others, like the Goryeo dynasty in Korea is another example, a bit of a continuation of the Joseon dynasty in Korea. You can go do your own research, right? And there's also other dynasties like the Seljuk dynasty, and this was in what is modern, I don't know, like Persia, Afghanistan, the Middle East place where people are fighting now, used to be in the previous Earth era one of the richest dynasties in the world at the time. We don't really hear much about it, but if you do your research, you discover just how wealthy these people are, and was like life was great in those days. And we also have examples like the Chola dynasty. This is in India. And it's like they were very, very advanced in the dynasty at the time. And it's like when you look at what people were capable of doing 800 years ago, then you start to wonder sort of like the in-between, right, where the people were not so rich, because there was the golden age. And a golden age in a past civilization also tells you that there were periods where it wasn't golden age. So what I've discovered is that the Earth era almost always coincides with golden ages. And I don't think it's a stretch to say that right now we are all living, or should I say we had lived in a period that had been, notice my use of the past tense, that had been a golden age. And just like all these people, their civilizations ended. Okay, and it means that at some point, the golden age wasn't golden anymore. So if we were to go even further back, minus another 800 years, so that's the other timeline. So this one is just around the turn of the AD lah. So basically, this was like the first 500 years after the numbers became positive numbers lah, basically. Now, this one was quite weird because if you look carefully at the interlocking periods between the fire and the earth, the interlocking went on for some time. So it wasn't neat and clean like ours, right? And also the start of the air era wasn't clean either. So you can see like, it's air, then earth, then air, then earth again. So basically we didn't have a long uninterrupted period of the pure earth era. So this is where my theory shows that when the earth era isn't long enough, basically people don't have enough time to get their act together and start making money lah, basically. So that was only 79 years of the earth era. And there were kings, there were people who were very rich, but it also meant that they didn't have enough time to make everybody rich, if you know what I'm saying. So it's the same thing like what happened in our earth era. At the beginning, when London and all these big places first came up, like you start with the fishing villages and people are like just, coolies and trying to build stuff, right? So basically it takes time for everything to be built and then people start making money. But when you only have 79 years, that's like half of the earth era, not enough time. So the people are still kind of poor. And what we saw during that period was, this is in Chinese history, the period of the Sun Guo. So this was the three kingdoms where basically there was fighting. There was money, but then the fighting arrived a bit earlier. So just like what we are noticing now, our fighting has arrived. Have you all realized? So their fighting arrived a bit too early. So people didn't have time to make money. And the same thing happened during the Roman Empire. But because you see, the Roman Empire lasted for a very long time. And this was a period in the 3rd century where they called it the crisis of the 3rd century. You can go online and search, right? You will find it. I've done the research for you already. So basically, Rome didn't do well in those years. There was money, but they didn't have enough time to distribute and make sure everybody was rich, right? Not like in our time where everybody was rich. So now if we go even further back, and guys, if you have been following my webinars, I haven't done this much work for you before, okay? I've gone very far back into history, and now we're looking at the BC period. So I've gone minus another 800 years. And what we see here is a period of like even up to back to 500 over BC. And trust me, I put in a lot of effort to research this. Now, here is where we had 119 years of pure Earth era. So going by this theory, we should have been rich in those days. And we were, right? So basically, just before the Earth era, just like with America, before the Earth era started, they declared independence. And that was when the Greeks first declared the very first recorded democracy in the world. So at the time, they weren't rich, right? Go check your history books. At the time where they declared democracy, there was not much in Greece. But after that, the democracy started to grow. And that was when, around the same time, they inspired their neighbors. And then now Rome also declared themselves a democracy. And that was when the Rome Republic was founded, right where the Earth era was. And that was around the time where Rome and the Greece were among the richest civilizations in the world. Everybody traded. There were ships. Go check your history books, right? Ships. Oh my God, ships in BC, right? And then basically, you had all the way in, by the time we got to the interlocking period, that was the height of classical Greek culture. And historians have proved that the population in Greece at the time was as high as 10 million people. Where did all those people go? Because after that, the population fell, right? Because then the world didn't really have 10 million people after that. So what the hell, right? It meant that there were homes, there was food, there was wealth, right? And even up to now, the buildings are still there. it's crazy. How many thousand years is this? The buildings are still there. That's how rich they were. And it's like anybody who's visited these places, and I was in Rome myself just about 3 months ago, that I was there. I saw it. Oh my God, these buildings, 3,000 years is still standing. And so the thing is, there was wealth. So every time you get an Earth era, people are loaded. But the thing is, there have been periods where the golden age wasn't there. So you find that every time the Earth era ends, the good times end. And it also means that, now let me show you some, like, this is going to be distressing, okay, but I'll rather just deliver it. And so let's just look at it in the face, okay? So these are the two cycles where we did have the Song dynasty and the Roman Empire. So I purposely lined them up. So I aligned it so that you can see that that's around the time that the Air era began. Right, so then we look at in 960. So it's always this coincidence, right? That a lot of these great empires, they seem to declare themselves alive just before the Earth era begins. And you know, America declared their independence in the 1700s, just before the Earth era started. And it was also around the time where Britain had started, you know, with that whole constitution thing where basically Queen Victoria was no longer empress, but she was now queen, and then they had that whole Commonwealth thing going on, right? And so it's around the time where people adopt like a new, like a more democratic sort of government, and it always happens in that last part of the fire era, just before the Earth era. And then after that, that democracy basically, like, you know, makes a shit ton of money for everybody. So the Song dynasty began just before the Earth era. And then in the middle of the Earth era, the Song dynasty was reduced. So I know a lot of you listening are probably ethnic Chinese, but maybe you don't know your history so well. Basically, the Song dynasty was divided into half, into the northern and the southern Song dynasty. Go check your history books, right? So that was around the time where some of the wealth had been reduced, right? Because the Mongolians were fighting them and other dynasties were fighting them in the north. Okay, so and you'll find that the equivalent in our Earth era is that, well, we kind of did have wars. We had 2 devastating world wars. And also along the way, I would argue around this same time is where some of these, the wealth started to sort of like spread out among the world. For us, maybe we don't have like a one country that was very strong, but I would argue that in our Earth era, it was the whole world was profiting at the same time. And the similar thing here was that the Roman Empire had been already in place by this time. So they didn't start like, you know, in the fire era. But the thing was, they did have a bit of a problem in the crisis of the 3rd century, as I mentioned. So they didn't have a very long Earth era there, which meant that they started to lose money around that time. Now, then the Air era began. And then, of course, both cycles, then we had the interlocking period, just like what we had in the last 30 to 40 years, right? And then what you see here is that around, for Rome, the Rome started to get split in 2 around this time. And basically, I don't know if you know your history, but it was split into the east and the west of Rome. So that was when, you know, when you divide into half, then you kind of got a problem, right? And so then we also start to get some context here for how would this play out in terms of like where the Earth era ends. So where I have on the top, this line here shows this, after this line, no more Earth era already. And you find that 53 years after the Earth era ends, the Song dynasty is kaput. And so this actually happened when Genghis Khan showed up and razed the whole Song dynasty to the ground. And then they started a new dynasty called the Yuan dynasty, which even if you're ethnic Chinese, you will know the Yuan dynasty is like not one of the great ones. Like, it's not Tang, it's not Song, it's not Ming, right? So it's not even one of the great dynasties, it's just Yuan dynasty, right? So not great, right? And so that took 53 years. And the thing is that the 53 years leading up to the Song dynasty fall they were not great years. So most of them were warring years. And it meant that the markets were disrupted. Inflation was high. People did not quite enjoy the same level of economic prosperity that they had during the Earth era. So you don't want to get misled by the history books, yeah? I mean, that it took 1279 for it to fall didn't mean that life was great before. And also that that Rome was split in 2, and so that was the interlocking period. And after that, Rome also lost their Earth era. And just 19 years after the Earth era ended, the last emperor was deposed. So basically, that was the very, very last Rome emperor, and there was no more Roman Empire after that. And one thing you got to understand is that for both of these empires, they weren't just rich countries. This is not a matter of, oh, Germany is very rich and now Germany is not rich. It's not as simple as that. These countries were the epicenter of things like trade. So this was where rich people went to go to the market and exchange things. And also, both of these dynasties were known for the administration. So basically, they had a proper system of governing. And it meant that while these guys were in charge, it meant that there was peace on earth. Because most of the time, it meant that people didn't want to go piss them off, right? Because, I mean, life is good. And if you have food in your tummy, and if you have a job, and if you've got basically, there was no reason for people to cause trouble, because just like for us, I mean, most of us are not troublemaking people because we just want to have a home and have a job and just buy stuff in the supermarket, right? So why would you cause problems? But the thing is, then basically when the Earth era ends is kind of when the problems start, right? So so history doesn't bode very well for where we are right now. And again, I have to repeat, I know this isn't great news, but at the same time, I think it's better to open the door and see the truth, right? And so that you kind of know, okay, so what comes up, right? Because every time something goes down, something comes up. And so that's why you want to know where to direct your attention, okay? So now if we go and look at in terms of in our period, okay, so we had this. Why this is important is because for us, we had our 139 years of pure Earth era. We are richer than people have ever been in history. But you see, our Earth era ended 3 years ago. So as I said, the Song dynasty ended 53 years after that line, and the Roman Empire died 19 years after that line. Honestly, I haven't gone and done the calculation yet. Maybe because I have no time, maybe because I also don't want to know, right? But the thing is, I don't know, maybe in some of my future webinars, if I can bring myself to go and calculate it, I might. I can tell you honestly right now, I don't know. I haven't gone to look at it. I've just looked at the past. I haven't looked at the future yet, right? But the thing is, at some point in the foreseeable future, and going by assuming that you are below the age of 60, there's a very good chance that you will see the end of the empire going by history. Okay, so wake up and smell the coffee, right? So we are here. So we already passed that line already. So it's if you are seeing a decline, it is a decline. And it's that's the history. But I also want to bring in a bit more of an optimistic view, right? I mean, the fact that we are sitting here means that humans didn't die. They didn't, right? I mean, the Song dynasty died, and then I'm ethnic Chinese and I'm still sitting here, and a lot of you are ethnic Chinese, right? Which means that people didn't like fall off the face of the earth and die, right? So somehow they survived, right? Which means that there's something that they did, that all those people did, that meant that we are still sitting here, right? And China had a 1 point something billion population, right? So don't worry, China isn't going anywhere. But my point here is that people learn to live in a different way. And that's why it's important that we know this in advance so we can prepare, right? Okay, so the thing is, let's go and look at, here are some of the things that we had enjoyed. And I will go as far as to say as we took for granted. Okay, and the take for granted part is even more dangerous if you continue to take it for granted, right? Which doesn't really make a lot of sense. It's like Roman Empire, people thinking, won't happen lah. All these barbarians, they're not going to get us. We are rich. We are the best people on the earth, and therefore they won't get us. I don't know. I mean, I think that's being challenged right now. Okay, so and therefore, if history repeats itself, therefore, as you plan for the upcoming things, then you don't want to plan for these things to continue. It don't make sense, right? And I can tell you, lots of people are planning as if these things will go on forever. It doesn't make any sense. Okay, so first thing is good food and food surplus, good weather. So historically, I've looked into all the Earth eras in the past, and usually the Earth era, strangely enough, is always connected with good weather. So yes, I know we've had earthquakes, we've had hurricanes, we've had whatever, but I think you all agree with me, in the last 100+ years, none of those climate disasters have been enough to actually kill world trade. It wasn't. I mean, basically, people are down. Maybe we had to spend a few $1 million to get people together. Some people starve and die, but it didn't kill the world, if you understand what I mean. Now, this is very different from what you will see tomorrow when I show you the part 2, right? But the thing is that when we think of the food surplus, it's not just the good weather. So good weather is one of those things. But just like the Song dynasty and the Roman Empire, there was a network. And it's the same for us. Basically, the globalization means that even for myself as a Singaporean, when I have a meal, the cheese is from Spain, the milk is from Australia. And it's like, and the meat is like, I don't know, somebody slaughtered a cow somewhere in Brazil, and then I'm eating the beef, right? So I mean, you all know what I mean, that the globalization means that the access to food is something that quite frankly, I don't know about you, I take it for granted, right? So the good food is not just about the weather, and the weather is one thing that's definitely on the list, but also the fact of the breakdown of the system. Okay, so that's something I want to show you. So this is the proof, right? So in the Roman Empire, in fact, throughout the entire Roman Empire, they actually enjoyed very good weather. There are a few blips in their history. It's a very long time that the Roman Empire was around, but apart from the blips with the air era blips, so they lived through two air eras, by the way. So I guess it's possible to live through an air era and not die your empire, so you can hope But the thing is, the Roman warm period was coincided with this period that you see here, from 250 BC to AD 400. Do your maths, guys. That's 600 years of good weather, at least, right? So that means when you look at that, it simply means that Europe thrived in those years. And of course, it was in the favor of the Roman Empire, because as they conquered lands, basically agriculture was good. At least none of the earthquakes or the hurricanes were bad enough to actually kill their system. Maybe it was down a bit here and there, but never to kill. So which is why they were rich, right? And it also means that it's also one reason why Greece wasn't quite as rich as Rome, because Greece was on the wrong side of Europe. It was that part where they had the good weather and Rome was rich. Okay, so if you think about it, that's our history too. But it also means that for us, we should pay attention, because even the World Bank is starting to recognize that lots of people are feeling like this food insecurity. And I've done my research. I've really looked into things like you've all seen reports of seafood being affected. And I'm not talking about the nuclear water. I'm talking about just in general seafood being affected with or without nuclear water, right? And also things like salinity, like basically salt is getting into the rice field, so that even farmers in Thailand are having trouble growing rice now, because it can't grow when the salt water is there. And when the floods keep coming, the salt water is in your rice. It doesn't grow, right? Same thing's happening in Pakistan. 1/3 of Pakistan has been flooded, and Pakistan produces a lot of the world's grain, rice, so it's things like that sorry, you got to grapple with, right? The good weather is gone. Okay, so the other thing is about population, and I'm a millennial, so which means that my entire generation has been blamed for not having kids and not getting married and whatever. But if you're a millennial here, you can absolve yourself, okay? Because every time the Earth era ends, the population falls, so it's not my fault, okay? And so the thing here is that, and I think it's not just about the people changing, because you see, every time you have the Earth era end, it also means that, I mean, if you talk to any random millennial or Gen Z person who doesn't want to have kids or doesn't want to do the conventional get married, buy a house thing, the answers are very obvious. It ranges all the way from I can't afford it. The house is so expensive, I can't even buy a house. I can't even put a roof over my head, let alone feed 5 children, right? So that's a very common response. You also get responses where basically stress, and also some people are saying that, well, I'm not sure if there's enough food in the world, maybe my kid will starve, so not have kids. So is it a stretch to think that in the Song dynasty and also in the Roman Empire, where people were educated because they're rich, right? So they're educated people, and that young millennials in at the time would have decided that maybe let's not have so many children anymore. So that's happening worldwide. The whole world reproduction rate is down now, right? So you find that between 800 BC to 400 BC, oh my God, that's a really long time. And that's the golden era of the Greek and the Romans. Their population 10x. Look at it. 800,000 people to all the way until almost 10 million people. That's times 10. That's a lot of people in those days, And also, the Northern Song recorded 20 million households. And then after that, it moved on to what? That amounted to about 90 million people. And then it doubled, possibly even tripled by the time they got to the Ming Dynasty. So basically, you're looking at it's like that period of time. Basically, it's a dramatic increase of population that sort of came up through that wealth that was from there. So it's this is a nature of the Earth era. It always comes with a population boom. And that means that, I always say that when you look at history, your average financial analyst, their chart are only 20 years, only max, right? And that's why I say, when you look at finances, please don't look at 20 years. Can you maybe don't have to go as far as me, but I've gone back a few thousand years now, and I tell you the history repeats itself. So I don't know if you want to argue with the 20-year financial analyst or the 5,000-year history, right? But the point here is that as you look into like the, I mean, in terms of how people make their economic decisions, this starts to make a lot of sense, right? And of course, in our world right now, nobody's having babies. And in fact, the projection here is right now our world population is about 8 billion. Experts say that it could plummet to 6 billion. In fact, I've started reading some reports that say that it might even be lower than 6 billion. I mean, another reason why the population could plummet. So I just want to cover a few factors, right? In the past, why we plummeted is also because like disease is one thing. Also, wars tend to kill people. And it's like, even if you don't actually die from a sword or a gun, right? The thing is, you can die from starvation, you can die from not having a house. So, I mean, there are multiple ways to die when there's a war. So the thing is, wars can be very effective for leveling the human population. And that kind of happened in the past, right? Just saying, right? This is history books, right? And so, now, another thing is that you find that technology and what we are doing in our economy here is that during the Earth eras of the past, that these people were all very innovative. So they came up with the water wheel, they came up with the windmill, and it meant that a few people in one building could produce lots and lots of grain. And this kind of, you know how we act until it's like our industrial revolution is like best thing in the world. But actually, if you look into the history, humans have done this before, right? Stop acting like you are so great, right? But actually, and they did it with a lot less education and a lot less resources, you know? And also things like construction. Why were these people able to build like massive buildings? If you've been to Europe, oh my God, these buildings are ridiculous. And they built it without electricity, which is pretty crazy, right? So the thing is that they were very innovative with their machines and even the sewage system. I myself was in Rome just 3 months ago. I saw these things with my own eyes. It's amazing, right? So the thing is, but then if you look at the history, right, then after all these empires ended, somehow people go back to dark ages, go back and look into the medieval period where, like, you know, basically all the technology disappeared, right? Which is kind of scary, isn't it? And if you look at today's world, so I remember, I'm old enough to remember a time where every time there's a new phone come out, it's like, oh my God, blows your mind, right? And then now, well, on the left hand side is Apple iPhone 14, and on the right side is Apple iPhone 15. And if you look at a lot of the internet memes, you essentially get a prize if you can figure out what's the difference between them. So basically, this is the common thing Apple is of ideas, and it's not something that's new. The last Apple 12, 13, they all not much difference. The camera was better, so, or the phone screen got bigger. But the technology didn't wow you. It's like we are past that time where we thought that these things could create more productivity. Now they're just trying to make you buy a new phone, right? So the truth is that that's another reason why we got a bit of a problem here. And these are just statistics, and I've just put some of the supposedly the world's most productive and the most Earth era countries in the world. And I didn't make this up. You can go check it out yourself, intereconomics.com. That's the numbers in the last 50 years, 150 years, 60-something years, the productivity is down, right? So there's no way to fudge all these numbers, right? We basically are, and it's quite funny that the productivity started going down around the air era time. Can you see, like 1981, right? Then around there is like gone case already. Then nobody is like improving. Maybe a short period of improvement because of the tech boom, but after that, yeah. So even the tech thing didn't exactly create jobs, if you know what I mean. So now the World Bank is also saying, and this is dated just earlier this year, in March of this year, and they basically said our global economic growth is already nearing a speed limit. So what this means is that it isn't going to go any faster. That's as fast as it will go already. So and they are warning about a lost decade. I'm not sure about a lost decade. I mean, their charts go back 20 years. My charts go back a few thousand years. I'm not sure about a lost decade. I think it's going to be a bit longer. Okay, so now another thing that's happening in the Earth era is that in the past, you'll find that markets trade, buying and selling. So stock market is a thing. And if you think that the Wall Street people are so genius and they came out with a stock market, well, just so you know, these guys had it too. So, and also they were very advanced with regard to what they were doing. The picture in the middle, I took that picture. I was in Rome, and that picture is of a shopping mall. in Rome, a shopping mall, right? And that's a multi-story building. Go check it out yourself. It's still standing there in Rome, right? So you think your neighborhood shopping mall is like a marvel of your industry, of your civilization? No, the Romans got there way before we did. And so the Song Dynasty, you could see lots and lots of lithographs and paintings and stuff actually showing a lot of market activity. So your average person had a job. Your average person had something that they were trading and buying and selling. And it will start to decline. And in the past, in my research, the decline happened not necessarily because people lost interest in trade, but when you find that a lot of your markets are like physically destroyed. So when Genghis Khan come and burn the market down, so there's not a lot of places to trade, right? And then you also get the trade networks become a little bit dangerous. So when the merchants don't come from overseas, it's because maybe there are pirates on the seas, or perhaps the land routes have been blocked because then some places have been conquered by various people. So now we just couldn't go. And I think in our time, this includes airspace as well. So then there are some airports where you can't go anymore. So and that's a growing reality, isn't it, guys? Like there are some countries where the goods cannot pass, and that means are the markets going to get less goods? Yes, they are going to get less goods. So you just got to open your door and look at the truth, right? So at Wall Street, and if you think about it, the main people on the world who want to maintain the illusion of globalization would be the Wall Street traders. And now the New York Times are saying that they're warning us about the end of globalization. And that's the kind of stuff that brings stock prices down. And they're the ones warning us right now, which is nice. But the thing is, there it is, right? Now, another thing is about money and money flow. And as I said, money is still going to exist in the air era, or at least some form of exchange, be it digital money or I don't know what form it's going to take. It doesn't matter, right? Basically, people need some way of exchanging stuff. So money is going to exist, right? So don't ever quote me and say May says money is going to disappear in the air era. We've always had money, like every era, right? But the thing is, what is going to be different is this idea of money being fiat money. And this is like lots of people have talked about this, and I'm sure you've heard enough now about what happened in 1971. Nixon took the money off the gold standard. You go do your own research, right? But this happened also in the medieval eras where we had the air era, and also in the Song Dynasty where the banking system, you'd be surprised, is just as sophisticated as ours. They had a stock exchange, and just as they had a lot of these traders. And of course, in those days, if you wanted to take your goods from very far to one place to another, you needed loans. You needed to access your money from like various places. So you'd be surprised. Their banking system is ridiculously modern for their time. And it's like, that's why I tell you, don't let the modern banker tell you how genius they are, because these guys were just as genius as them. So the thing is that they also had a very sophisticated money system, and the Chinese invented this form of paper money at the time, which is, if you ask me, the basis of where all our problems come from nowadays. Basically printing money out of nothing lah. So basically inflation got the Song Dynasty. After a while, people got super poor because your money was worthless. And the same thing happened to the Roman Empire. So basically we just see history repeating itself again. It's not that our system has failed, it is that the system always fails, right? So the history puts itself there. So the thing is, then what this means is for us as people is to redefine money. And that means that we basically look at the history, which I will cover more in the past, so that we can look at, well, where did people go wrong in those days? And that's why, and I think it's so much to learn from where people went wrong, so that maybe there's a chance that we can be a bit smarter than these people, or we can cross our fingers and hope that we will be smarter than them. So now in today's world, basically the global banking crisis is already here. Not sure about you, but I'm from Singapore, and the banks it's quite weird lah. Nowadays, if you have a lunch crowd search, and then you find that the payment system doesn't work anymore lah. So I mean, didn't used to happen more than 3 years ago. At least, not the way I remember it. Now it's like every month. So yeah, so you get like basically the big banks say that trouble is coming, but they're not worried about it because they're still earning money. So I mean, you make of it what you will, right? So another thing that was very prevalent during the previous Earth eras was this idea of education, and that if you send your kids to school and if they got some kind of paper from some kind of like institution, that they will get a job. So the easiest example is in the Song dynasty, where the idea of the imperial exam was huge, and that was like, when I was a kid, my mom would tell me, oh, in the past in China you could 当官, right, which means that you could be a magistrate, you could have a really cushy job somewhere in the civil service of China at the time. And similar systems have been going on in places like Rome and other advanced industries as well. So you'll find that, so there's this exam, and I'm sure you all know the story. Basically, everybody studies like crazy for an exam, and if you make it in the top like 5%, then you became like some cushy civil servant. Or in our context, it would be that if you had a nice cushy degree, you could work for an MNC. That's starting to change now. And you also find that the thing is in certain places, maybe not so bad here in Singapore where I'm from, but in Korea it's terrible. In China it's ridiculous. In India is pretty bad, right? So there are various places where this idea of the education as being a ticket to a job is eroded. Right, and that means that, and it's quite scary because I still read in the newspapers, people my age are still forcing their kids into like tuition things and like forcing the kid to remember as many things as possible. I'm not really sure how that's going to work. It'll be 20 years before your kid starts joining the employment thing, and I'm not really sure that piece of paper is not going to do anything better than being toilet paper, right? So, and the thing is, this is the truth right now, because then it's now what, right? And it's already happening. Millions and millions of graduates, basically 40% of the jobless people in lots of places are graduates. And also, like, this is in India, like worthless degrees are creating an unemployable generation in India. This is not an old article. This is April of this year. And we also have another bigger problem as people start to value the higher education higher and higher. People are spending, what, 5-6 figures on a university education. And what this means is that you get a millennial/Gen Z generation that is in debt. And then they have to now pay the education loan while they can't get a job, right? So this is happening worldwide. And that's why it's really important to recognize what's going on, so that we kind of can stop some of the things that are not going to emerge of era words that isn't going to grow any bigger. Okay, so now that I'm very, very close to 11 o'clock, I think this is a good time for me to just sort of end off and give you a good sense of, now that I've given you this really not great, like down situation, then hopefully tomorrow I can open up some new doors. Because my purpose today is to get people to really understand that the game, the old game is over. And it doesn't make any sense that if you really assess what you're doing with your life right now, with your business and with your careers, with your family, your kids, the faster we learn to play a different game, the better it will be. And tomorrow, I'm going to be focusing very, very strongly on what that new game is going to be. But also, let's address this thing about how can Asia be our saving grace. And I mean, this line from the World Economic Forum was before the pandemic. I'm not sure if they've changed their minds, but it says here we've entered the Asian century and there is no turning back. So tomorrow's topic is called the rise of the Eastern Tigers, right? And so we will assess that and look at the forecast for Asia and to be able to see, is that really the truth, and what can be done about it, right? So that's one. And tomorrow I will also be covering the part 2 of my air era story, where we are going to look at the past air eras. So today I've covered a lot of the not great trends, right? That some of the things that we've taken for granted is going to go down. And I think that for us who are alive right now, we are not going to exist in the later part of the air era. That makes sense, right? Just like we didn't exist in the early part of the Earth era. You weren't there in London when they were building sewage systems, right? So the thing is, we existed in the tail end of the Earth era, and that's very important for us to understand that. Just as the people in the previous, our ancestors, maybe about 5 or maybe 6 generations ago, had been the ones to build the Earth era that we're in right now. Now, here's the news flash: we are the ones who are building the next air era, and which is why it's interesting to look at how in the past other people built the previous eras, and then we can sort of like take the part that's good and then we just leave the rest, and to avoid the mistakes that people have made in the past, right? If we can, hopefully we are a bit more educated and smarter than like people in the past, right? So we're going to look at what was big in the previous eras and what are some of the lessons that we can actually use. So I'm going to be looking at that tomorrow. And maybe it's good to end with this, right? That those that fail to learn from history are doomed to repeat it. And I think I'm kind of a bit concerned that I'm going to be labeled a doomer, like, with this series of webinars. But I prefer that we think of it as being like really, really realistic and to take a very, very rational, practical view on this, and just to say, okay, well, hit me with all the issues, and then we can maybe gather a few people and say, okay, we got this problem, how we going to solve it, right? And so this is from Winston Churchill. I thought this was a good place to end. And I also want to mention that much as I've been a bit of a doomer today, but tomorrow I'll be covering 7 areas, industries, and you will notice that they are in inverted commas because the word industry is actually an Earth era word, and which means I had to find a word that would make sense to you, like an industry that would be huge. But I also cover how those industries are going to be different. You can't expect them to grow in the way that an Earth era industry would. And now that we're actually in the air era, and I've really done a lot of extensive research into the past about previous air eras, I will be able to, I hope, shed some light as to how those industries will play out. And I think the people who right now are starting to agree with a lot of the things that I'm saying, and if you're starting to feel that, wow, I mean, going to work right now is like a drag, and you're just spinning your wheels and not really feeling like you are really doing anything useful, especially if you're in one of those Earth era jobs, then I think you are really going to appreciate what I'm covering tomorrow in terms of the 7 industries that I think will be huge in 2024 and beyond. Okay, so with that, well, I mean, for the first time, I haven't overrun, so it's 10:56. So I think I hope you don't mind if I end off 4 minutes earlier. And please come in tomorrow on time so that I'll cover my forecast and to tell us what we can expect in the years to come. I will start at 10 a.m. tomorrow, so it'd be greatly appreciated if you were here on time. And please tell your friends. So tomorrow I'm covering Asia, and I think it's very, very relevant to most of you who are watching. Please get your friends to come. If they can't get on Zoom, just send them the QR code and they can join us on Facebook. Okay, so with that, I'm going to go take a rest now, and I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. Okay, see you guys. Bye bye. Good morning, everybody. And here we are going to start off with day 2, where we continue on our story that we started yesterday, both about being the 2 sides of the world. So I'm just going to get started with this. Thank you with that. Okay, great. So we're going to look at the Eastern Tigers this time round, because of course there's been quite a lot of speculation as to whether or not this is going to be the Asian century. So that's something that we've seen for a long time, that there's always been this idea that, okay, I mean, I suppose if the Western world is going to sort of fall from grace, we've had the British be in charge for a very long time. We've had the Americans be in charge for a very long time. Is it time now for China or even any other of these Asian countries to sort of take its place as the new superpower? And if you look at quite a lot of the thinkers of our generation who have been speculating for the longest time, and I guess that conversation has kind of shifted a little bit in the last 1 year or so, but definitely before the pandemic, I'm sure everyone remembers that we've been talking about this idea of perhaps the changing global superpower, and that's something that we're going to be paying a lot of attention to today. So here's the big question that we're going to address. Can Asia be our saving grace? So as I said, at least before the pandemic, yesterday I shared a slide that said the World Bank had thought that, or the World Economic Forum had thought that it was going to be the Asian century. And in fact, this article was taken from just when China had been reopening around the time of right after the pandemic. So it says here that Asia is set to lead the world economic growth pushed by China's reopening after the pandemic. And of course, we're going to have to include people like Japan, South Korea in that conversation as well. However, what we also see now, this was just from what, maybe about a month ago. Today is the 5th of November, right? So this is just about a month ago where the World Bank seems to have changed its tune a little bit. But I don't know about you, but the World Bank tends to be a little bit kind of inconsistent with, every year the story is different. And just as like, bank forecasts tend to be different every single year, there's not much consistency there. But you see that suddenly now they changed their mind and said that Asia faces a worse outlook in 50 years. And apparently even the Financial Times is kind of agreeing with that as well. So, of course, today I'm going to be focusing a lot on 3 hotspots in the Eastern world. So I'm very fair here. We did 3 in the Western world. So we're going to do 3 in the Eastern world. I'm going to jump right into it. And we're going to start off first with South Korea. And it has a category all by itself. So that's so South Korea, the land of Psy and Gangnam Style. So the first thing that I'm going to bring up here is that not sure if how much people have been following in terms of Korean news, but things haven't been going as well for the young people. We all know about Chinese unemployment, but you find that similar situations are also happening in South Korea at the moment. So in terms of the dates that I've given here, it begins from as early as 2022. So I mean, obviously, this is not going to it's not like a recent thing. The economy has been affecting South Korea for a period of time now. Now, however, what we see here is that this is going to last. It's a period that sort of seems to end around March in about 4 months' time, 5 months' time. So what I see here is that there could be a bit of an unexpected situation in the economy that produces a sudden surge in unemployment. So what I'm referring to in the chart here. So I'll explain a few things, okay? Now, the 6th house is very important in a country's chart because it, among other things, it describes a few things. One of it is health, and it's one of the things that led me to sort of surmise that we could potentially have a bit of a health crisis that was showing up in 2020. So that was from like my previous webinars before the pandemic. But in the 6th house, we also look at things like employment. So in terms of like the labor force, whether or not people are getting jobs, whether things are getting done in the economy. So South Korea actually has this green symbol that's here. And this is Chiron. And usually in a country's chart, Chiron sort of determines where things can be a bit painful. So painful can be anything from like basically like a pandemic to basically unemployment or certain industries, specifically industries not doing well. And this would be very pertinent if, say, there are specific industries that are very important to specific countries, let's just say. So what we have here is, first of all, that we have Chiron here, and that Uranus. Now, I mentioned quite a bit about this blue color planet yesterday, that where I find Uranus sort of like doing things in a chart is where we expect to see a little bit of chaos that shows up. And when it shows up in the 12th house, and the 12th seems to be a place in the astrology chart that describes where things are, it's an unexpected or unseen problem. And this is one reason why I said that there could be an unexpected situation in the economy. So this could include anything from young people deciding not to have jobs instead. So I suppose the Great Resignation is not a phenomenon that is only happening in the Western world. It's probably also showing up in the Eastern world as well. And what I also see here is that we've got Neptune. So this is the thing that looks a bit like a trident. And when it's up here in the 11th house, now the 11 deals with things like the community, how people are feeling, how people are experiencing things. And as we have Neptune there, sometimes it refers to people feeling kind of lost. And the indications here show it's not the entire population that's feeling lost, but it's actually quite specific to the youth or the young people. And in fact, and it looks like resignation. And the word resignation can mean two fronts, right? One is that they're actually literally resigning their jobs. And the second is that they are sort of feeling a little bit sad, right? Or they're just not feeling very hopeful about jobs. And in fact, what I also want to point out here is, let's get my cursor here, that it's forming this sort of like a 90-degree portion, and it's pointing to the 2nd house where it's dealing with things like income and money. So it does look like some ways in which this can play out is like potentially, like I said, people leaving their jobs in droves, or potentially just sort of like waves that occur in specific industries where suddenly we may see movements in terms of whether people were earning suddenly a lot, or in this case it could be that people are suddenly earning very little, is also a possibility here. Now I also suggest here that it can also have a lot of effects on young people who are in school. So this can refer to sort of like little kids, right? Or whether or not, and South Korea, this is a bit unique to South Korea because and also I suppose in places like China, where education is such a big part of their culture. And anybody who knows anything about South Korea knows that it's a bit of a cram culture when it comes to kids. And I suppose if it becomes a very big issue where the older kids who are graduating from school are facing these issues, then and of course these people are also the millennials who have school-going children around now, and it can actually sort of show a changing attitude when it comes to exams and school-going children. So it's interesting that it's actually happening around now. So and in fact the strong period seems to be November, which is around now, all the way until the first quarter of next year. So I can't pretend to be super familiar with the school semester structure in South Korea, but we could see patterns like people deciding not to enroll in specific types of schools. We should be seeing sort of like early indications of sometimes even culture, especially the young people. And in this case, young people can also refer to like young parents who are still considered like the millennial young people sort of generation. And I took this off the Straits Times, and this is a very recent article that was featured. And it says here that 1.26 million South Korean young people are on record as being unemployed. So these are the people that are being traced. We're not even talking about the people who are like not on the record, And out of this group, more than half are college degree holders. Okay, so that's something is an actual statistic that's in the papers already. So moving a little bit further down into the year, and there are even further indications of Korean culture shifting. And this is coming up from about May to April of next year. So that's going to last for almost the entire of a year. And so first of all, it will probably manifest in society as being a specific pessimism about specifically the education system. And I think it's hitting South Korea so hard because of that naturally, I suppose if you are from the generation that's been told that you should give up a lot of your fun activities, not be like a fun kid, give up music, give up dating, give up fashion, because you need to spend 14 hours studying for an exam. And that is South Korean culture. And also with regard to things like student debt. And of course, we find things like finding partners become a really big issue in South Korea. There is a very good reason why the reproductive rates are among the lowest in South Korea. So it does look like and of course, some people may be thinking, but maybe this isn't new. I mean, South Korea has been grappling with this for like, I don't know, like a really, really long time. But when it does show up in a chart, does not mean that the people start to change their minds. The reality is, I think they started to change their minds for a number of years now. But what the chart suggests is that the debates are going to start ensuing. So you should start seeing indications possibly in the media. You start to see like politicians, or especially young politicians, starting to call for specific changes. Sometimes in policy, you get young people forming themselves into committees to try to push for change. That's what I'm talking about. And I think this is the part that's going to be newer in our society. Okay, so then another thing is that of course, if things don't move quickly enough, and I think also it's quite unrealistic to expect that the moment you start complaining that that rules change, we all know that it doesn't quite sort of play out that way. So sometimes it plays out as a bit of a disillusionment with the government, and also furthermore antagonism towards jobs and income and debt. So it's like there isn't just one or two indications that is suggesting to me that that employment is going to get affected. So it's not just about the fact that there aren't actual jobs available. I think it's more like people are actually choosing not to get involved right now. So then we should see a massive wave, and what I'm anticipating here is a massive sea change in Korean culture. and it's very specific here, this 1 year period, where what we should be expecting is a departure from a lot of the traditional culture, and especially with regard to specifically education and what childhood means. And I can imagine that, I suppose, if you are around my age, I mean, if you are in your late 30s and most of the kids are in school, a lot of these people grew up with not necessarily having much of a childhood. It's cram culture is a real big thing in Korea. So that's why. And this also means that there are indications that there are radical exploration of money and values. And I'm going to pause here and expand a little bit on this, right? So first of all, the values part is pretty clear. I think I've sort of read. But maybe radical exploration of money. Because I suppose if people are a lot less interested in this idea of an earned income, and in my research, so I'm pushing things a little bit here, but it does look like, because the situation is quite dire in places like South Korea and in places like China, which I'll cover a little bit more on, that a changing attitude towards money also means that in terms of when we look into the air era, that there are quite a lot of avenues where people are really exploring different ways of valuing things. And that means that if there's going to be experimentation about how monetary systems work, or whether is this a workable, is this a sustainability, is another word that will come out a lot. I suspect that we are going to start seeing a whole generation of people in South Korea, very, very well educated people, very cosmopolitan, might actually be starting to look for a different solution to their problems. So of course, I mean, people are going to want me to be more specific, and honestly, the chart doesn't tell me what it is, and all I can give is a bit more of an intelligent guesses that groups are going to start to seriously consider things like universal basic income, different ways of looking at things like wage structures, how people are going to be paid. And I think for the rest of us in who are listening, who may not be centered in South Korea, you may not be doing anything specific with South Korea right now, you may actually be quite interested in paying attention to what actually gets developed in South Korea around this time. Because actually, it might actually give us a bit of a clue, because right now we are not just experimenting with things, we are squarely in the air era right now. So people are actively looking for an air era solution to a lot of these issues here. So I found this picture when I was doing my research, and I thought this was really quite interesting. So this was actually a demonstration that occurred on the streets in Seoul by a bunch of very young people. And what they did was they simply just lay on the ground, right? And then they had this earth thing going down. So it was a campaign on multiple things. So on one level, it's things like climate change and trying to get like big companies to relook the way in which they do business, or the way in which we look at society. But I thought that looking at a picture like this, you start to get a good sense that the young people, this new generation in South Korea, is potentially, at least in Asia, I mean, I've been Asian all my life, and it's like there are not a lot of places in Asia where people are vocal enough to actually fight in such a visual and such an arresting manner. And I actually found this when I was doing a lot of research about a new phrase that's coming up in Korea. Maybe some of you know it better than I do, because it's actually quite new to me. That there's a phrase where young people describe Korea now as Hell Joseon. And it really means, in English, hell, meaning like it's a place on hell, and Joseon being their old dynasty, which I thought was very interesting, because yesterday I talked about how the Goryeo industry, the Joseon industry dynasty in South Korea had been one of the earlier things that had been the way things were in Korea during their golden age. So I thought it was very interesting that a lot of these era references keep showing up again and again in media, and things that we've forgotten about for a long time just keep showing up in this era. So so it's very interesting to sort of look at that. And I think for the rest of us who are not Korea, we really should be paying attention to what comes up here, because it's a whole generation that's looking at a new way of looking at money. Okay, so very, very important. So there are two time periods that I want to draw attention to. And it's hard for me to exactly tell you what specifically will happen in these periods. But the first thing I will mention is that I would suggest that the first period, which is in the middle of the year, would probably be more centered on it's a bit sadder. So you're going to get people maybe resigning, maybe people, there are more complaints, more debates that are talking about the way Korean culture and values are being negotiated. And I think it's only towards the first quarter of next year, as you can see in the second yellow section, where from February to April of next year, that's where you can expect to see a little bit more of the radical solutions that are coming up. Okay, so that's the first hotspot. Now, the second hotspot is where Singapore and Malaysia are. And well, I call it a hotspot because I'm socially obligated to cover Singapore, you know, so it's like I'm based here and I know that's where most people want to look at. So when I say hotspot, I don't always mean that like bad things are going to happen. Okay, so this one is a bit of a social obligation, yeah. Okay, so I'm going to deal directly with Singapore first, okay? And so the first thing I want to mention is that Singapore is there are a few things that are constantly a concern with Singapore. And the situation is a little bit different from other countries. I mean, in general, I'm Singaporean, and it's not like you're walking on the streets and there's like people panicking, and that's not happening here in Singapore. So there are a few things that is interesting, because the more I study what's happening in the world, there are lots of patterns that are happening all over the place in the world that are not showing up itself in Singapore. So just the fact that Singapore is such an exception, especially in terms of, even as I study into what's happening astrologically, I thought was quite interesting. Like, I had no trouble finding problems in just about every one of the 70 countries I studied for this webinar. I had a bit of trouble coming up with stuff to say for Singapore, if I'm being honest with you guys. But here's what I can show you about what's coming up in 2024 and 2025, that I call it an underlying employment and income concerns. This is very different from what I see in South Korea. So I'm not going to commit to saying that everyone's going to lose their jobs and that there's going to be mass retrenchments. Don't see it. I just don't. Right. So I will look into the astrological elements and just explain maybe a few things that I think you'll be interested in. So just like South Korea, the lines seem to run between the 6th and the 12th house. So this is the part that is similar to the employment concerns in South Korea. Now, however, what it does look like is that what you see is this brown planet here, and this is the planet Saturn. So as it's crossing into the 6th house here, so again, what are some of the potential stresses? Now, Saturn is not always like a happy planet, in the sense that it comes with stress, it comes with things slowing down, it comes with things being heavy. So if we were to look at things like a health situation, now I know a lot of people are going to go like, oh my God, is COVID coming back? I'm not going to go that far. This could potentially, and this isn't like one of those scary out of the blue sort of things. It doesn't, because Saturn doesn't deliver lightning strikes. So it doesn't. It's a heavy thing. So it's much more likely to be things that are chronic. So it's like issues that just get heavier and heavier. So it could be old issues that surface again. So could it be things like your usual dengue and your usual like mosquito concerns? Maybe, but is it going to be big enough to actually concern people? Probably not. I would say things like the healthcare system might be something that gets very, very heavy. So what might constitute as heavy could be things like labor shortages. I don't think that surprises anybody. So you get people leaving the industry and basically not having enough resources. So that would be heavy. You could have, for example, in healthcare, it's not just about people being sick, but you also get maybe an aging society. So that perhaps the lack of resources, people getting concerned about those things, probably. So that makes a lot more sense in a Singapore context. Now, if I were to interpret this in a labor market sort of situation, then the heaviness could be things like pessimism when it comes to rumors about retrenchment. You could see things like maybe collapsing departments, getting people to take on more work for like potentially a bit of a less salary, especially as I said from yesterday, we're not reporting very great economic patterns coming from the West. So is that going to affect Singapore on an economic level? Probably. So the thing is, could there be the usual things like having to sort of like, could there be small things like pay cuts or like certain departments? It's stuff, but it's not going to come as a tsunami surprise. That's basically what I see here. Now, another thing that we see here is that sometimes with Saturn, it's when the pessimism sets in, sometimes it's not so much about whether or not people are looking for like a bright, shining opportunity, because that's not what I see from the charts, that the mood is pessimistic but not dire, all right? So in a way, one of the things that I have I'm sort of looking at here is that it's a much more mature approach towards work. That if people are going to be heavy, it's also because that's why I wrote here that there would be an emphasis on what I think are meaningful jobs, because people are starting to be a little bit more concerned about, I mean, if you're not going to make a lot of money like either way, so then at least you want to make sure that your time, your effort is being channeled into something that you could at least say was delivering a positive outcome. Now, the sign that is very emphasized here in blue here, is actually the sign of Pisces. And Pisces is not a sign that is associated with massive wealth or like people trying to be multimillionaires. But I think Pisces is very associated with things like compassion or looking at more human factors. So not sure about you, but I like to interpret this in a much more positive way, in the sense that I like to think of it as maturity, that people are starting to pay much more attention to emotional factors, to whether or not there is suffering or difficulties in certain areas, and that people are much more interested in trying to find longer term solutions rather than a get rich quick sort of solution. And I think that's a very positive thing. So there is less on the pursuit of like prestige and luxury. So for Singapore's sake, I honestly hope that this is the case, because it's not a useful way to go. Trust me on this, right? So now, another thing is that the red dotted line actually extends across, okay, into where the 12th house is. And the combination here, I'm not going to break it down one by one, okay, because otherwise it's going to turn into a very boring astrology lesson. But this little cluster of planets here in the 12th house usually refers to power, control. We're looking at the aristocratic elite, right? So basically, it's the power behind the scenes, right? So it is where money is being controlled. Okay, so that's this is actually hard coded into Singapore's chart, just so you might like to know. But also that because of this heaviness that is affecting here, it does look like even the people who are usually associated with wealth and privilege and the advantages are not necessarily having a whale of a time. So sometimes it can mean things like clamping down on certain inequalities. So that actually could be a positive thing, but it can also mean things like, for example, for some of you who are paying attention to this right now, listening to this, you could be considered, say, high income, for example. And while most people, it's quite interesting that most people will never think of yourself as being the elite or the privileged. But I suppose if you look into the entire world, just about everybody in Singapore is considered privileged and elite. And it does mean that this pessimism and this heaviness can also mean the cutting down of the elite. So that means could there possibly be restructuring of the way work is being done, and this is very gradual. Okay, so this is not going to be a tsunami where suddenly everybody gets like a 30% pay cut. I don't think it's going to happen that way, but it's there are discussions about how things can be restructured. Okay, so I mean, if you're considered high income, then you could be on the list. Most people don't think of yourself as high income, right? But that's why I say it's a reality check, because people are looking at more sustainable ways, because some things just can't remain that way, right? So things on income, finances, and also the availability of resources. And what this also means is that as a society, you could be seeing things like restrictions on things here and there. You also have to be realistic in terms of there are countries who are not having a great time right now. So logically speaking, things like supplies, not just the availability of resources, but also whether or not resources can reach different parts of the world, and naturally, of course, prices are going to reflect the difficulty, and that means availability of resources. There could be small things, and I've got to be quite the word is not really careful, but rather I'm tapering my language mainly because the truth is there is a very good administration here in Singapore. So you are very unlikely to see like a panic situation. But people who are paying attention to what's happening in the newspapers may notice small changes here and there that starts to limit like resource availability, and the fact is we could be looking at a war situation. In fact, the war is a situation right now, right? So you have to wake up and smell the coffee, right? So now, another thing here is that then naturally, of course, then you should be expecting some policy changes. And you'll find that the policy attempts to try and improve employment. Okay, and this is not new to anybody who's familiar with Singapore. It's a genuinely good administration in the sense that if there's a situation going on, then naturally, of course, new policies will come up to try to sort of like make sure that the employment situation doesn't go like out of hand. Healthcare, naturally. So it's like new policies will start to channel resources, and that makes sense, right? So things like inequality. You may also see new movements when it comes to legal systems, crime. That's starting to pile up. If you've been reading the papers, it's showing up, right? So and what we have here is this cross, this gigantic cross that goes across Singapore's chart. And unlike what we saw yesterday with the Latvian situation, this is not really a stalemate, but rather this kind of cross is more about the idea of constant change. So if you live in Singapore, or if you do a lot of business with Singapore, you're going to start to see is this idea of like there's this flux, right? So you're going to start feeling like maybe from month to month, from quarter to quarter, because there are changes showing up. There some of it is limitations, some of it is opening things up. So there's this delicate balance that, like I said, we are very lucky to have like a really decent administration. So that balance keeps coming, and quite frankly is so dependent on what else is happening in the world. And as what you saw yesterday, that situation is changing very rapidly from month to month. So that means is it going to be a bit harder? If you're in an organization, would it be a bit harder to make sort of like mid to long term plans? Possibly, because then you're going to have to make adjustments. So the good news here is that this isn't new to Singapore. We kind of had a bit of a dress rehearsal on this, right? So everybody remembers what things were like in 2020 when basically today open, tomorrow close, and then today open half. And it's like you kind of had to read the papers on a day-on-day basis to know what to expect. And I don't think that's a prospect that really scares people anymore, because you kind of went through like a dress rehearsal on this. But yeah, so I mean, do I see this as a disaster? No, there isn't a disaster indication here. Maybe inconvenience. I like to sort of remind the people who live in Singapore here that what is a minor inconvenience to you is war in other people's countries. So not really a big problem. Okay, so now, the only thing is that because of the amount of flux, so although it doesn't cause an immediate problem, so what I've added on to the astrology chart here is the planet Pluto right at the very bottom here. And Pluto is the god of the underworld. So in the Chinese, we'll call him Yan Luo Wang. He's Hades. He's god of death, right? So when it is down here in the fourth house, sometimes it affects the people on the ground. So basically, it's the mood on the ground. So this isn't a terrorist attack. This isn't like people going bankrupt on the ground. Doesn't look like it, but it does look like there are concerns more about people are just concerned, generally speaking, and it doesn't address the insecurity on things like inequality and potentially crime. So you may notice some of those things, and people are just going to be a little bit on edge, perhaps, and that's why. If I may, like I said, today, towards the end of today's presentation, I'm going to talk a lot more about the industries that I think are going to be big, and maybe there are a few things that can happen there that can maybe alleviate some of these concerns. So it will be strongest towards the end of the year. So and especially as if we see what else is happening in the world right now, you will have noticed from what I presented yesterday and a bit of what I'm going to present today that it's going to pile up, right? So from the middle of the year until the end of the year, other countries concerns are going to start piling up, and naturally it's going to be strongest, right, in Singapore around this time. Right. So moving forward, that also in the middle part of the year, we could start to see some movements with leadership. So in fact, this red line here, so again, the blue planet is when like chaos or change starts to happen. In Singapore, it's unlikely to actually be chaos, but it's just change, right? Like a fresh new leadership. So when it is, especially as the red line connects to this black section at the very top. So in a country's chart, this black line at the top actually refers to the leadership. So in Singapore, our system is such that we have two leaderships, one being the president, the other being the prime minister and the cabinet, of course. So now, what you can see with the dates that I've put here, we started out with the 16th of August. That was last year. So, and this was something that I kind of covered in some of my previous webinars, people who have listened to it. I did sort of say that in Singapore, we are going to get a new leader in about August. Did I just say last year? Okay, it's still this year. So we just had a new president, right? So well, it wasn't August, it was very early of September, but you know what I mean, right? So around the 16th of August was when the campaigning began, when the nominations came in. So it was accurate, right? So basically on the 16th of August, we had a new leader. But you see, this idea of the fresh new leadership wasn't just August of this year. In fact, it will last throughout the entire of 2024, even reaching all the way into the first quarter of 2025. So that means we are moving into a year of leadership renewal. Again, this should not surprise anybody. We are due for a leadership renewal. And yes, we are, and also the other logical thing is that Singapore does have to call elections before November of 2025, if I'm not wrong. So this could be, it also could suggest that potentially next election may not take as long as November of 2024. It could be earlier. So I'm just making an intelligent guess. I don't know, right? So you could be looking at, of course, with this blue planet here, you should be expecting like fresh changes. It is the planet of chaos. So what this means is that we may see in the form of dramatic changes. So in terms of like who's in charge of whatever, and again, it's not a surprise, right? So that like if there's going to be a cabinet reshuffle, if there's going to be new people in charge of new departments, that should not surprise anybody at all. So frankly, it's quite expected, right? So the only thing is that you may still find like people may still have the usual complaints. It's like, okay, we've got new people, but then it's like maybe they're still the elite aristocracy. You're probably going to get people coming from the usual sources, but you are going to get a new leader probably during this period, right? Not rocket science. Okay, so here's the good news here is that it does look like this new leadership, the chart suggests, now especially as we have Venus crossing over this line here. So the black line that it's crossing over is an engagement line. And this is interesting because it means sometimes in a country's chart, it can mean the way in which the people in charge are connecting with the public. And in some other countries, the strange thing is in most countries around the world, I'm seeing a lot of animosity between the leaders and the people. So the good news is that at least what I see on this red dotted line I've just added, it does look like there's a lot more of the engagement. And this looks like exciting engagement. It might come across as conversation. It can be more interaction. There's more on the ground relationship. That's what I'm basically saying. And of course, it's going to this square that you see here, this 90-degree square, means that it's not necessarily what people are used to. So and the indications in Singapore's chart tend to show the usual leadership. Like what is hard coded into the Singapore's chart is a leadership that is more aristocratic, perhaps a little bit more business-like, and a bit more stiff, maybe like I know better than you sort of thing. But what we are going to see is a much more youthful, a much more flexible sort of space. And as a Singaporean, I can't see that as being necessarily a negative thing, that there's going to be more interaction. So, I mean, yay, right? So, and this is going to be strong. There are a few periods that I have identified here. So the first one actually was this year. So around the time with August, September. So we passed that now, and we got a new president around that time. So this upcoming year, we're going to see one period that is between August to October. That's always a nice time because that's, National Day, right? So that's always a nice time to introduce new things because people are quite high and they like to sing songs. But it does look like there is another period that is between February and March, and that comes actually the following year. So two periods where you may see things that involve fresh new leadership. What specifically is going to happen, I have no idea. Your guess is as good as mine. But like I said, so far when I identify these periods, I'm usually quite accurate. Could be wrong this time around. Okay, so now I did want to share a few more things here that quite frankly, even if I wanted to squeeze Singapore as a hotspot and tell you all the horrible things that are going to happen, I'm not seeing a lot of it. Okay, and that's me being honest, right? So even if I tried to make up stories, I can't, right? So basically, yes, there's going to be a bit of pessimism. We are going to be a bit short of a few things because other countries are not functioning at 100%. But I don't see a disaster. Having said that, there are a few things I mentioned yesterday when we were looking at the earth to air. And if I'm being honest with my audience, whom I know is probably majority who live and work here in Singapore, is that if you are paying very, very close attention to what we're talking about with this earth to air thing, the things that are working for Singapore right now is very, very earth era. So the long-term sustainability, and that's why I keep emphasizing about this thing about the short-term sustainability and the long-term sustainability. And it's quite important, even more important if you ask me, that we are paying more attention to the transition from earth to air. Now, I deliberately included South Korea in today's presentation because when a country is not facing a very good situation, and when people wake up and realize that this can't go on, if it goes on for another year or two, we are all going to die, right? So if the situation is that bad, it actually forces people to sit down and think about, okay, this doesn't work. Not in the long term, it really doesn't work. And that they are actively trying to find a solution. Now, however, if the fire is not burning your backside, and that means that there is no urgency whatsoever to change anything at all. So basically, it's so easy for people to stay put. It's like being in the Roman Empire when the far reaches, the Roman Empire is very big, right? So if you're in the main Rome area, it's easy to lie to yourself that the Mongolian army or the Han army isn't coming for you. And that means, especially they didn't exactly have internet. So basically they can pretend that they don't really know that the far reaches of their empire was being invaded. So and if you are still enjoying your meat from Spain and your milk from Australia, it's very easy to not realize that this is not sustainable. Right, it really isn't. So, and this is why I have a few statistics as part of the research that I've done as looking into a longer term thing. So today I'm not presenting the astrological portions. I'm still working on it. There's a lot of calculations to do, but I did want to talk about of course in this slide I mentioned specifically a quote here from Senior Minister Mr. Teo Chee Hean, but it's not just Mr. Teo. I don't think he's the only person talking about this need for innovation. And I would like to share with you some of these stats that I have found easily on the internet. You will find them if you're looking for them as well. So this survey had been done to study young people in ASEAN, so in the Southeast Asian area. So you should see countries like Indonesia, Thailand, Philippines, Vietnam, they're all surveyed here. And the question that young people was asked is that how interested are you in innovating and potentially being entrepreneurial, like basically working for yourself? And what you see here the results are quite startling because it seems like the most entrepreneurial people, youngsters, are in Indonesia and Thailand. So the stats here, in case you can't see, they are in the 30-something%. So we are looking at maybe 1 in 3 people, young people in Indonesia and Thailand are actually thinking about, okay, can we create something? Because that's what entrepreneurship really is. I know in the Earth era, entrepreneurship is associated with making billions of dollars, but that kind of really isn't the case. Like entrepreneurs look for solutions and they create solutions. And even the other countries like Vietnam and Malaysia, we are still looking at maybe 1 in 4 young people who are looking at starting their own businesses, right? So basically, they're looking for solutions that people can buy and use, right? But what you see here is the Philippines and Singapore actually rank the lowest, with Singapore being only about 17%. That's pretty sad, actually. That's maybe 1 in 6, 1 in 7, maybe. People, youngsters in Singapore who are even thinking about starting their own business. And what this means is that most people are out there looking for a job. Essentially, they're just waiting to go to a company, apply, and get paid at the end of the month, but not necessarily actively sitting somewhere and thinking, can we create something? So what I'm trying to say here is that the reason why you may see a lot of the leaders talking about how we need more innovation here is because the people here are not very innovative at all. It's not very air era. So, and if you were to compare this, the number of entrepreneurial youngsters, if this study is to be believed, is about half that of Indonesia and Thailand. Basically, Indonesia and Thailand are, if this study is to be believed, and if the entrepreneurs actually go on and start businesses, you will have double the amount of innovation occurring in Indonesia and in Thailand that you actually get in Singapore. So basically, and as I mentioned multiple times, that getting a job is an Earth era thing. So that means in no other eras is having a job a thing. So it's at least not something that the regular person does. So that's why I say that if your jobs are safe and you have a really good government who ensures that people don't lose their jobs, because that's not what's happening in South Korea. People are jobless in South Korea, which means they know that getting a job doesn't work in this new era. I'm not sure Singaporeans understand this portion. Okay, let's go on, right? So that's the concerning bit. Now, the study goes on. So there are multiple questions that they ask. And again, they surveyed all the ASEAN kids from the ASEAN area. And the question was, if you see at the bottom here, that the gray sections, the white sections are, I would like to work in my home country. And the orange ones, I would like to work in another ASEAN country, so in our neighbors. And the blue sections are people who like to work outside of ASEAN, so maybe in Europe or in America or in Africa or somewhere outside of our region. And so what you can see here is that Singapore is right in the middle there. And Singapore has almost 66% of our people who want to work in Singapore. So that means we're looking at young people, maybe only 1 in 3 are even considering the possibility of working outside of Singapore. So statistically, what this tells a lot of Singaporeans, I mean, just looking at the stats, right? Basically, the vast majority of young people here want to be employees, and the vast majority want to be employees in Singapore. Right, so that's what the stats actually say. Now, if you look at most of the other countries, of course, there are countries like in Indonesia where it's interesting, because 60% of the Indonesians would like to continue working in their own country. And quite frankly, this makes sense because Indonesia is the biggest among the ASEAN countries. It has the biggest population. So does that logically take away all the economic factors? It actually does make sense because the country is pretty big, right? And then you also get places like in Vietnam, for example, where more than half would like to continue working in their own country. And yeah, so but there are countries where, especially in the Philippines, especially in Thailand, where in fact, less than half of them want to continue working in their own countries. They are much more open. Whether is it working in ASEAN or working in other countries, there's a lot more interest. So whether they do it or not is another thing, but they're at least interested in connecting with other places and doing more things. And so basically, I'm just looking at these statistics, and as a Singaporean myself, I'm also thinking about, okay, that's a bit of a very small view of the world. They are not actively looking for solutions, and everybody just wants to be an employee in their own country. you have your own views, and you can look around at the people around you and decide whether the study is accurate or not. And is there something to be concerned about? Okay, so that's something I just wanted to share here. Okay, so that's there. And I also found this research that had been done by the Pew Research Center, where if you look at the list of countries that are here, you realize that they're all the rich countries, right? So you got people like Japan, France, like you don't see Gabon and Nigeria here, right? So we're looking at the rich countries here. People, it would be considered the who's who of the earth era. So these are the countries with banking and multinational companies, right? So the question that Pew had asked people was that they asked, did you think that your children are better off or worse off than you? Now, if you look at Japan, the statistics are dismal. So the 82%, 8 out of 10 Japanese people actually feel that their kids are more screwed up than the situation is more screwed up for their kids than it is for them. So the kids are not going to have a good time. Same thing for France, same thing for Italy, Canada, and the whole lot of them. And in fact, you realize that it's only at the bottom of the chart where from Sweden and maybe Poland onwards that maybe it starts to maybe measure out a little bit. Now, of course, the country with the best statistics is the one right at the bottom. Apparently, more Israelis thought that their kids are better off than them. But I have to say that this survey was done last year. I'm pretty sure Israel might have changed their mind about that by now. And if you take Israel out of the picture and Sweden, that's 46 and 47, so they're kind of equal. The only country on the entire list of rich countries who think that their kids are better off than them is Singapore. And it's the only country, and it's not just the only country, it is starkly, significantly higher than the people who think that their kids are not better off. So, and I was so struck by this. And like I said, Singapore is the exception everywhere. Whether I'm looking at economic data, whether I'm looking at the attitudes of young people, it's quite insane. And I also looked at the charts, and it seems like every country is having a bad time except Singapore. I really tried to give you guys a bad Singapore outlook. I can't, right? It's going to be really peaceful compared to every other country, and only Singaporeans think that their kids are going to be better off than in any other country, and it's huge, right? So I can only come to a conclusion at this point that there are only two possibilities. Okay, so possibility number one is that the government is truly and utterly the best government in the world. So that's a real possibility, that they really are the best beyond any other government in the world, and that we are going to be this cyberpunk, very tech focused, and everyone's going to have jobs, everyone's going to have food, and it's going to be brilliant, right? So we are going to be in bright lights while the rest of the world looks not so good, right? So we could be like that, little tiny oasis in the middle of, like, you know, a war zone, right? Or the other possibility is that we are living in a bubble, right? So you take of it what you will, and yeah, it's like I'm not an economist and I'm not a politician. I'm an astrologer, and my job is to look at data, and the data is very interesting. No matter where I look, Singapore is an exception. I can barely find anything where Singapore fits in with just about the rest of the world. We are in a story of our own, right? So I don't know about you as a Singaporean. I'm hoping and praying that that bubble is titanium. It better be titanium, right? Because we are the only ones saying a different story from everyone else. Okay, so that's all what I have to say on Singapore. Okay, you make of it what you will. Okay, so the next thing is Malaysia. Okay, so that's the neighbor. So that's the other country in the hotspot. Now, Malaysia, I've been featuring Malaysia a lot on my prediction webinars because Malaysia is also undergoing a sea change, and a lot of it is already quite apparent, just like the way it is in South Korea, and later as I talk about some other countries, right? So now, first of all, is that there is an awakening of beliefs, and I think people are getting a lot more interested in roots, culture, history, where people come from, and stuff that happened a long time ago. So and the period that is more that I put here is between July to December. So we are still in this period. And I've covered this period in previous webinars as well. So what you kind of see here is that there is a fragmentation of ideology in politics. Now, and the thing is, similarly with Singapore and with South Korea, you actually have this red dotted line that cuts across the 6th and the 12th house. So, and this is a pattern that I see happening a lot in most of the Asian countries. This is a pattern that I see happening in this part of the world that it's not a pattern that shows up in the other side of the world. Very interesting. And like I said, my job is to be an astrologer, right? And when I see the Neptune that's here, sometimes it can refer to a few things. So first of all, I don't think this is a health thing. There are no indications to show that there is a health crisis in Malaysia. So don't quote me saying that. But could it affect things like the job situation? Yes. So that means, could we see an erosion, a dissolving of certain industries, certain job opportunities? Probably. Okay, and this is this particular thing has been there for a number of years now. So it actually started in the COVID years, and it is extending to just about now. It's ending off about now. And so, and also the other thing that we see here is that this red dotted line actually creates a connection between Mercury, so this purple planet, and Neptune, where there is mental confusion. So mental confusion means that it could be communication that isn't clear. So maybe the story that is being told from one day to another may change. So that's one way in which communication can be not clear. Now, another one is that people are talking to each other, but it's like they cannot understand what the other person is saying. So, and it's also that it's hard-coded in Malaysia's chart that this purple planet here is an indicator for things like politics, the law, religion, and ideology in general. So what you essentially start to see is a case of where there are different stories that are being told, and sometimes the stories don't always make sense to each other. So there's a communication problem. Okay, moving forward is that we also have there is, let me see this up. Okay, so what you have here is this. The chaos planet is here. I just forgot to put in the dotted line. So the chaos planet is here in the 7th house, where, as I mentioned, this 7th house can also describe the relationship between the people who are in charge and the people. So when you have this chaos, but it's either chaos or it can be a fresh new perspective. And in this case, because it is affecting the line is missing here, yeah, that is actually affecting Jupiter that's here. So basically it affects how people see things. It's a paradigm of a perspective of how something is being seen. And so it does suggest that there could be more of a populism, or perhaps this idea that maybe we need to sort of redefine a few things about how what the country thinks is correct or wrong, or what we might accept and not accept. And this, like I said, is not a new placement. It's been there just about the COVID period, and I've covered it in past webinars. So this is why you are starting to notice that, for example, I mentioned that the cancellation of the music festival, that there is perhaps a bit of a rise of some conservatism. And you'll find that there is a bit more support for ideas that support more of the roots or more conservative beliefs. So that means, could this sometimes mean a little bit less openness to some of the things that have been introduced in the Earth era when it comes to globalization, where people have been very, very tolerant. And just like with all Earth eras in the past, whether this was the Roman Empire or the Song dynasty, you find that when you have different nationalities coming together to do business in a marketplace, well, you can't have the Turkish person like saying bad things about the Chinese person, because then they want to do business together. And I think as the globalization starts to sort of ebb a little bit, you may find that then there's a lot less when there isn't a lot of interaction, then of course some of these misunderstandings may start to occur a bit more often, and this could become strong November and December, which is about now. Okay, so between this month and next month, there could be a bit more of this awakening that's showing up. Okay, so now next is that we also have, by the time we get to, I've made a bit of a mistake here actually. No, actually I haven't. Okay, so no, this is correct. Okay, so around now also, that you start to find that there is a bit more of the openness for changes. And the reason is because, as I said, this blue planet is here, so people are ready for like a fresh new perspective. And the fact that the dotted line sort of goes between 8 and 2. And this can mean changes to the monetary system. It could be because Malaysia, as I mentioned yesterday, is very concerned about some of the shared monies. And you may be familiar with EPF and things like that. It's actually it's a shared money for the entire country. So if there's a concern about financial security, then could we also see reform, like some form of financial reform or rules that are changing? It could be that it might be necessary. And another thing is that sometimes you may also find that similarly, values in astrology actually belong to the same space. Whether you're talking about monetary value or principal values, they actually belong to the same place in an astrology chart. So that's where people start to decide that there are differences in how you want to value things as well. And you'll find that the leaders will start to need to quell a lot of restlessness, especially if there's a lot of changes or if people feel like, okay, this thing doesn't work, there's going to be the need to quell it. So the time period is not exactly just 2023, but you find that towards the end of next year, it becomes stronger, especially with regard to the restlessness, especially if some of these rules are not so comfortable because people don't like change. So that's how it is. So I'm just sharing some of the statistics here that because of demographics changes, so the estimation here by demographers is that, so things like, and this is happening worldwide, that the compositions will change. So you will find that about 70%, okay, of Malaysians will be Muslims in about 30 to 20 something years time. And I got this from a newspaper report that about some 86% of Malaysians have said in the poll that they are in favor of making Sharia regulations the official national law. So the thing is, it's about also looking at what the majority of the population wants. It's not just Malaysia. As I said, South Korea is going to start to change what they think is the right culture for them, that we, even if we are Korean, we don't really believe in like cramming for exams anymore because it doesn't make sense, right? So you're going to see that happening a lot in the air era, that it's a redefinition of what people want. And as I said, you want to be very suspicious if your country is not looking at redefinition. Everyone is looking at redefinition, and only 1 or 2 countries are not looking at redefinition. Okay, so yeah, and that's when in 2024 you find that most of the black sections in Malaysia's chart actually occur in the last part of the year, between September to the first quarter of the following year. Okay, so you might see some legislative changes that could start to shift around that time in a very clear way. Okay, so I have one more hotspot to cover, and it's the big one that everyone is waiting for. So I've got Hong Kong, Taiwan, and of course China. Okay, so let's start with Hong Kong. So Hong Kong hasn't had very good years. Some of the background here is that a lot of their population has left. A lot of experts have described this as a brain drain because many of them have gone to places like Australia, to the UK. Some of them are here in Singapore. And so the thing is, and this also means that a lot of the wealth is going out of Hong Kong. So some of the things that I see here is, and this is a very long period, by the way. So it starts as early as this year. It will stretch all the way until January of 2026. So that means we are talking about the next 2.5 years even. And what you'll see here is that there will be a lot of control measures. Pluto here tells you that the control of the community will increase. So that means civil liberties and what people can say, what people can do, what people can talk about in the media. So you'll find that a lot of the communities that are not aligned will be forced to disband. And this has already started happening for some time. And so you'll find that naturally, so the red line actually affects the Venus, Neptune, so these 2 planets here. So and these are the indicators for things like youth. So basically, it will start to drive even more young people away from Hong Kong. And it also means that, unfortunately, this is also an indication of driving wealth away. So you'll start to find that the pattern is not going to stop. In fact, it's probably going to exacerbate. And also what I do see here is that the period in 2024 is going to slow Hong Kong's economy even further down. Okay, so, and this is going to be again strongest in the last part of next year and all the way until the first quarter of 2025. Okay, so this is not the Hong Kong that I grew up with. That's basically what I'm saying. Okay, so got this from CNN that according to a poll and a study, is that nearly half of all the foreign businesses in Hong Kong are planning to relocate. So this is this will definitely involve foreigners leaving. It will definitely involve maybe young people potentially relocating to other cities, and also investment that will leave the city. I also have some statistics from last year's economy that their merchandise export actually dropped 15%. And the value of their exports have also fallen by another 13%. So this is a big thing because Hong Kong has been one of the shining tigers of the Earth era. And when we talk about the Eastern tigers, Hong Kong is always on the list. And I'm not sure that the tiger is roaring in the next few years. And also that the exports to Asia, these are actual numbers. I'm not making this stuff up, right? So you can find this on the internet. It's already happened, right? So the exports are down. Okay, so that's for Hong Kong. And of course, we want to look at the next tiger, which is Taiwan. Okay, so the first thing is that from about May onwards, okay, so the economic disruption is coming from a few factors. Okay, so the first of all is that we have the chaos planet here in the 8th house. And the number 8 house is shared monies. And shared money can also refer to things like investments. So where there's a combination of local money and outside money, right? So, and because the chaos planet is very close to where Mars is, so this red planet in astrology is basically an indicator for things like military presence. In good times, it doesn't always mean military. It can mean that they start to become aggressive with their marketing and selling more things, which does not make sense in the context of what we are seeing right now. It's very unlikely that Taiwan is going to be suddenly getting a lot of foreign investors wanting to invest in their country right now. So what is more likely to happen is an increase in military presence. So whether is it a local military or is other country investing their military presence in Taiwan is another way of interpreting the astrology here. So we can expect, because it cuts across the 8 and 2, and this is the money axis in a country. So similarly to kind of what we are seeing with Hong Kong also, you will start to find that trade investments start to maybe not want to stick around where the soldiers are. And so and also more easily affected by external economic conditions, and also with your major trading partners. And it's important to actually pay attention to who are the major trading partners in Taiwan. So, and now further is that obviously this starts to affect the people. So any lines that start to affect the moon in an astrology chart, in a country's chart, means that the average person, your auntie, uncles, and your grandparents start to get involved now. So you'll find that the changes to the economic situation, Neptune is also here in the 6th house, which means could there be lack of jobs? Could there be basically less economic activity? That makes logical sense, right? And so it starts to affect people, and that means could this mean things like employment or income issues? It will start to be an issue from May onwards. So that's in about half a year's time. So this economic disruption will be strongest in the second and the third quarter of next year. Okay, so and so I got this off Channel News Asia that squeezed by inflation and low salaries. Basically, the young adults in Taiwan, similarly to what we are seeing in Hong Kong and in South Korea, that graduates are spending a third of his salary renting a tiny, toilet room, right? And some people say that they can only afford a home if they don't eat or drink for 20 years. So they're describing themselves as being stuck right now. And that's why, I mean, I'm such a broken record, but I want to appeal to a lot of Singaporeans and say that it is only in our country that we think that the youngsters are going to be better off than us. Just saying, right? So, and also that so Taiwan's economy has already fallen into a recession. So the GDP has really gone down first quarter of this year. And also the right now the blame is being put on the fact that semiconductors, which is of course their money spinner, is starting to be a bit of an issue because people are building their own semiconductor factories. I mean, you don't want to be beholden to one place in the world where you get your semiconductors, especially as all your satellites and all the electronics that's around you all have the chips in them. So nobody wants to be beholden to Taiwan. It makes sense, doesn't it, that basically people are relocating this. And that means Taiwan is starting to see a lot less demand. I think it makes perfect sense, right? And like I said, the issue with the trade partners is that either whether you think of it as proximity, geographical proximity to China or whichever, that even as Taiwan gets a bit stuck sort of between the China-US thing, that the truth is China's trade with Taiwan is far bigger than what it does with the United States. So here are some stats, right? So mainland China and Hong Kong account for 42% of Taiwan's exports. So 4 out of 10 dollars that are being exported out of Taiwan is with China. So China is their biggest customer, and the US only has a 15% share. So it's a huge difference. And 22% of their imports actually come from China. So the point that I'm trying to make here, guys, is that the truth is Taiwan and China have a symbiotic relationship. They need each other. So China buys a lot of what Taiwan produces and vice versa. So they are probably among the biggest trading partners with each other. Okay, so it's a fact, right? So and what you see here is naturally that right now Taiwan, for the last couple of years, has been asking their companies, their startups, to maybe not be so dependent on China. Maybe you can explore doing business elsewhere. So that's been happening, and it's probably one of the reasons that's also creating a bit of an issue with at least in the short term with regard to Taiwan's economic performance. I'm not an economist, I'm just the astrologer, okay? So when we look at Taiwan, it does look like by the time we get to the end part of the year, as I said, it's in the middle part of the year where you start to see the economy seriously floundering. By the time we get to about October, then what you see here is that, and although a lot of people are expecting to hear a lot of like military problems, but it doesn't look like it. In fact, the issues here seems like the number one issue is an economic issue. So that by the time they're looking for a foreign intervention is because there's no money, right? So that the leaders are unable to find solutions. So of course, they are reaching out for international resources. So what that is, I don't know. IMF, UN, maybe, ASEAN, maybe, right? I don't know. But it does look like there is a lot of tensions because then international negotiations have to proceed here. So with regard to what they're discussing, your guess is as good as mine. But basically, Taiwan will be asking for help, and the indications here does not look like it is not military help. Okay, it looks more like financial economic assistance. Okay, and what I also see here is that, like I said, the chaos planet is now connecting to the sun, and the sun in any country's chart has a lot to do with things like leadership. So in this case, we would be referring to the Taiwanese prime minister and the cabinet. That it starts to be that as more players are getting involved with Taiwan. In fact, as of now, there are already a lot of players getting involved in Taiwan's issues. But as more and more people start to get involved, if foreign intervention comes in, then the leaders start to not be able to have the grip on being able to make changes, right? So because then there are more parties, there are more entities to consider. So I mean, that's happening, right? So it gets strong from about October onwards. Okay, so basically, that's another tiger that I think will not be roaring very loudly in 2024. Okay, so, and the biggest tiger of all is China, right? So what can we expect? I've only started including China in my last, 2 or 3 webinars. I never really bothered with them in the past, and you might see why. Okay, so the economy isn't doing great either, and part of it is also because we it's not one country by one country, right? Basically these three tigers, they operate together. It's a hotspot for a reason. And that means by about July, what I actually see here is that this red line that cuts across here is both Saturn and Saturn. And as I mentioned earlier, Saturn is not an easy planet. Basically, it's mature, it's hard, it's like looking at hard truths, right? So it does look like, and especially for them, it's playing in the 1-7 axis. So this is in agreements. So whether these are political agreements or financial agreements, I think it's all of it. And the chart suggests that China is taking a hard stance with their partners. So basically, people who kind of don't like this inflexibility will basically disappear. They'll just say, okay, I don't want to play this game anymore. And unfortunately, the chart also suggests that a lot of these people are going to be the elites. They are going to be the rich people, the wealthy people. So that means China could potentially see a bit of but they kind of have been seeing a brain drain and a financial drain for some time already. And so what you also see here is that there's a general lethargy. Should not be surprising to you. This has been going on for a while in China now. So basically, there's no energy. So there's a weakness in the economy, and that means resignation goes both ways. It's people resigning jobs and also feeling resigned. Also things like the lack of productivity. And of course, I mean, when people are pushed to that kind of situation, then you'll find a lot of people are looking for easy money. And so the chart doesn't tell me what people are actually doing, but you see, the search for easy money can mean anything from scams to cheating and stealing things, or even like buying into very, very, very short-term investments where people just want to make a killing just to survive, maybe. And also you'll find that a lot of the trading partners who would normally be getting activity going, so you find that the trading partners, what the chart suggests is that they will be disappointing. So that means in terms of things like volume or how much activity is actually happening, it's going to be a bit on a downward trend. But having said that, I mean, other concerns apart, right? I mean, because this is a thing that's happening in that region. So especially as you look at South Korea, Hong Kong, Taiwan, it's like it should not surprise anybody, okay, that this economy is not going to be, the greatest. And in terms of this attacking, as I said, Mars has an indication of fighting, and it's traditionally in astrology, when astrologers serve kings, I mean, Mars is fighting and military action. And in this case, it doesn't actually look like they are going to be attacking anybody directly. This is an indirect attack. So sometimes it could be like just saying things, right? Or breaking agreements, or perhaps playing around with like an economic setup. But it doesn't look like, I'm not going to commit that this is anything to do with dropping bombs or none of it, right? Not really. And it's going to be strong in around the first and the third quarter of next year. And like I said, when it comes to things like trading partners, if you look at the economy of most countries, and if they rank the countries that they do business with, China is actually number one to more than half of the countries in the world. That's 120 countries. And what this actually means is that if China is down, and if what I see from the chart that the trading partners are not delivering, it means that everybody else in the world is not delivering, sometimes not because they're trying to be unfriendly, but because the economy in general is a bit on the depressed side, right? So and you find like tech exodus is happening. So a lot of the emerging markets, places like Thailand, places like Vietnam, Cambodia, they are benefiting from the exodus of manufacturing. Again, this is not new. So this has been going on for a while now. And also, I also wanted to highlight that there is a symbiotic relationship between China and US, because they are also each other's number one trading partner. So basically, it's quite hard to, basically what I'm saying is that now that the Earth era is over, I'm trying to suggest that the trading and the economic objective is starting to not be their top priority anymore. And that's why, so is this idea of that the US could use exports and business to sort of counter China. That's the kind of stuff that you see in the newspapers nowadays. And this actually came up in Channel News Asia just a few days ago. I just added it into my PowerPoint slide that there are companies in China that are borrowing at a 50% rate because there's no liquidity. And it's like, I don't think I need to tell you that this is a quick fix solution, right? It's like that's paying back at 50% interest rate. I'm not really sure how this is going to work. So of course, the other thing is that the situation you're seeing with South Korea and Taiwan and Hong Kong about young people is also the case in China. This is making headlines everywhere. That in fact, the unemployment rate for young people in China is up to about 21%, and this is actually old data. I saw in the papers just recently that it's gone up to very, very close to about 22% already. So 1 in 5, more than that actually, and that they already started talking about like redistributing young people into the fields. Like we've heard that story before, right? And I don't know about you, I do know some Chinese young people. I'm not really sure they want to work in the field, so I'm not sure that's going to work this time. And also that 7.7 million people applied for 200,000 government jobs. It's like, if you think BTO applications are bad, this is way worse, right? So that's not going to be a lot of jobs going on around here. And a lot of these people are the graduates. So similarly with South Korea, people have been pushing kids into universities and the graduates are not getting jobs. So now moving even further, that by the time we get to about the middle of the year, China's going to start to try and affect people on a more personal level, because the people are getting affected now. So, and of course, the young people start to become very rebellious, and also that they start to challenge and disregard financial and debt agreements. The chart doesn't specifically say so, but I think if I were to make an intelligent guess, a lot of people are not going to be able to pay their mortgage. So it's a very similar situation as what we see in Canada. And that therefore, of course, if people are angry, then and there's a lot of people in China. So that means you're going to start to see a bit more rebellious behavior. This doesn't always mean that people are looting and killing each other. It doesn't say so. But it just simply means that people are deciding like just not to be very active, for example. And that escalates by the time we get to the third quarter. So moving even further is that even as these issues show up, but the chart also suggests that this is what I call a stoic response. Because if you were expecting like most other countries where a lot of these knee-jerk reaction shows up, the funny thing is I don't see that in China. So it's like I don't see the government getting running around trying to solve the short-term problem. That actually they seem to be quite calm, interestingly. And so basically a lot of the flamboyant posturing seems to be coming from other people, but that China actually reacts in a fairly stoic manner. If you've seen reports, right, there's just a guy sitting with a microphone and he just has an unexpressionless look on his face. And also that of course then this could also mean a slowdown in the market. That's a given, and that people would be very frustrated with the fact that this stuff is happening and the reaction doesn't seem to be major. And I don't know how this will work out, but the chart actually is quite specific on this. And so it becomes strong between November to February. So again, the end of the year when this becomes, the frustration is at the strongest. Now, I'm not done with China. So you'll see that one of the concerns is that because the unemployment rate is growing in that region, not just in China, but in the other countries as well, there's comparisons right now. In my research, I've seen a lot of the international organizations are legitimately worried that we can see similar patterns with what happened with the Arab Spring many years ago, and the factors are similar, especially with regard to youth unemployment. So there is some concern about that. Now, the last thing I want to show you about China is that we are seeing what we call astrologically threats from the back door. And this actually is not a 2024 forecast. This is actually, I'm giving you a bit of a bonus. I'm looking at all the way until the following year. That there's a slowdown in resource availability. And most of the time in the Earth era, we think of resource as being money. And we are no longer in the Earth era. So resources are literal resources. That slowdown in resources means that the leaders have more problems on their hand that could be more important. And that means things like labor shortages. This could also potentially mean things like bank breakdowns, so that when certain functions don't quite work anymore, and also the fall in international trade. So that there will be a lot of noise in the media around this time. That already is, but I think it's going to step up further because it shows up on my chart that there will be a lot of anti-China content that is all over the media, more so than what you see now. And the last thing I really want to emphasize here is this last red line that's here, because Pluto is a danger, and the moon is the people. the regular people. And anything that's in the 12th house is things that come out of nowhere. It is it's like the way COVID just showed up out of nowhere. So it's like if I say a threat from the back door, it's that kind of thing. It shows up out of nowhere. And it does suggest that the danger, which is this is the god of death, and the danger is mounted at the back door, right behind here. And this can mean that the people themselves are fractured, and therefore it means that that if there's any kind of threats that show around now, it becomes all the more ominous because the people are not together, right? So, and what is this threat from the back door? Well, I mean, you can draw your own conclusions, right? But basically, the threats become, and I've said here, it's 10 February 2025 onwards, and it will be stronger between March to July of 2025. Okay, so like I said, what threats these are, there are many ways that this can play out. One is the youth thing. So that means and it's a lot of young people. In terms of real numbers, there's a lot of angry people, right? So that's one possibility. Now, another is that the other possibility is that there's no actual fighting. It's like people just lie flat. So they tangping and they bailan, and basically they don't want to participate in the economy. Now, could that be an attack from the back door? It's an unusual attack, but it could be. Like it's basically young people attacking yourselves. But remember, I talked about the resources. And in my research, it seems that China also has legit concerns about other resources that are very important, things like water. And in my research, I've been quite surprised to realize that actually for a country that is geographically so big, that actually China has a lack of water resources, and that which is why they also have to buy water from other countries. So it's really important, this trading partner thing. It's not just about money. Like I said, we are no longer in the earth era. So I don't think money is the number one concern. It's things like, is there water? Now, another thing is, now this is an old article. This was back when when COVID was still going on. Not sure if you remember, but there had been a series of blackouts in China where even the factories had to stop operating because they ran out of coal. And ever since the Ukraine war started, China has been buying natural gas like nobody's business. And what this tells you is that China has potentially a lack of fuel. And it means that it's a big country. It's not so easy to switch everything. And I don't think the renewable sources are actually, replacing anything. So the truth is, as we look at resources, we could also see a potential that China could be short of the basic resources like water and coal. And especially if the trading partners are not delivering. So, and this becomes the biggest question here, isn't it? And that the other threat from the back door is the obvious one. Okay, so and the weird thing is that despite the challenges, the really tough challenges that I think I see clearly in China's chart, the FBI in America is calling them the China threat. So it's like China is a very scary place, right? And so news from the US is saying like China has the world's largest navy. It's got 355 ships. The Pentagon is warning the world about how the navy is huge in China. And also it's very interesting, and a lot of it is very subtle, because then the US is saying that, oh, Philippines, don't worry, we will protect you if China attacks you. And we also have the US Department of Defense making a commitment to Japan that if China attacks, then we will commit to defending you. So China is a very dangerous country right now, that we will protect Japan. And so Taiwan is also now saying that, okay, the US military is preparing for war. And this comes from the Chinese analysts, that they are basically saying that, well, I mean, if you look at the facts, the US is preparing for war. And the Philippines has just revealed that there are 4 locations in the north of Philippines that are now US Army bases. So what you basically see is that there are a lot of commitments to the region, that the US is going to protect these countries if China were to attack. And Japan, who traditionally has not had a very strong army for a long time now because of treaties and stuff that came after the World War. So Japan has not been militarily major in the world. But so this is dated August of 2023, so that's just a few months ago, that they've released a military white paper that justifies, well, here's why we need to do war preparations against China, because the US feels that they need to protect us in case China attacks, right? So, and this is, I think this image is important. And I saw this and I thought it was interesting that what you have here is this yellow line that you see here is known in American terms as what they call the first island line. And it starts all the way at the top here where you've got Japan. So those are the Japanese islands, and the US is defending Japan there. And Japan actually has islands that go all the way down, and can you see like these little dotted dots here, that these are all Japanese islands, and they go all the way just behind where Taiwan is. And of course, there's Taiwan itself, which currently officially does not have military presence on it. And then you come all the way down here to where the Philippines is, and you can see all these bright dots here. Now, these are the locations of the new US military bases that are located in the Philippines. And of course, there are a couple more down here. And all the way down here, I know you can't see, it's right at the bottom, is where Singapore is where there is a US Navy base. Here in Singapore, where I'm from. And you can see some of these little submarines that are like here. And these submarines are stealth submarines. Nobody knows where they are because they are so good that you can't detect them underwater. So they could be anywhere. I have no idea where these are. And some of these are coming from an agreement called AUKUS that comes with the UK and Australia and the US. That involves a lot of submarines. You can go online and read by yourself. A lot of details here, lots of submarines, and they are somewhere in that water that nobody knows where those submarines actually are. So what you see here, guys, is known as the first island line. And I'm not making this up. You can just type it into Google and you can go read about it by yourself. Not my invention. Yeah, I mean, if you woke up in the morning and you went to your back door and you saw this there, I think you might be quite concerned. Okay, so that's what I was saying on the topic. Okay, so what I am putting out here is that now I've given you your forecast, right? So I've covered the Eastern Tigers. And I did promise yesterday that I want to really seriously we can look at all the big boys and all the fights that they're going to have, but that's them, right? And a lot of us, we are not involved with this. We don't have a beef with any of these people, right? And that means even as we take a good look at the forecast, now the purpose here is not to scare all of us into oblivion, but rather, okay, we have to be realistic about what is actually happening. We can tell lies, but I prefer not to. So that means I would much rather we think very, very strongly about repurposing. So that means in terms of the resources that are available right now, as I said, it's quite important to think of this idea of a reallocation, because as I said, you have to look at a different set of priorities now. And that's exactly what I'm going to be focusing on after the break. So we are about 11:33 right now. I will be resuming at 11:45. I think that's a really good time. But in the meantime, I did want to share a couple of things. So there are two groups of people that I thought I'm just sharing some of these resources that you might want to sort of take on. But the first group are people who are business owners and leaders. Earth era, there's a way to lead an organization in the Earth era, and then there are considerations that come up for many reasons, depending on where in the world you're operating, and the insights on what is actually happening as it pertains to your business becomes extra important. So what I present here is the macro stuff, right? So that is what's coming up for everybody. But I think in terms of a business owner where there are specific concerns, then that's something that you could be looking at. Now, the other thing is that in terms of leading, especially as a lot of leaders are looking at reallocating your manpower, reallocating your financial and your other resources as well. It's very hard to find anybody who can talk about this topic, because most of the people that you will find out there are still giving Earth era advice, because they come from Earth era countries, they come from Earth era companies. All the charts that they're reading is from the Earth era, and there is no context there is no precedent, at least in their industry and their world, about what there is to come. And I'm specifically also looking at leaders who are not just looking at Earth era outcomes, which is like, which industry do I go into so that I can make the maximum amount of money? I'm not exactly sure that that necessarily is the number one question, but rather it's in the repurposing of resources, looking at leaders who are looking at more air era outcomes, and in terms of transiting your leadership into an air era outcomes. Okay, so that means when you look at things like charting your organization direction, and as you can see, I'm quite good at doing forecasts, right? So the thing is, for the right leaders, it can be very important where these forecasts can actually give a lot of fantastic insights and useful practical insights as to what needs to be done while we have time. Okay, so we have time now. It's maybe a year and a half. It's not a lot of time, but we have time, right? So that means allocation takes time and planning takes time. Okay, so now for another group of people are the people who are also thinking about repurposing your personal direction. I have a lot more to share after the break, but if you are thinking about like relooking your personal goals, that if you take stock of your own life and you realize a lot of your activity is all based on Earth era objectives, all the activities are on the assumption that the Earth era will continue, and I tell you it will not. Already happening in South Korea and Taiwan and Hong Kong. We're just weird, right? And that means that now if you are thinking about looking at interpreting your own chart, that means looking into your own resources. You may not be a business owner and you may not have like people following you, but if you're just one person, how can you start looking at your own abilities and how you can find a new role for yourself as things will change very drastically in the next few years, and also to uncover a lot of your own valuable strengths so that you can participate in what's happening with the world, which I'm going to share more after the break. But if you'd like to, you can scan these QR codes to get more information about how what Self-Astrology is doing, and all the things that we have been doing for years and years with astrology may be relevant to you. Okay, so I'm going to go on a break right now. I will resume at 11:45. Okay, guys. So it's 11:45. Let's continue. Now, I did make promise yesterday that in fact we also want to look at. So we've looked at the decline of the past Earth eras, but just as I did yesterday, I've extended my study of the past air eras, and that means we want to see what's emerging now. Even as it's quite obvious that a lot of like I said, the priorities will change, and the way in which resources are allocated are going to change. Now, most of it you have already seen happening in the world already, right? So basically, those are not new factors. Like I said, we are 3 years into the air era already. However, I thought that there are some very interesting things which I didn't expect to see when I was looking at the air era, and I thought that it creates a lot of opportunities for us to participate in the air era, even as some of the not great forecast is occurring. And I want to keep emphasizing that even as the big countries are like having a major issue with each other, that's not us having an issue with each other. And that means the people on the ground can start to make a very big difference to the experience of how we go through the next 2 or 3 years at the very least. So part 2, I call it what happened in past air eras. So let's go on here. Okay, so if we look at a lot of the key phrases, so similarly to what I did earlier with the fire to the earth words. So of course, these are the earth words that we are familiar with. So every time we go into something, it's say if you decide on a new job, or to get whether or not you're going to invest your money into in your time and your effort also into a new venture. So these are the usual questions that we ask. So in the past, it could be you want to start something and people's first concern would be, okay, what does the queen think about this? So it used to be like that, and whether it was going to make money or not was not their number one concern. And this is the part that would be very confusing for most of us, because this is the world that we come from. So things like, what's the ROI? What's the cost benefit analysis? Or if I spend this amount of time, like, does it justify my time? And when they say justify, they're not talking about how many people benefit. They're talking about how much money can I make, right? So that's a very classic Earth era way of looking at like a viability of a project, for example. So guess why nobody cares about climate change, right? Ain't going to make any money out of it. So, and also this idea of like being in the top 10%. So there are concepts in the Earth era that we're familiar with. It's things like competition. It's the reason why when we go to school, why people cram at universities all over Asia and sometimes in the West as well, because the whole idea is to be top 10%, that maybe you can occupy the top 10% of all civil service and MNC jobs in the world, and maybe you can be the top 10 biggest Forbes 500, Fortune 500 companies. So this idea of economic competition is a big thing in the Earth era. And of course, I'm giving you a very big hint that economic competition is not the top priority in the Air era. Guess why big countries are going to war with each other? If they cared about money, they wouldn't do it. It's not a very it doesn't give you a very good ROI in the long term, right? So so with regards to things like if you look at words like building, assets, even things like and efficiencies, for example, and in the way we think about efficiency in the Earth era is not the same as the way we think about efficiency in the Air era. And that's why I think it's so important for me to show these words here. And I think even in the last 3 years, whether you count it from the pandemic, or some of my students have also told me that some of these things have been failing even like in the years leading up to the pandemic, which I totally agree, but definitely much more after the pandemic. So where we look into the Air words, so of course this is not an exhaustive list of words, but the words are not going to be very shocking to you because we already have them. The Air era didn't just start 3 years ago. The Air era started in 1981, before I was born. So basically, these words will not be shocking. So what we will see is actually that our world for the last 20 to 40 years is actually a combination of both sets of words like this. Right, so from 1981 onwards, the mobile phone, the internet, email, long distance phone calls, this was a thing. So communication was big in a way that it wasn't during the industrialization era, right? So that's pretty clear. We talk about things like online technology. It's not new. We kind of had technology in this way for quite a long time now. We've had machines, we've had automations for some time now, even in the factories, right? So we talk about things like research, things that are anywhere, viral. Come on, these are all not new words, right? And I think some of the words on the right-hand side start to be a little bit newer. So that means I don't think it was so big in the 1981 period, but probably more maybe in the last 3 years. So especially during the pandemic, where we start to realize that when you're isolated, then you kind of really care about the quality of the relationships. And suddenly people suddenly woke up and realized that besides your colleagues and your family members, you kind of don't really have friends. And also things like fairness and equality that became a big issue, social causes, inclusivity became this big thing, LGBTQ, whether or not certain people of certain color were accepted in certain countries. Now that is like major right now. It was big, but wasn't as big as this. So the thing is, what you start to see is that the shift from Earth to Air in terms of our priorities is if you don't agree with this, you're probably not reading the newspapers, right? So so even things like green or having more space, right? And the space that I'm talking about here is either our physical space. I'm also talking about outer space, right? So we cared about it, not like the way we care about it now, in terms of the kind of resources that are going to it and the interest that is in it. So even things that are not just fast, but we're talking about lightning fast, it has to be instant. People wanted it 5 seconds ago. So as you see that what is the real issue here is not so much about the words that we are adding on from the Air era, because we've had these words for a while. It's the fact that the Earth era words are going to disappear. They actually already have. It's the only reason why they're still around is because there are still old people around and the old people are still in charge. So that's why when we look at whether or not you agree with what a company is doing, but then you can criticize, but then their GDP is quite good, right? The P&L is quite good. So then everyone close their eyes, right? Which is what's happening. Now, guess why we are having a great resignation problem? Now, it's not that the salaries went down. In fact, strangely enough, in many industries, salaries went up. And in fact, during the COVID period where we thought that we would all be freaking out about how everyone's going to lose their jobs. But here's the weird thing. The numbers of people who actively, voluntarily quit their jobs was actually a lot higher than it was expected. You would think that people would hang on to their jobs, right? And one of the big issues was that people said that, well, I just didn't see a future in my industry. You found more and more people starting to describe what they are doing as a sunset industry, or that I show up at work and I'm just spinning the wheels. I'm not even sure why I'm there. And it's like we just go through and do the same reports again and again. Nobody is doing anything interesting. And it's like there are older people looking at their kids and going like, I think you don't join my industry. You know? So that became, that's like a thing now, right? So basically, like it or not, those earth words, they're disappearing. And this also means that yesterday, when I covered a lot of the industries that were big during our time, is going to disappear. And it's like, you know, it's very small things like this is like a digression, but a couple of weeks ago, there was a bomb that was discovered in Singapore, a World War II unexploded bomb. And I was following the reports on this. And I thought it was very interesting that it was reported that this bomb was potentially big enough to cause quite a bit of trouble for people. And so for the safety of all the people involved, they evacuated an entire section of town, right? And I'm sure many people have seen that in the newspapers. And I was very amused when I was reading the papers, and it seemed that for a lot of people, they assumed that the armed forces would take care of it, that it would be fine. No one's going to explode and no one's going to die. Like that part, they were very sure. The part they were not sure is like, is this going to affect the value of my property? And I thought it was so interesting that we even faced with the potential that a bomb could literally kill all the people who live there. The number one concern is like whether my property price is going to go down, right? So, I mean, I tell this story because you're going to start to see a lot of these misalignments of priorities that start to show up. Right. And you will see this over and over again. And even as we start looking at wars and everything, it's like somehow that there's always going to be a group of people who are used. I don't think this is not a blame game, but I think we are very used to looking at things from a very earth perspective. It's going to take a lot, right, for people to make that shift. But I've been doing these webinars. This is my 11th webinar, guys. I've done this free for 11 webinars now, and I always tell the same story, right? So okay, so next, let's go on. Okay, I promise I have new content. Okay, so then I've looked into the last 5,000 years of human history, and this time around I paid a lot of attention to the air eras, because I know at this stage it's important for me to more emphasis on like what are we preparing for. Okay, so and full disclosure, I mean, some of these things are not going to look great, but I also want to challenge a lot of our ideas, okay? And this occurred to me too, guys. Before you started looking at these slides, I had to look at it first, right? And it means that I also had to consider that when I think that, oh my God, this is bad, this is horrible, and I'm thinking of it through an Earth era perspective. So once I realized that, okay, if I take those lens away, then I can see things in a much more rational point of view. And I have to say this first, because if I don't, then it's just going to look like a terrible thing. But that's because you are pressing calculator and wondering how that's going to affect your bank balance, right? Now, if you can pause that for a while, stick with me, and I promise that there's going to be an end to this that give us a place to go, okay? So now there are a few themes, and I think the first one, I just go straight to it, okay? So that it is the end of great empires. And this is the thing in all air eras. So when I was doing my research, I was very interested, not so much in the Roman Empire, we know that story. I was very interested in what actually happened after they killed the last emperor. So it's like, okay, so what happened to all the people? Because now I want to know like what I'm in for, right? So in terms of the story here, was essentially that Europe broke up, right? Because basically the Roman Empire is a combination of many, many different cultures. And what it meant that people simply went back to their own cultures, right? And of course, lots of people would have lost their conventional job because you no longer have an administration. You don't have the Roman administration anymore. So even things like roads and certain markets, they were closed because then, you know, there were people with knives and swords and stuff. So nobody wants to go there anymore, right? And it meant that people had to learn to be self-sufficient. This is history. Check there's history books, right? So that means people actually went and reorganized themselves. So that means carpenters, fishermen, and people who were farmers, they had to find a new way of grouping together and sharing their skills with each other so that they could survive, right? And I think this makes sense. Now, similar things actually happened with the Song dynasty. And I think more than just the lack of actual financial resources, I think the bigger thing was the lack of a leadership. And when I say the end of great empires, it was that in the past, when a country wanted to do something, you had to pay attention to, well, how would Rome respond to this? And the same thing happens with the Song dynasty. And I see in our world that before you did something, you would think, okay, well, how would China or how would the US respond to this? But when you see when there is no more government and when there's nobody actually in charge, it means that consideration is not there. Okay, so this is why when we talk about the great empires, like I said, what you had was Mongolians and various other groups of people who basically raised the Song dynasty with all its walls, everything. They raised it to the ground, right? It's fact, history books. And you also had the same thing happening in Rome. And you can check your history books. In fact, Rome had been sacked multiple times. So it wasn't like it got sacked once and then after that it fell. It wasn't like that. They got sacked once and then at some point it was so pathetic that the emperor had to rule from outside of Rome. Like it was so dangerous to be in Rome that he had to move outside of Rome and rule from elsewhere. And it was quite funny. There was even one year where they had 4 emperors because when an emperor went on, then he got killed by his own army and then another emperor went on, and it's quite fascinating history. There was one year they had 4 emperors on the throne, which is quite crazy. So, and the funny thing is the person who became the next emperor was the assassin. And then once he sit on it, then the next assassin come and then the guy become the new emperor. So it's like, Game of Thrones in the highest way possible, right? So, but jokes aside, that was how the 2 other very big great empires of our history, that's how they ended lah. So I thought you might like to know, right? So now, theme number 2 is that much as the Earth era was characterized by peace, and basically, like I said, most people are not troublemakers because they have jobs, and you kind of want to put food on the table, and you don't want to be a troublemaker because they put you in jail, right? So the thing is, the problem is that as the so-called government and administration starts to fail, you find that the barbarians start to show up, and in both cases, in the Song dynasty and in Rome, it was barbarians. So of course, I put it in inverted commas because the word barbarians actually refer to a specific group of people. So Rome had been sacked by other people like the Visigoths, and there's another group of people called the Vandals. Today we think of Vandals as people who use spray paint and like draw on the walls and stuff, but the Vandals are like a real group of people, and they're called Vandals because they showed up in Rome and they started drawing on the walls, right? So that's why you call it a Vandal. But the thing here is that that's also a theme that we're seeing very often. So if you look into the history, the number 1 barbarian would be Genghis Khan. So they showed up, and according to the history books that I've been reading for the past couple of years, the Mongolians were described as being like uncivilized people. Because if you're looking at it from an Earth era, high-class Song dynasty sort of view, right? Now, these people didn't live in buildings. They didn't have a system in that sense. They were pretty much like people on horses. Sorry. So the thing was that so they were barbarians to the high class Song dynasty people. And you also get, now these are paintings that are from the era. And just by looking at these paintings, I think I don't need to tell you what happened to Rome. And you can see for yourself, this is what they meant by barbarians, okay? And I know it sounds like such a far-fetched idea that people could behave in this way, but we've seen it. We've seen it, right? It's shown up. Rome has been sacked once already. And both of the great empires had been sacked multiple times. Before the empire fell, we had our first official sacking. There are other places where this is happened shortly after the Trump incident. This happened in Brazil. Some people didn't like the result of the election, so they made their unhappiness known by showing up in large groups of people and vandalizing things and being barbarians, basically. We also have similar things happening in Asia where I'm not sure if you guys know about the Hindutva. It's a group of people in India who have decided that some religions, people of certain religions and certain colors are not welcome. And they've made their unwelcome very clear to the people who are not welcome, right? So, and we are seeing that a lot right now. Then the fact that there are all these groups of refugees like all over dotted around the world where they are not welcome, it's like it becomes a bit of a story here already. And it's the level of unfriendliness, we can pretend it's not happening, but it is, right? So open the newspapers and see for yourself. So the rise of barbarians is going to come up. And a lot of people have mentioned like the concern about things like weapons that kind of stuff, and we may want to stop it. I'm not really sure what your plan is for stopping violence. There's a lot of these people. Okay, so now the theme number 3 is climate disasters. And I was frankly, I was quite amused to see this, because for the past few years, we've had all these international organizations, and you know how we're all like paying for plastic bags and trying to reduce waste. Now, I'm not saying those things are not good, and it's quite clear. Now, when we talk about the climate thing, and this is something that I've discovered from the research, is that there is a big difference between human caused problems and not human caused problems, right? So the obvious human caused problems is the fact that we generate a ton of trash, and the rich countries are very good at throwing perfectly good food out of the window and down the dustbin, right? So that is definitely human created problem. There's no argument about it, right? So the rich countries are putting a lot of factory black ash into the sky, and that part no one is arguing about. That is all human fault, right? And it's the fault of, frankly, the richest countries are the biggest culprits. That part no one is arguing with it. However, we also start to see a lot of these very strange climate things. So whether you're talking about like the glaciers are melting, the Alps are melting. I was in Europe, I saw the ice melt. It was quite scary. And you also start to realize that there are certain places that are way too hot. Like you go there and people are like dying of heat stroke and stuff, right? So, and the thing is that a lot of it has been drawn as a connection to the pollution that we're putting out there. And I'm not absolving the horrible companies from stuff, but I have to be honest, when I did my research, climate disasters is like a thing in every era. So this happened with the Romans, this happened with the Song people, and this happened with the Greeks too. So the funny thing is that, and when I say climate disasters, I'm not talking about the odd earthquake that we've had in Haiti and like the odd wildfire in some Indonesia, Canada. I'm not talking about those things. I'm talking about the stuff that wipe out like the whole civilization. And you know how even as children, when we were in school and we study all these ancient civilizations, and there's always this question mark moment where you sort of walk in there and you see this civilization and all the people disappeared, right? And you kind of, and kids will always ask, like, where did all these people go? If they are so advanced, then you know what happened, right? And climate disaster is always one of the things that's there. And the historians are never 100% sure what actually happened, you know? But I did do a lot of research to get these guys. And here's the proof, right? Now, first of all, that a lot of historians actually think that much as, yes, Rome created a lot of other political problems. So there are a host of reasons why the Roman Empire died. But one of the big reasons was actually climate change. And in fact, the temperatures started going crazy. And in those days, they didn't exactly have like observatories and like high-class scientists, right? They were very rich, but they're not very good with science, right? And the thing was that they didn't always understand why the temperature went insanely crazy and then all the crop died. So basically, you didn't have food. Remember, I said once the Earth era ends, the good weather has ended. So basically, the farmers' yield has fallen, and we see that now, guys, it's happening, right? And also because as the temperatures change, it also means that human bodies were not adjusting well. So that's one way. Also, the population very big, you see. So then basically they are all living in very dense areas in most city centers where diseases spread very fast. So hashtag COVID, right? So, and you also get this idea of the plague. So the problem with the word plague, right, is that in the olden days, everything is plague. Like as long as a lot of people die and then they call it plague. So there wasn't enough medical studies for people to know for sure exactly what bacterium killed them. We have a good idea, but no one knows 100% for sure. And this idea of the plague, actually there were two plagues that kind of killed the Roman Empire. One was the Antonine plague that happened a bit earlier, and the one that totally like wiped out half the people was the bubonic plague. And that was the one that we know a bit more about because there was more record, right? But the point here is that historians are right now sounding the alarm about the climate factors that led to the fall of Rome. And because all the experts are seeing the parallels, and it is uncanny, guys, right? So do your research and you'll be surprised what you find. And that we can learn a lot of crucial lessons by examining the natural forces that shape the rise and the fall. So good weather, don't take it for granted. Anyway, it's gone already. So next one is that now this is the picture of a lot of the American civilizations, whether you look at the Mixtec, the Teotihuacans, the Mayans. Hey guys, I studied them all, okay? Because I really went and studied and I wanted to know what happened to those civilizations. And I found this, that this is there was a Mayan city called Mayapan, and it's major. It's like New York City for them, right? And in fact, the collapse has been linked by experts to specifically drought that happened in the 13th and 14th centuries. So this is actually from the last cycle of the air era, and that's just about the 13th century. Actually, the 14th moved a bit into the water already, but so you can see that. So the drought actually happened around the 1400 period, and it actually led to the entire collapse and abandonment of the whole city. So this is not one earthquake, guys. This is like wipe out the whole civilization. Okay, happened in history. Yeah. Okay, now Angkor Wat. I haven't talked about this. This is another one of those civilizations that was fantastic in those days. If you study it, it's just amazing what Southeast Asian people are capable of doing. It wasn't just the Romans, right? So, they are our shining star, right? And also that they collapsed. We know this, right? And apparently nobody actually 100% knows exactly why, just like with the Roman Empire. A lot of factors, but from what I've been able to see so far is that one of the big reasons was water. Now, because Angkor Wat actually has, from my understanding, I'm not a historian, yeah, my understanding is that they had a very advanced drainage water system, that it was a mixture of drainage and what delivered drinking water to the very, very dense city population, as we do in all our major cities right now. But you see, the weather started to do very weird things. So there were times where there was just no rain, it just didn't come, and so there was no water, and it started to screw up the system, which was not designed, because they never had this kind of nonsense weather, right? So, which meant that the system was not designed to deal with the fact that there was no water in the system. And then when the water did come, it flooded. So there was so much water that the whole system just failed. And eventually it just meant that people didn't have drinking water. So guess what? They left. So this was one of the reasons. There were many other reasons, but basically weird, totally crazy climate behavior is one of the reasons why Angkor Wat has collapsed, among other things, right? So which we are also seeing in everywhere. Now in 536 AD, so we go back 2 cycles before that. So this was in the 6th century. And I was very shocked to see this, because I thought I was very smart and I know a lot about history, and I did not know this, that in the year 536, the world went dark. And basically they had 2 years of winter. Okay, so let that sink in, guys. 2 years of winter. No spring, no summer, no autumn, 2 years of winter, and it was very weird because in those days they had no internet. So basically what happens in one place, the people from far away, they had no idea what just happened. And it meant that when they look at the sky, they couldn't understand why the sun went dark. And basically they had perpetual darkness. So basically it was nighttime for almost 2 years. And in case you are thinking that's not possible because the earth is turning, right? So here's what happened. Volcanic eruption is what a lot of the experts are saying. And of course, you might be thinking, but we have volcanic eruption during the earth era. Yeah, you ain't seen a volcanic eruption like this. It's the kind where the volcano blasted itself, like completely gone. One of these volcanoes was thought to be Krakatoa, which is in Indonesia, but there are a couple of others. And what experts thought was that there were a few major, crazy, insane, out of this world volcanic eruptions that were so big that it filled the world with volcanic ash all over the atmosphere until it spread around the entire atmosphere, and it blocked out the sun, right? So this is a total eclipse of the sun, and it was so much of it that it lasted for more than a year, 18 months to 2 years, depending on where you were. And for many of the people, when they look at the sky and the sun disappeared, of course, then they were very religious, right? And then they thought that basically the world has ended. God is angry with you. And then depending on what religion you were, they all thought the world was going to end. It probably kind of did, because it messed with the rainwater system. When there's so much volcanic ash in the air, there was no evaporation, so the rain didn't come. And there was no drought. There was drought for many, years. And it meant that the food wasn't growing. And of course, the people starved. Right? And then eventually, when the rains did come, so I start to see a bit of a pattern here, that in multiple different cycles, there are some similarities here. So at first it's drought, there's no food. And then when the rain comes, you'll find that the lands don't have things growing on them, because even all the natural trees and flowers all died already. And it meant that when the water came, there was nothing to soak up the water. So that's what plants do, right? And when there's nothing to soak up the water, the floods came. And basically the flood just came and washed away like a bunch of stuff, right? So nice story, right? So and this is the truth. Right. So basically, if you go and check the history books, whether you are in China or you're in Persia, or if you are like somewhere in that's recorded in the Americas, everybody said in the year 536, the sun went up. And nobody understood why, because they didn't have meteorologists in those days, right? So climate disasters, people. So yeah, so this is the two cycles ago, and that was 536 when the world went dark. And it lasted for about 2 years. My understanding is that there was a series of volcanic eruptions. So depending on where you were in the world, it was between 536 to 541. So there was a period of about 4 to 5 years where different parts of the world had the whole volcanic thing pretty bad, and it just spread all over the place. So it lasted for a very, very long time. Okay, so do your research. I didn't make this up, right? So now next is that the theme number 4 is that now these people were very smart. You have to understand that we came from the Earth era. So basically the people in the air era were very well educated, just like us, right? And it meant that they were very smart to go and look at things. And so that means, was there innovation and tech? Yes, there was. Amazing innovation and tech, and on top of that, it's super cool. So of course our equivalent is what? AI, right? I mean, it's like, seriously, it's super cool. You talk about blockchain. I mean, human never come out with this kind of thing before, right? And you talk about like space technology, some of the insane things that we're doing in the world. I mean, no humans done that before, right? And the funny thing is, in the past, you'll be surprised, these people really smart. And but the problem is that none of these inventions actually increased productivity, nor did it create jobs. So and that's kind of the problem that we are seeing right now. I mean, like, space is cool, but I'm not really sure anybody here got a job because we are exploring space. I'm not sure. So far, don't have, right? Maybe 2 people, but not like 200,000 people, right? And AI, I don't know. I mean, we're excited about AI, and they said that they will produce jobs. History doesn't prove it. History doesn't prove it. More likely to take away jobs, actually, right? And also blockchain, we all got so excited about it, right? So apart from the people who keep asking you to buy Bitcoin because you earn more money out of it, Earth era stuff, how many jobs has Bitcoin and blockchain created? Anyone here got a job because, you know, like a legit air era job because blockchain? Haven't seen it, right? So what you see on this picture here is a compass, and it was an invention from the Chinese dynasty at the time. So after the Song dynasty, so even in the Yuan dynasty, the Mongolians were actually still pretty smart people. In fact, they have to be quite smart to, basically on horseback, they conquered almost the whole known world. So they're pretty smart people. And this is an actual working compass. It looks like a spoon on a thing. I thought it was quite cute, but it's a working compass, and Chinese people are really smart. Okay. Now, what you see on this picture on the right-hand side is a very famous astronomical clock that is right now still standing in Europe. And this was a bit later. It was later in the air era. It came out somewhere in the 1400s, but still an air era invention. And then you'll see on the left-hand side, this thing is called an astrolabe. And it's a mechanical device that allows an astrologer to be able to plot the exact calculation of where the planets are. And it's a really handy thing to have in your hand if the king asks you a question and you just sort of like, you know, do your little thing, and you can basically do your predictions with a little astrolabe in your hand, which is quite a nice handy thing for someone like me to have, right? And also what you see in this picture here is now this particular one is later. Okay, so this thing, I'm not going to pretend that this thing was from the air era. It's done later. This was a bit about 100 years later than the air era, but this picture is from China, actually. So this is actually an astronomical observatory. So it was and during the Yuan dynasty, there are historical records of 27 of such similar observatories that were scattered all over China, because then the astronomers, they were studying the positions of the planets and the meteors and comets and things like that. And you'd be surprised that a lot of these non-digital instruments might actually measure things a lot more accurately than the digital instruments that we have today. So in fact, so this is pretty cool. Like in China, the Mongolians had 27 of these things all over China, which I think is pretty cool, right? So on the left hand, what you see here is actually a gimbal. So what we think is a modern invention when you hold up your selfie stick or whatever, right? It's like the gimbal is not your invention. It actually came up of more than 3,000 years ago. The Greeks invented the gimbal. And it's like, and this thing actually is incorporated into an ink pot. So if you're going to use ink, and that thing essentially ensures that your ink will never spill out of it. And this is even more stable than if you had a normal ink pot, because in normal ink pot you can spill, right? This thing doesn't spill because it's a gimbal, right? And it's like, Greek people are very smart, right? So they came up with that. Of course, what you see in this picture is a reproduction. This is not a 2,000-year-old thing, okay? Now, on the right-hand side, that very old thing, that thing genuinely is a few thousand years old. So this thing is okay, I'm not going to pronounce this right, okay? So it's a Greek word, but it's a Ankythyra or something like that, okay? Now, this thing is known as the world's oldest analog computer. The Greeks had a computer, and it's analog, it's not digital, obviously. And it has gigantic gears that, and there are many pieces of it, because by the time they found it, it was in pieces already. So I think there are about 6 pieces, discernible pieces. And if you were to assemble them together, and scientists have already gone and done reproductions, you can find this on the internet. I'm not lying to you, right? So if you assemble it, and there's a hand crank where if you crank it, it actually shows you the exact position of stars, comets, planets in the sky. And they've somehow managed to do this. So again, it's a really nice instrument that shows up, and they were studying these things. So I think you agree with me, all this is super cool. Like, I mean, you just don't think that humans can be so intelligent that without computers and GPS, they actually understand planets, stuff. And you think Elon Musk is so clever about things that are outer space, and we put men on the moon and we thought we were so smart. These guys did it without like a modern education, which I think is amazing. But the problem is that none of these things created jobs. None of these created jobs. I mean, it's really smart, and humans are like really out of this world intelligence, but it doesn't produce money. It doesn't create an industry for you to go make money, which is why interesting, isn't it? But yet, the other thing that I want to really question here is that, I mean, people clearly weren't starving enough to not have the free time to think about all these things, right? Like, let's pause here and think, okay? Humans got a lot of free time to sit around in corners and look into the sky and go, what's that planet? Why the planet is like that? How come when these two planets like that, what does it mean? They got time to do all these things, guys. So it tells you that they are not like, taking a hammer and like hammering something for 16 hours a day. They're not doing that. They have time to look at the sky, right? And it also means that they're not dying from hunger because they got time to look at the sky. So that means, so much as I know I'm not telling the world's greatest story, that's because you're looking at it through an Earth perspective. But if you really think about the logic behind it, it doesn't look like people are starving to death. But it also doesn't look like they're all busy out there in industries making money and traveling around and doing buying and selling and buying stocks, right? So it doesn't look like it. That's what I'm telling you. Now, did they actually make things? Well, they did, but it's a bit unfortunate. Oh yes, I forgot about Fibonacci. So that's something that they invented too, very intelligent. He discovered the golden ratio. So if you're familiar with mathematics and Fibonacci number, really cool, didn't create any jobs, right? This wasn't like P and L. This was just cool, like nature, right? And so they did make things. And maybe if you care about productivity, you might like to know that the catapult was invented in the previous air era. It was very productive and efficient at killing more people. And the Chinese got involved too because they invented gunpowder. So basically you could make rockets and stuff, and then we could blast a lot of people and we could all die at the same time, right? So that's another thing that happens in air eras, that the only productivity in terms of making things that we were actually able to do was to make weapons that kill more people. And historically, in all the history records, these are the inventions that led to massive increases, exponential increases in more people dying from fights that this country don't like this country, so we find more ways to blast more people to death, right? So again, not the best observation, but then you also know I'm not lying to you, right? So we are getting very good at finding more biological, chemical, and nuclear ways to wipe out more people from Earth. But then again, remember I said that in the Earth era, we have an overpopulation problem. And it wasn't just us, the Song Dynasty and the Roman Empire had the same thing too. So maybe that's just the nature's way of like, writing the balance. I don't know. I mean, I'm just the astrologer, right? So okay, another theme here is that I went and studied the famous people. And I realized that history, one good thing about history is that when we look at who we remember, so of course there are all these millions of people and they all live and died, right? So no one cares about them. But there are a small group of people we actually care about. And in different periods of history, who has lived through history and we still talk about them today gives us a very good sense of what that period was about. Now, yesterday I talked about the fire era, and I mentioned names like Mozart, Beethoven, Shakespeare, Queen Elizabeth. And it's like the fact that I mentioned those things, it gives you this idea. Straight away, okay, the arts was important, that kings and queens were important, storytelling, and it's like religion, for example, or discovering things, getting on a ship and going around. Now, those were important. That's fire era. So that means when we look into our era, so I don't know, but I think in about 100, 200 years time, when our descendants look back at us, they're going to go, oh my God, Elon Musk. Oh my God, like Jeff Bezos, right? And OMG, like Mark Zuckerberg. So that tells you something about us, right? So whose names go down in history gives us a pretty good sense of what those people cared about. Notice a lot of our scientists, they're not going to go down in history, but Elon Musk will. I mean, we know this, right? So that's why when I went back, one of the things I look for is who were the famous people that I could find from the Yuan dynasty period, or the period that was after the fall of the Roman Empire, and also around the time where the Greek democracy started to like basically, die down. So, and the interesting thing is I did find famous people, but they're not who you expect. Okay, so the only famous people, and there are not a lot of them, for an era that is supposed to be about thinking and communication, we don't have a lot of records, which is really sad. But what we remember from past eras, there are only two types of people. I can guarantee you can go and search. If you want to find, look for 5th and 6th century. Look for late 11th and 12th century and early 13th century. Look for 5th and 6th century BC. Right? You can go and go through that. Okay, you go and type and look for famous people, cannot find one. Okay, there are only two types of people. One, they are either a military revolutionary, means you don't like the previous government and then you are the barbarian and like burn them down, or you are an influencer or a content creator. So I mean, if you are Instagrammer or YouTuber, good news for you lah. Okay, so let me show you who these people are. Okay, now this is the first group of people. They are the barbarians lah. So you got Genghis Khan. You have his grandson, Kublai Khan. You also have Attila the Hun. So that's an Asian person who rode his horse all the way until Rome and sacked Rome. Okay, so that's how powerful Asia can be in the era. And the last group is not one person. It is a group of people famously known as the Crusaders. And I don't know how much you know about the Crusaders, but it's a series of wars that was fought between a lot of like people from the Christian nations who went to the Holy Lands, where we are having some fighting now, where quite frankly, for centuries now, the Christians and the Muslims and the Jews and everybody else in between are just fighting for Holy Land. And that war, the Crusades apparently went on for like a couple of 100 years, but quite frankly, I think they are still fighting the Crusade lah. So then it's just a never-ending fight, right? So there's this group of people, the military revolutionaries, and there are more peaceful people. Don't worry. So this group of people, let me tell you who they are. The first group is an astronomer and his name is Guo Shoujing. And he was one of the primary astronomers at the time, and he served the king at the time. And you also got Su Song, and Su Song is the inventor of the astronomical clock in China, and that's him standing. His statue is featured like in China right next to his invention. And I really have to say, sometimes it's very interesting how old professions sometimes come back into fashion, right? Just thinking it's interesting. A lot of young people are interested in astrology nowadays. Okay, but anyway, and you also get Fibonacci. So that's the guy there. Now on the bottom right-hand corner, we get more mathematicians, and not just Fibonacci. On the right-hand corner, you have Archimedes. Right, so that's the Eureka guy, and he came up with a lot of the mathematical thoughts that contributed to us today. The guy on the left-hand side, that's Marco Polo. Okay, so that's the guy from Venice, right, who basically traveled across the Silk Road, went to China, and then there was this exchange of cultures. So there was still trade. So don't get me wrong, it wasn't like basically trade died, because otherwise Marco Polo wouldn't be there. But it's not the same level of trade as what you got with the Earth era. So that still is trade, don't worry, okay? We're not all going to die and like stay in corners. But Marco Polo is most known for the records that he kept. And he wrote it all in the record, which is why we still read the adventures of Marco Polo today. And obviously, right at the very bottom, our grand triumvirate of the grand thinkers of Greek democracy, you get your Plato, Socrates, and Aristotle. So they all were operating in the high level of the height of Greek classical thought. So basically, that's all the famous people I was able to find. That's it. So here's what I didn't find. I couldn't find a single king whose name I recognize. So there were kings, right? But they are all like pointless, and like no one remembers them. And were there rich people? Of course there were rich people. No one remembers them. So basically not important. Whether you're rich, whether you're king, it's just not the most important thing. During at the time, even up to now, the only people we bother remembering are either military revolutionaries or thinkers. And you can verify that if you want to. So this adds on to the fact that it's not that the priorities of people are different. So what we care about are people who are the thinkers, who are trying to reach into human knowledge, which is why a lot of people are saying that, okay, AI is going to be huge. I don't think you needed to come here to know that. Right? So AI is going to be huge. Robotics is going to be huge. And every time there's a breakthrough, it's like, oh my God, you mean humans are capable of doing that? Well, that's what these guys were doing, right? The mathematicians, and you know what I'm saying, right? Okay, which is why I'm going to add on here. Okay, so my last section here is what I promised all of you I would do. That these are the 7 industries that I think will be huge. And this is building off what I had observed, not just in the previous era. So some of it is a logic, right? So that means I'm looking for the analogies or the common comparisons that we have in today's world. But also, I think that there were a few things that is very, very clear that's happening in our world right now that has never happened, as far as I can see, from the previous generations. So we have some unique problems where I think, unfortunately, I don't think history can help us. So we kind of need to come up with our own solutions, okay? So there are a few things that I'm going to mention, okay? Because like I said, if you look at this section from the eyes of an Earth era person, if you wear the glasses and all you can see is Earth era considerations, I guarantee you're going to call me a doomer. So if that's going to be the case, then okay lah. I mean, I do this for free and then I just put myself out to be a doomer, right? But the truth here is that I want to really appeal to the fact that rather than calling this a doomer, and even if let's just say we accept, okay, fine, we are doomers, right? So that if we say that there's going to be a doom, then okay, then we have some work to do lah, right? So then at least we can start looking at real solutions. And this is why I kind of assembled like a series of 10 facts. And these are facts, like they're unrefutable facts that we are facing right now in the last few years, and definitely will not disappear in the next few years. Real hard facts. And I think we need to look at these hard truths. And because if we don't accept these 10 truths that we are facing right now, given the forecast that I just given and what we know about history, then we can just go to a corner and see no evil and hear no evil. Like maybe you can drug yourself into oblivion, right? But here are the 10 facts. Okay, so without further ado, number 1 is that the sea level will rise. And I was in Venice just 3 months ago. I saw for myself that I saw the building across from my Airbnb. I saw the water go in, and the water was entering into the main hall. It was ridiculous. Right? I literally, because it was raining, I literally saw the sea level rise. Like I was standing there with my mom and going like, oh my God, this is not even funny. So the sea level will rise. Okay, lots of places are going to disappear. Number 2, global temperatures will increase. I mean, you cannot feel it, right? So no one's going to argue with this, right? It's happening. Now, number 3, please stop asking me whether there will be war. The war already started. So no need to ask me already. There's already war, right? Okay, so war have already started. They are not going to disappear. Okay. Now, also, that there is no one in charge now. Name me a person who is a leader of the world right now. I don't know. The only people you can name that are all in their 80s lah, and they no confirm win election, right? So what, right? And also another one is that reproduction worldwide, especially in the advanced countries, are below replacement rate. It is to the extent that the human population will whittle down, because mathematically there's no other way to look at it, right? Now, the next one is that obviously then the world is aging. So we're going to have a whole ton of old people. And right now it's a gigantic problem for every country in the world. They have no idea what they're going to do when there's a whole bunch of old people who are sick and dying, and then nobody's actually doing the work. Sorry, that's the truth, right? And number 7 is that technology will show up. And if history is to be believed, and the tech people to not be believed, is that it will replace a lot of jobs. Truth, right? Automation is here. I'm not sure if you guys know this, but in America, there are many industries where they're on strike now. So the script writers, a lot of the actors, people who make TV shows and movies, they're all on strike now. They're not producing more programs. And from what I've heard, I'm a gamer, by the way. So even the gaming industry, people are on strike now. So they say AI is taking over our jobs, so they're on strike. I'm not really sure what that's going to do, right? And also, degrees have already stopped getting jobs for young people. It's a fact. And the numbers don't make sense anymore. And therefore, the next one is also that young people will not be able to afford, and then you fill in the blank. So you can start off with properties. You can add on other things as you go along. Like you can just make the list longer and longer, right? So the next generation is not going to be able to afford a ton of stuff, right? Which we buy without thinking nowadays. So fact, okay? And the last one is that if we want to be honest, there are lots of systems of the world are going kaput, right? So that means if you're expecting the UN to solve a problem, anyone seen a UN solve problem anytime recently, right? Anyone seen World Bank solve problems recently? Anyone seen, I don't know, like COP27 solve any problem recently? I don't know, right? So bank systems are also not really working anymore, right? So the thing is, here are the hard truths. Okay, so if we don't accept any of this, sure, we can argue until your face is blue, but all these are facts, right? And history. Okay, so now once we accept this, then we can start to look at how to approach this. And I spent so much time thinking about this, right? So one way is our Earth era way, which is that we look at numbers and we say, oh shit, man, this thing doesn't work, right? Our system is broken. And that means what we usually do is that we need to fix it. And guys, you all remember, right? So when the reproduction rate went down, then every country had baby bonus. You all remember that, right? So started with Singapore and a few others, then they all start copying each other. Didn't work, right? Didn't work anywhere. And then they say, oh, temperature rising. So then let's go and cut like emissions and whatever. Yeah, tell me which country managed to do it, right? So the thing is, we can go with that. But then you see, it creates if you look around you, it creates this sense of despondence. If you ask me which is the doomer mindset, now this is the doomer mindset, where you try and solve something and then you try and then it doesn't work, right? And then so you sort of realize that then maybe if you try and solve it and it doesn't work, and then we stop trying to solve it. So is that doomer mentality? Stick with me, guys, right? So don't get angry with me first. Okay, so basically I'm suggesting that this approach a bit stupid already. Right, and it's like if anyone still thinks that you want to go and solve this problem, I think we are quite idiotic. For people who are so educated, it don't make sense, right? And therefore, so let me show you this series of graphs, which I thought was very illuminating, and I think it describes our issue. So first of all, here is the facts of the matter. Okay, pollution is up, and it has been up for the last few decades. And the other thing, the good news is that along with the pollution, the good news is that as an Earth era, we have been very productive. So our industrial output has been up, which is why the whole world is so rich right now, right? Everybody got money. We are all like super wealthy. But also at the same time, here are the real facts, is that the population has started dropping. So if we extend the numbers out, and population is very easy for us to predict, because the truth is like you cannot change the situation, right? So whoever is alive now is alive now, right? So so the demographers can already tell you what the numbers will be, barring war, barring famine, and it means we assume that all these people don't die in like mass, right? Even if we live life as per normal, the population is dropping worldwide. And this also means that as we have less people out there doing stuff, and it also means that our food production will fall. And the demographers is a correlation thing. We cannot change this number. Now, the other thing here is that because the population is down and because the food supply is down, therefore industrial output will go down. Logic, isn't it? So, and I got all these diagrams from think tanks and economists and demographers that are looking at facts and numbers, right? So, era, right? So And then on top of that, you add in another irrefutable number, which is that our resources are dwindling. So that means, and that's going down real fast. So basically, your fossil fuels, your coal, and I don't know, like fruits and space and fish and whatever. Basically, the fish is like dying already. We eat so many until the fish die already, right? So the thing is, so the amount of resources you cannot change this in the foreseeable future. Nobody has the answer to this, right? And that means, okay, so here's the ultimate doomer sentence. Okay, so this diagram that you see here is what we call population collapse, civilization collapse. Okay, so and the thing is, I know it sounds terrible, but the thing is, these are numbers, and if you talk to any expert, there's very few people who have the guts to go and challenge all these numbers, right? You have to be very idiotic to challenge these numbers. So guys, this is the scenario that we're dealing with. Okay, all good, yeah? Don't get angry with me, I didn't cause the problem, okay? So now if we look at all these hard truths, right? The thing is, notice that if you try to be in a problem-solving method, like I said, none of these can be solved, right? You look at number 3. We had one war, haven't even solved that war yet, we got another one already. So it's like, anyone thinks that we might be able to solve the Ukraine hotspot and the Israel hotspot before the China one starts. I don't really have a lot of faith that that's going to happen. Right? And that means anyone thinks that after the next US election, we're going to have a world leader. I definitely do not think that will happen, right? So, and the reproduction rate isn't going to change. Ask any millennial and Gen Z, nobody is thinking about having 7 children now, right? So these are facts. And that means that as we start to go and really open our eyes and start looking at things around here. Now, this is an article I found from the National Geographic, and it's a picture of the Arctic tundra. And just so you know what a tundra is, it's not supposed to be this color, by the way. So the tundra is supposed to be white color with things that are other colors, but it's not green color, right? So the thing is, basically, the earth warming thing, much as some places become uninhabitable. But this also means that some places, which have never been habitable before, will now be habitable. So give it another, 2-3 years, look, guys, we can grow crops in the tundra. Right? I mean, it's like, come on, look at the picture. This is from National Geo. No one is like, nobody is messing with pictures here. This is National Geographic. Okay, so and that's why I'm suggesting a very, very radical thinking. And it's something that I've been studying, like the Aristotles, the Socrates, and the thinkers who have managed to shift people in mindset. Not fully, but you know, we try our best, right? So instead of thinking that the system is broken and that we need to try and fix it, stop blaming the government and everything else. Basically, that's how we get angry. And then we go on the streets and then we shout and scream, and not that that's helping anything, right? Luckily, we are not allowed to do that in Singapore. So the other thing here is that the system, if we admit to ourselves, the system is functioning exactly as it was intended. Right? So, I mean, if you design it such that you only reward people in a financial way for things, then everybody's just going to go to where there's a lot of money, and nobody is going to go and do things where there's no money. Right? So the system is not broken. The system is functioning the way it was designed. Come on, right? Which is why we all follow like lemmings and sheep, right? So the thing is, that means that if you want a change, that means we can no longer do the old way. We simply have to find a new solution. And the pictures that you see here is how we move from fire to earth. Okay, so going on to the next bit here is that now, if we are basically saying that this is broken, and especially if you start to outsource this to other people who might be able to get the answer, this picture, I was quite worried when I saw it, because it is basically people numbing themselves. And if you think about, and I'm an astrologer, you know, my day job, I professionally listen to people's problems, just so you all know, right? And it just means that people's number one issue is that they're just jaded with life, though. And then you know what they do with their time? When they're not working, then they just Netflix, or they play mobile games, or they just sink themselves into some kind of addiction, mobile addiction or digital addiction or another. And that's us, right? So this I think is the real doomer mindset, right? Because then we are just waiting for the whole thing to collapse, and I don't think that makes sense. Now, let me show you something that's a lot more optimistic. Now, this picture, I got it from a group of people in Amsterdam. And what you see here is a bunch of little houses that are located on the water. Now, not because they're trying to be cool, not because they're millennials who are like, you know, trying to be like Instagram cool, right? But because Amsterdam is slated to disappear under the water. And it's like the sea level will rise. And what you have here is a group of engineers. Basically, these are not built by your normal people. These are very well-trained, well-educated people who have started to study. Well, what if instead of like basically scolding the government, like, why y'all never reduce the carbon emissions? Hey guys, that's not going to work. It hasn't worked and will never work, right? So they've basically accepted the sea level will rise. So we accepted the doomer mindset, right? And which means that they got together and said, okay, guys, we are screwed lah. So let's go find a way out of this. So these engineers started to build houses. Now, these are experimental. The reason why all the houses look different is because they are playing with different systems. So they're looking at how to incorporate systems that make seawater drinkable, because you're going to be surrounded by the sea, hello, right? And then you're also going to look at things like sewage systems. What if all of us flushing our toilet, then all our shit go into the sea, then how are we going to survive? There's going to be a stupid sewer, right? So the thing is, how can we solve all these things? And basically, problem after problem after problem, and then they basically sit down and tackle them one by one. Okay, so now at this point, what I'm trying to show you here is that the doomer mindset is not this mindset. The doomer mindset is when you don't do anything, right? And basically the right way here is that when we realize that the transition from earth to air means that we're going to have a host of problems, you either accept it or you don't, right? And that means, now here, let me give you an example of how this mindset change is so what a paradigm shift. Okay, now I want you to imagine that you are a civil engineer or you are an architect, and you graduated at the top of your class. You are genuinely talented. Now, if you look at a project like this, tell me, what is the ROI of this? Tell me who is paying for this project. Nobody. Because the thing is, there's no guarantee that these things will work. They are all experimenting because they don't know. Nobody built houses like this before, right? And that means that they have to prepare not just for the fact that the water is coming, but that the water will keep rising. So that means it is not a permanent structure. You understand that these are houses that are designed to float onto the water. And these are houses that are designed to actually move around. You can actually detach your house and your house can drive one. You can drive your house to another place and lock on to another place. And how do we deal with the international problems, right? When we can no longer draw international boundaries, can you drive your house to another country and then they will not shoot you because you are a refugee, right? So the thing here is that they started looking at all these problems. It's ridiculous. Now, if you are a talented civil engineer, let me tell you that if you choose to be on this project, here's what's going to happen. Your mother thinks you're insane because you spend so much money on your education and you work on this project where you earn nothing, right? And then they will tell you, why don't you just, you're architect, right? Go and work for a property developer. After all, there's new developments there, right? Everybody wants to buy a property that's going to rise in prices and they're paying millions of dollars. Now you should go and work for a property developer. Why work for this ridiculous, stupid company, right? And therefore, guess why? No engineers are working on this because everybody wants a ROI on the money and the hours and the time and the years that you spend getting a degree. So nobody's going to do this. Come on, right? So, and on top of that, it's like and if you think about it, there's cost involved, you know. Like you see all these materials, they cost money, just so you know. Somebody's got to pay for this. Guess who's paying for it? Well, nobody, right? Which is why these people are having so much trouble moving the technology along. And then when you want to invest in it, imagine now you've got 100,000 of your money and they ask you for an investment. And then you ask him, hey bro, tell me honestly, what's the ROI on my investment? And they tell you, honestly, nothing. I'm just going to take your 100K and I'll buy a lot of these, like we are going to experiment with a wide range of materials because honestly, we don't know what's going to work. And the thing is, and then the investor will go like, okay, so what's the timeline here? Like, you know, at what point do you think I can start getting my money back? And then if the engineer was being honest with you, you're thinking about the demand and supply, right? At this moment, nobody wants to buy a house like this. You know why? Because there are a lot of problems with it. The flush doesn't work. The solar panel is broken half the time because they are still experimenting with it. Nobody is going to pay for a house like this. Agree? So the demand for this kind of house is like zero. No one's stupid enough to live in a house like this. But the thing is, let's just say there is a moment in time where the demand for this house is super high. Guess when that's going to happen? That's when the tsunami comes, right? And then your house doesn't operate anymore. And oh my God, there are all these floating houses. And that's when everybody will sell the bloody shirt off their back to get your family into one of these houses because that's your only chance of survival, isn't it? Now that's when the demand will come. Oh my God, you'll be a billionaire at that time. But you see, the problem is when the demand comes, your money is now worthless, right? So the thing is basically what you have here are a group of industries. That's why I warned you all, my 7 industries, I can tell you all will make money on. So if you are thinking about how we're going to make any money out of this, it's going to be like this. So the thing is, who is going to potentially save the people of Amsterdam is this group of engineers here who are taking their time, money, and knowledge, and they're actually going and taking a problem and actually solving it. Now, what then needs to happen in order for this project to actually have a fighting chance of survival? It is that when you have regular people or even companies who say that, you know what, we've got this gigantic surplus. Now, instead of buying a stock in the stock market that is expected to earn you how many percent in the stock market, is it a crazy idea that you actually give it to these people? And you know what? These guys, here's what they're not going to do. They're not going to book themselves into a skiing trip in Aspen, because that's not what these guys did. Now, if these guys are the kind of money people who will take your money and go and bomb it on a ski lodge somewhere in Switzerland, right? I tell you, they wouldn't have been on this project in the first place. They would have gone and worked for ExxonMobil, right? Because these guys are the number one in their college. Why work on this stupid project? So basically, I'm saying that there is a very small, tiny group of people who have already shifted into the air era. Now, however, the fact is the world still operates this way, and it means that resources are required. And it means that the average smart person needs to start thinking to yourself, who are the people who are trying to scrape money off you so that they can buy a ski lodge in Switzerland? And who are the people who are trying their best to put in their own resources to try and make sure that you people survive? You know what I'm saying? So the thing is, as you look at this entire story here, it means that if society is going to have a bit of a nicer story from the fall of the Roman Empire and the fall of the Song Dynasty Empire, we kind of have to reallocate not just your money, but also things like your time and your effort. It means that if you're an engineer, it's choosing this project over ExxonMobil. It's choosing potentially, basically eating very simple things, not going for holidays 3 times a year, over a company that's going to pay you a 13-month bonus, right? And the thing is, how many people do you think are going to make that choice? And because, like what happened in the Roman Empire, everybody chose ExxonMobil, which is why when it shows up, nothing is prepared. And so people are going to suffer, and people are going to have a really, really bad time. And the stupid thing is, this is the richest and the most educated people ever on earth. And the tsunami is coming and no one gives a fuck, right? So this is why nothing is going to change, right? So, and this is why, as I show you my 7 industries, it's coming from a bit of a different space. Okay, so let me show you what are the parameters of these 7 industries. Number 1 is that the purpose of me showing you these 7 is like, please don't come from a perspective of, oh shit, this is a problem, we have to stop it or we have to solve it. I already said this is not solvable, right? There is no solution. You just have to be like the Amsterdam engineer and realize that this is a screw up situation. We just have to deal with it, right? So that means I would rather you think of it as a redefinition. So that means instead of saying that our city is going to sink, then you redefine it and say we have to find a new way to live. Right? So that means it's not being upset because you have to move out from your house, but to realize that you're moving to a new house and your new house has no sewage and no electricity. So please go and do what's necessary to make your new house available. Does that make sense, guys? Right? So, and it means you have to pay with no ROI. And it takes your time, money, and effort because you kind of have to set up the new place that you're moving into, which is why moving house costs money, right, guys? And most of the time, we don't see it as a problem because you think that your new property is going to make you money in 20 years' time. Okay, so now another thing is that if you look at the forces of demand and supply, in fact, it will still work. So that's the good thing. If we go back to the original theory of demand and supply, it means that the professions, if you are very scared that you're not going to have a job, let me tell you, all these 7 industries, I guarantee you have job. Confirm you have job, and it's all purposeful job, guaranteed, right? That because there's a very high demand. Society requires this. Look at the house on the water, right? You telling me so Amsterdam doesn't demand those houses? You are joking. We need those houses so badly, right? And there's a very low supply because 1 out of 1,000 engineers are willing to work on that project. Everyone else goes to ExxonMobil, right? So there's a very low supply, which guarantees you confirm got job. Okay. Now the next thing is that in the air era, the industries that we see will be of necessity. Okay, so that means even if you watch a lot of the science fiction movies and stuff, right, when people develop technologies, it's because, well, there's a problem, right, which is why we kind of have to develop this real quick so that people can survive, right? So that means it's not a market of exchange. Can I repeat? That it is a market of necessity and not of exchange. So that means it's a reallocation of our engineers to go and solve the floating house problem and not burning more fossil fuels. I can tell you the whole thing can be automated very easily. You don't need all these people there trying to make the fossil fuel company more money. Right? You get more money for working for them, but it's not. I can tell you that's the kind of companies where they end up being in my class telling me they're depressed because their work is purposeless, right? Another weird thing is that if you go and look at that project in Amsterdam is a real project. And if you actually go online and watch videos, so they're making a lot of internet videos to educate more people and hopefully to have more people allocate more resources to their project because they're trying to save your ass, right? And so the thing is, when you go and look at all these people, the funny thing is they are not, let me tell you what they are not, right? They're not depressed. They are not at home drowning themselves in Netflix. In fact, they earn way less than you, but I tell you, they're all smiling. And there are people of different nationalities, different colors. Nobody is complaining about race and religion. Everybody is trying to find a way to work together. And I tell you, that should be what the air era should be like. While everybody is just looking for the make money quick and they're all depressed and they're all watching Netflix, right? So just saying. Now, if you look at this concept of when you look at all these industries, now I know that most of you are thinking like, okay, where can I go to apply for this job? There won't be a job for you to apply for because number one, jobs is not an air era thing. None of those engineers working on the project think of it as a job. They are all in it as like it's like a social enterprise. People have gone there. In fact, many of these guys have taken their own money because nobody is willing to give them money. They took their own money to fund all these things, to find a solution for everyone else, right? And so that means it's like think of it as a way of providing like a service. And that means that you don't always have to be the person to do the actual job. It means that you find different ways to get involved to solve this problem. So much as the people who are working on the homes, but there are also people who are not engineers and they're trying to find a way to, can we link up with other countries so that if we have to transport these floating houses to your water space, can we work out an international agreement so that you're not going to shoot my people when we show up, right? So basically you don't have to be an engineer to get involved in that project. Find your own way of getting involved in the project. Think of yourself as providing a service and the demand will be there. And that means the society has to find a way to reallocate resources so that these guys are getting what they need to solve everybody's problem, okay? And we also get, another thing is like, please don't wait. You kind of have to act now because the air era already started. It's not coming, it's here, right? So the thing is, and a lot of people will be thinking like, okay, does that mean I have to make a career change right now? No, but if you have 6 hours, guys, you've already spent 6 hours listening to me. If you have 6 hours to spend on online in a Zoom webinar listening to me, you have 6 hours to go and spend on something useful and give your time and your resources to do something useful. You know what I'm saying? So don't tell me that there's no time. And don't tell me that there's no money. If you can go holiday 3 times a year, you got money, right? So, and that's a much better way than actually contributing to carbon things when you're flying in an aeroplane, right? So I'm also guilty. I just went to Europe, right? So now, so the thing is, the 7 industries that will be huge. Number 1 is the aging and the retirement crisis. Okay, so that's happening. And if you are in Asia, number 1 problem, right? There's lots and lots and millions of old people. They're all retiring, by the way. And a lot of them are going to be broke because a lot of the systems, the banking system, CPF system, EPF systems are already in trouble, right? So if you think that there's going to be a whole bunch of money to look after like a big group of them, there probably won't be. And that means that there has to be a way to deal with this in a very, in a mass way. So that's a massive industry, huge demand, extremely low supply. All right, so you don't need to see my PowerPoint slide to know the statistics. There's going to be a whole bunch of old people. Okay, so don't need really. And for most of these countries, these are the Asian countries, we are already past the working population age peak. So it differs from different countries, but safe to say that basically there are going to be more old people than there are people working. And we can't change this. We can't solve this. There's no solution one. Okay, so you just got to accept it. And you'll find that aged care is an industry that has a chronic understaffing problem, not just in Singapore, every freaking country in the world, right? And why is it that the job sucks? Now, I want you to think about this. Why the job sucks is because, first of all, they are paid nonsense. It's like no resources are being moved there, which is ridiculous because that's a very huge portion of the human population. And the second thing is that they have excessive workloads because not enough people are doing it. So in order for people to have normal 8-hour work days, we kind of need to have more people in the industry. Yes, no? Right? So the reason why they're working 16-hour days is because nobody wants to do the job. So can you see how rationally this problem can be solved? We can make the job a lot more attractive if more people of expertise, if you're from the medical industry, if you're from the housing industry, if you are from anybody who's very good at administration and manpower allocation, HR, go there. Go there, right? They're not going to pay you a 13-month bonus, but there's a chance that you might be rich enough to be okay even if you don't have a 13-month bonus, because this problem is going to cause you a bigger problem in 10 years' time than not getting a 13-month bonus, right? And also, the thing is, because the industry is in a downward spiral, because the lesser people do it, the more the job sucks. And the more the job sucks, the lower the pay is, right? And that means we're looking at a shithole here, guys, right? And that means that nearly half of teenagers, in fact, honestly, I think the number is way higher. You tell me how many teenagers are interested in healthcare, because the whole job sucks, right? And that means that the whole idea is, think of a way to make this job sustainable, doable. It's not going to be like the world's best, most luxurious job. Let's be real here. But the thing is, there is a demand and we need people there. Okay, so that means the global care industry. So if you want to look at money, okay, let me tell you what the ROI is here. Okay, if you really must look at money, says at the bottom here, global elderly care services was evaluated at $1,100 billion last year, right? You want a piece of that? Start a business, start solving that problem, right? And it's slated to hit 1,800 billion. They don't even have a word for it, which is why they put 1,800 billion, right? By the end of 2030. So you're looking for emerging industry, this is it, guys. Right? So that means, now, are you going to apply for a job somewhere? Here's what I actually suggest. If you apply for a job, the fact is the pay sucks right now, right? You know what I mean? The pay sucks, which is why nobody wants to do it. But the thing is, now consider, what if you get a bunch of people together and you provide a service? Now, I want you to consider, some of you not so young already. Yeah? Now, imagine if right now you're in your 50s and you got quite a bit of money in your bank account, and you know for a fact that you will be one of many, many, many old people, and there will be a shortage of people who will look after you when you're old. Fact, right? And the thing is, think about it. If you have a bit of money, you actually are willing, think about it, you probably are willing to spend quite a big chunk of all the money that you made when you were younger to at least make sure that when you're old, you're treated a bit nicer than most people. Everyone agree or not? Like you probably would, right? That's what you save up for your retirement for, isn't it? There's a lot of money there, guys, right? So what people want to see is like good service. Right, so get a bunch of smart people who with well educated, and you've been working in the rich industries, find a way to take care of lots and lots and lots of old people in a good way and charge reasonably. And I tell you, here's the weird thing. I know of a lot of people of my age and in their 40s who are struggling to look after their old folk. And if there was a workable solution, I've given this funny idea that people actually are willing to pay if there is an actual workable solution. Right now, even if you are willing to pay, there isn't a solution, right? So there's a huge hole in the market, go fill it. Right? Okay, so there we go. And the next industry that's going to be huge is the gender and the dating crisis. Right, so this is it's been coming up, right? Basically, people are no longer getting married. That almost 90% of the world's population are in a country that is a falling marriage rate. Now, is there anything wrong with people not getting married? Not really. But the thing is, that doesn't mean that there isn't other issues that come with it. So am I suggesting that we go and solve it? Let's force people to marry each other. It hasn't worked in China, hasn't worked in Singapore, hasn't worked in most places. So let's not try and solve it, right? But the thing is, the reality is lots and lots of people are not going to be married. They don't have a partner, they're going to get old and no one's there, right? So we got a problem, guys. And that means if you look at the statistics, and these numbers are not going to get better, they're only going to get worse, you understand, right? So in terms of the proportion of singles, you see that the below one, right, people who are in their 20s, who should be dating and like, you know, you should be attending wedding dinners and stuff, right? But it's not happening, right? So these people are not getting into relationships. People in their 30s, look at that. People in the 30 to 34, like 40%, 30% are not married. So that's like almost half, 1/3 of these people are not married. 1 in 3 are not, right? So the thing is, there's no solution to this. You cannot force people to get married. You understand that, right? So you find that also there's a bit of a gender imbalance, that in fact there seems to be a larger number of men who are single. And the reason why this is so is not because all the women are lesbian, but also because women are marrying older men, or there are just different dynamics. You can go and study yourself. But the thing is, the difference in gender dynamics also means that there's also a loneliness epidemic. Right, and that means that there are other issues that will come up with it, and I don't think I need to educate you about what those things are. This is a fact. The numbers are there, right? And another thing that you start to realize is that as we start to redefine what relationships are, and it's like, even as you see that in a lot of countries, people are just complaining about how the women are earning a lot and they got high expectation. Now, I found this and I thought this was very interesting. In the US, it seems that more wives now out earn their husbands. It is the numbers say so. And the funny thing is that the divorce rates are actually on a more positive side. One of the big reasons that the divorce rate is actually falling in some of these countries is because here's the really weird thing. It happens to be a higher number when the woman out earns the man. And this is not the story that we grew up with. But yet the numbers are telling an emerging story. Now, is this a feminist message? No, I'm just telling you the numbers say so. I don't really care either way, right? So the thing here is that actually what this means is, in the air era, the idea is to redefine. There's nothing wrong with a floating house, and there's nothing wrong with a couple that has decided to change the dynamics, but it means that there's more education that's required, the counseling and helping people to find the partners. There's a whole industry behind it. I think there's a lot of money there. There's a lot of single people and they are lonely and they want to find a partner, right? Can you all help? Like, do you have skills that might be able to help in the area? Like, raise your hand and get involved, right? So even a growing share of couples in Singapore have wives earning more than their husbands. So the thing is like, it's not a problem to be solved. It's a problem to be dealt with. You understand, right? So there's a lot of stuff to do here. Okay, and also you find that, like, we thought that technology was going to solve the problem, that if you got Tinder and, like, seriously just go online and start reading. Okay, Tinder causes more problems that young people don't even want to do Tinder anymore. So you find that the new generation, they are finding ways to redefine relationships. We need to find new ways for people to connect to each other, and to work out the dynamics of a relationship in new ways. So even if you talk about things like division of labor, you want to talk about like HR policies that allow women to work, men to not so work, and maybe there are lots of I'm just making this stuff up, right? So men need some support at home, maybe, for example, that women didn't traditionally need to have. Okay, can somebody go and supply those services? There's a huge market, by the way, guys. Right, so you want to make money, this is money, right? So if you stick on with your employee job, you may not survive as well as if you went into any of these industries in an entrepreneurial mindset, right? The third industry that I got on my list is the loneliness and depression. So this is not just single people with no partner. I'm talking in general. So like the people are having a real issue. So the most obvious ones are single households. And it's not just unmarried people. It is also old people who live very long. Then all their family members move out. Then their partner die. So then you basically get all these millions and millions and billions of people who are living by themselves. So they're occupying, first of all, they're occupying real estate. Okay, so that's one thing. I'm not blaming these people. I'm just saying it's a fact. They're occupying a unit. Sometimes one person stay in a very big house, for example, right? And then they get old, so they cannot take care of the house themselves, which is also a problem, right? So that means, is there a way to solve this thing? Is there a reallocation? Somebody has to go look at it, right? And maybe help, right? If you are educated and you're smart, don't go look for a 13-month bonus. Help, right? And that means that if you are looking at, for example, single households, are there ways can we combine people? Can we create enclaves where people can support each other? Right? If you get sick and then you just basically pass out at home, does anybody even know that you passed out at home? You know what I mean? And no friends. People don't have friends anymore. They are just going to work and then they are just working 16 hours a day. And there isn't a place for people to go. And this is a new concept that's come out in recent years, and it's called the third place. And it's called a third place because the first two places are your home and your workplace. And it's getting so that the average person doesn't actually have anywhere to go besides your home and your workplace. And it's like, where are the parks? Where even shopping malls, you just go there and take away, right? But you don't actually hang around there. There isn't a place for you to go and be part of a group, be part of a society, go get involved in something interesting, go play billiards or something. People don't do that anymore. So it's like, guys, can you help? Is there some kind of skill that you have? Can you create something, a space, a place for people to go so that people are still connecting with each other, so that if you pass out at home, someone actually knows, right? So, and why has this disappeared? Right? It used to be that people would go hang out at a club or something. Why do people not do that anymore? Right? So, and also you find that the businesses, if you want to talk about money, because I'm trying to convince you all so badly that I'll show you that there's money in this, right? That there is a mental wellness market. People are facing burnout. So you talk about bouldering gyms, people are going meditation. So these are the conventional ones. I'm in fact going further, that I think if you go to the gym or to a meditation studio, you don't always make friends. And that means that if we are trying to build like relationships, human relationships, maybe we need different types of activities. Maybe if you come together and share your knowledge and build like some floating houses, maybe people will actually make some friends. You know what I'm saying? That there's some kind of purpose, and you contribute to a community thing, that people are not so depressed and they're not committing suicide. Okay, so and now another big industry, huge industry, is the great redefinition of work. Because people hate their jobs, right? Look at this, right? People feel that they're pointless, meaningless jobs. And guys, people have been following me for a long time. Wow, this one is my favorite topic. So it's like my number one customer base are people who really hate their jobs, and they have no idea what they're doing when they go to work. They can't be bothered really. All they care about is the paycheck at the end of the month, right? And that means that it's because people know that we are capable of so much more. You want to show up somewhere and feel that you are changing something in the place. You know you are educated and you read enough newspapers to know all these problems that I mentioned so far, they're all real. And you are doing nothing to help any of these problems. And that's why we feel purposeless. And it's ridiculous. There's so much work to be done and no one's doing it, right? And so I'm suggesting that the kind of things that need to be done, like I said, is redefining work. And it means that work is not a place that you go, work is not a job that you apply for, and it's not a place that you go there and I give you 15 hours and you pay me at the end of the month, hopefully got 13-month bonus, right? That's a very old conversation. So what we are actually looking for now is a career redesign. And how do you get involved? I mean, you can do like what I'm doing, but you can also be people who go into existing industries and start questioning. So you guys are in committees, you guys are in meetings. How come no one's mentioning these things? Talk louder. Maybe you talk too soft, or you can't be bothered to say anything, which is why no one gives a shit, right? So basically, we need to identify causes and outcomes that we actually believe in. So identify the problems and say, okay, I would like to volunteer to solve this problem. Who's with me and who would like to form a committee? I think you'd be surprised that if you put your time and your money out for free, funnily enough, I suspect there are some people who say, you know what, you're doing it, I join you. Saturday, right? Let's meet on Saturday. Let's go and do this, right? We just need someone to start, not apply for a job, start, right? And also to pinpoint target communities that we want to impact. So who is it? Is it old people? Is it poor people? Is it women? Is it men with lots of children at home? Find something. Right? Define a lot of your professional and your personal skills. You are super educated and you've got skills in all sorts of things, right? So combine, like kind of figure out what you know, what you don't know. Be clear about this, right? And also take stock of other strengths and resources. So that means not all your strengths are educational. So some people say, well, man, you can really talk, you talk for 6 hours. So guess what? That's my strength. I can talk for 6 hours and people are still listening, right? So that's my strength, sorry. So I'm using it. Guys, right? I'm good at doing PowerPoint slides. My slides quite nice, right? My brother's slide also very nice, right? That's our strength. We're using it, guys, for free, right? And the thing is that, and because we're doing this, lots of people are interested to be part of this story. You know what I'm saying? Somebody has to start, right? And that means the resource that are available to you is not just money. Don't think about it as money. It's like maybe even the Sunday afternoon that you've got. Maybe you've got friends in Australia who have certain knowledge. Connect people, please. What does it take? An email, a WhatsApp, right? Calling people, let's meet on Zoom. It's like, can you do that, right? And also prioritize professionalism and purpose over pay. Now, this is the hardest, right? So that means that you can basically, between the floating house and the ExxonMobil, can you choose the floating house? Not to say that you are going to be broke. Most of us, frankly, are not going to get broke. And there is still ways to, of course, you have to do practical things, right? So you still need to have money. Somebody has to pay for that stuff. And it means that you got to work harder. You got to tell people, here's what we're doing, please support us, right? And I thought you might like to know that in the air era, that In fact, there are medieval guilds. So that's another theme that I didn't tell you all. I kept it until here to tell you, right? What is a guild? A guild is when people come together who have a certain amount of skills. So they band together. And in the days when there were no more schools, because basically Song Dynasty and Roman Empire died, so then basically all the universities disappeared, right? So how do we pass knowledge to each other? So that's when you get an apprenticeship program. The baker will teach the young baker how to bake. The blacksmith had to teach the young blacksmith. So they gathered together, and together they found ways to provide their services out to people. That's a bit like the Amsterdam floating house, isn't it? So that means we find ways to support each other, spread resources out, and then also to protect each other. So that means we make sure that the whole group of us are actually reasonably paid. Not millionaire pay, but that, look, we need 3 meals, right? We kind of have to pay for the internet, isn't it? Right? So this is where the guilds become very powerful. And think about it. This is the power of communities. And in the air era, these are the keywords that we're looking for. And I would like to say that in the past 3 cycles, humans not smart enough to use all those keywords. And I'm thinking, if people are smarter this time, let's not use the ugly words. And we got nicer air era words. Can we use the community stuff? Can we use the online stuff and the conversation stuff? Maybe that will create a better outcome than the previous air eras, you know? And now, another one is keeping real skills alive. And this is the greatest irony, that despite this being the most educated that humans have ever been in history, but actually, when I teach my classes and I talk to people about redesigning their careers, let me tell you what's the most common thing I hear from people. They raise their hand and they tell me, May, I'm very highly paid now and I'm scared to leave my job, because the truth is, when I look into the mirror, I realize I don't actually have any real skills. I have a master's degree, but I have no freaking idea what is going on out there. Apart from this current job, I'm not really sure I'm worth anything. You ask me to be an entrepreneur, a freelancer, and every time I think about being a freelancer, all I think is I'll probably be worth $500. Now that tells me you don't have real skills. You're only useful in an MNC, right? And if you are being paid $8,000 at MNC and you start your own thing and you're not even worth $500, it tells you something, people, right? So that means, that's why I say it's so important to keep the real skills alive. Right? So if you have real skills, you should not be worried that if you leave your job that you will starve to death. Think about it, right? If you are worried, it means you don't have real skills. Now, what do I mean by that? Now, let me show you something, okay? Now, when the Greeks and the Romans basically died off, right? And basically the empire was gone. Today, experts estimate that 90% of the amazing breakthroughs that Greeks and Romans had was lost forever during the Dark Ages. And the reason is because whatever we know today are just from a couple of libraries that were never looted by invaders. So when the barbarians came, they destroyed everything. And you know how everybody says it's not going to happen, like happen more than once already. More than once, and they're all very smart and intelligent people. By AD 700, only 1% of the people in Europe were literate. And maybe you tell me that this is impossible. It happened in China too, just so you know, right? So the thing is, you don't believe, right? And you think that, no, but we're very smart, right? We got blockchain, everything is recorded. Well, think again, right? I don't know. Okay, so let me explain what I mean. Okay, I show you in real terms. What is a real skill? This is a real skill. This guy is a shoemaker. Now, let me tell you, when I was young and I walk around in the neighborhood, there's this old man who sit in a corner and he squat there and he and he makes shoes. He will fix your shoe. He's amazing, right? And he does it in like 10 minutes sometimes. Everyone remember that cobbler? And have you all realized that right now, name me somebody among your community who actually know how to make shoes. Now, everybody knows how to go to Amazon and Lazada at 11/11 sale to buy your latest Nike shoe. Nobody knows how to make them, right? And what happens when your supply chain is down? What happens when your internet is down and you can't buy anything on Amazon? What if the internet is down for 3 years? You're going to walk around without shoes, right? And the thing is, think about it. Nobody knows how to make shoes anymore, right? One generation, no one knows how to make shoes anymore. And that means that if the whole thing collapses, we're going to walk around barefoot, guys. So here's another thing. Go and learn how to make shoes. Trust me, you'll make a lot of money. Right? And if anyone here knows how to make shoes, can you go and start a class, please? And can you go online and say, guys, you all know how to make shoes? I know. Can you come and learn, please? You know what I mean? And let's look at this. What's this? Carpenter. We all know how to go and buy furniture. Anyone here knows how to chop down a tree? You know what? My grandfather was a carpenter. My grandfather's job was to push the wood through and cut the wood, right? And he was among the people who like wood cutter and the cutter. My grandfather did that. 2 generations later, I'm not sure me and my brother know the which end of the axe is the one that goes into the tree. Everyone knows what I'm talking about, right? We ain't got carpenters anymore. We all know how to buy shit online, but nobody knows how to do this. 1 generation is all it takes, guys, right? And another one, sewing machine. My grandmother used to fix my clothes. I got an aunt who used to make doll clothes for me. She's so super pro with the sewing machine. Guess what? I never bothered to learn from her. In about 25 years' time, she'll probably die, like all the baby boomers. And anyone here actually really know how to make clothes from a sewing machine, or is it just easier to go on Zalora and Shein and buy it for $8, right? So what happens when Bangladesh doesn't want to supply you anymore, right? So think about it, guys. So if you know how to do this, set up a class, please. Keep this alive, right? Baking, not the stuff that you do in your kitchen, the stuff that makes bread for like a lot of people, right? So how many people know how to do this? Go and learn, right? And even things like that, we take it for granted, right? Just so you know, I used to work in construction and lots of people want to be the supervisor and the manager. Very few people know how to operate the crane, just saying, right? So if for whatever reason that all these people disappear, and you can complain all you want about foreigners, but one day you're going to have to operate that thing, and guess what? You don't know how to do it. Right? So you've got all the expensive machines, don't know how to use it, which is the greatest irony. Please go and learn, right? So is this useful or not, guys? It's like, I know it sounds ridiculous, right? But that's how stupid like humans can become. You know, you think you're very educated, and I tell you, I studied the air era. People became stupid after the earth era ended. Yeah, and simple things like chickens. My parents used to live on a kampong. They had chickens. I don't know which end of the chicken is the correct side. I can tell you that. I have no idea what the chicken coop looks like because I live in HDB, right? So the reality is go and learn. If someone knows, get involved, you know? So keep real skills alive. Even in my profession, I can tell, I was just talking with my marketing people, and nowadays it's so easy. You can just go and generate your astrology chart online. You know something? That most people actually don't even know what that circle thing is. They don't even know what they're looking at, right? And that means the calculation of a chart right from scratch is a very, very old skill. I can guarantee you, lots of people call themselves astrologers. 99% of them have no idea how a chart is actually being calculated. If there's no internet, straight away they can no longer do astrology. There are very few people who actually do know this stuff. And that means that if you look at in the olden days, guys, I know I'm past time, but this is really important. Please stick around, okay? And if you have in the air era, the most common system is not capitalism, because capitalism fails when the earth era fails. In the air era, the most common system is feudalism. And that means feudalism is based on rent. So that means if you are on a monarch, and the thing is, you basically have a vassal, somebody goes and is the lord of the manor, right? You're going to read medieval books, right? So basically what happens is that nobody who owns land, basically you have to go and pay rent. Whatever it is that the farmer produces, you give 40% to the guy up there. And you're supposed to do that in return for protection. Now, why do you need protection? Because there are barbarians around. There are people, what we call knights nowadays, is actually a gangster who has a weapon, just so we are clear, right? So today we romanticize the knights, but the knight is simply a big strong man who has a weapon in his hand that you don't argue with because he has a weapon in his hand, right? So basically, what happens here is that the majority of people, now if you don't have a real skill, let me repeat this, if you don't have a real skill and the only thing you know how to do is to take your salary, your employee salary, and go online and start buying things at 11.11 sale, then here's what's probably going to happen, because this has happened in history, that you end up becoming the people right at the very bottom because you have no skills, right? And the thing is, the people who are the merchants, the farmers, the craftsmen. So if you can make swords, for example, guess what? The knights pay you. The knights don't want you in the fields because you know how to make swords, right? And that means that if you could now, I was joking with some people that I could just take my little instruments and 2 of my astrology books, even if there was no internet, I could go to a king and say, I'm pretty good at doing predictions, right? And I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be in the fields, right? So the thing is that at the very least, I'll get myself a meal and maybe a roof over my head, right? So the thing is, get real skills, guys. Right? And the thing is, that's super important. If you know how to make things, if you know how to make floating houses, you know, the guy at the floating house, even if all the MNCs die, that guy still got a job. you will give him everything you own just for a floating house. Think about it, guys. You need real skills, not a 13-month bonus. I don't know how to emphasize this enough. Okay, so now the next thing is that the number 6 is international friendships. So as I mentioned, the thing is there are all this fighting going on. There's going to be plenty of wars. You won't run out of wars, I can tell you that. But none of us are actually fighting this war. Some of you listening to me are not even from my country. You're not even Chinese, right? So we are not the same people, but we don't have any problem with each other, right? We're happy to work with each other. So it's not us who are fighting with each other. There's those other people. And that means that that's so important for us to keep our international friendships alive. Whether or not you are in your home country, or if you are, let's just say if you are married to a foreigner, you've got, maybe your wife is from Myanmar. Let's make some friends here. Let's get to know each other's culture. This is not just about making money. This is not about going to Myanmar and starting a business there and try to scrape money off people. That's an Earth era conversation. Let's find out what people eat. Let's find out what their religion is and why you believe what you believe, and understand how people do stuff, right? So because we could lose that very quickly, guys. And the international friendships are what kept a lot of people alive in World War II. It's what kept a lot of people alive in World War I, right? When a French person and an English person can look at each other without pointing a gun at each other, it means everything, guys, right? So if you are from a cosmopolitan city, you work in an MNC where you have colleagues from different countries, have you taken the time to get to know different cultures? And I think it's the people on the ground that can keep things from going stupid insane, right? When the guns start coming out, right? So I'm just saying that if you look at the hotspot, and I didn't even do every country. If I do every country, I'll scare the bejesus out of you guys, right? And the thing is, and this is how easy it is. This is how easy it is for us to keep that thing going. So that means create things. Remember we talked about third places? Are there places where we can go and cook food together, make friends, get to know each other, understand that this person of a different religion isn't trying to kill you, right? Is this purposeful or not purposeful? I also don't know, right? Does it really cost you $1 million to do this, or just a Sunday afternoon? And the willingness to just call out to a few people and get some shit going, right? And the last one is assisting with displacements. And this is a very big one, right? So displacements can happen from anything, be it a war. Sometimes the war zone means the person cannot stay there already. Guys, this is history books, yeah? So look at Song Dynasty, look at Western Roman Empire. This happened. And I have no faith that it won't happen in our time, okay? I'm pretty 99% sure it will happen in our time. There are refugees who have got nowhere to go already. Everyone clear? So that means, and there's also climate disasters, and and you don't be so sure it's not you, right? Don't be so sure that it is not you who has to move house. So the thing is, right now we are all intelligent and we've got international friendships, we've got internet still, and a lot of places are still open. Can we start discussing about what might happen, right? So do we need floating houses? Maybe. Do we need to maybe think about how large groups of people can maybe go to the tundra and like figure out how we can go to Siberia and start farming? Maybe this is a bit of a far out thing. Maybe some of you think you don't have the wherewithal or the skills, but sometimes I tell you, you'd be surprised what can happen with an email to an organization that you can find and volunteer your time. Volunteer, like, oh, do you guys need engineers? Okay, I know a few engineers, I can connect you. That's how you participate, guys. That's how you get involved. It doesn't need you to spend money sometimes. Okay, and let's talk about displacements. And this picture, this is one of my last few slides, yeah? Now, this picture is from Bangkok. And just not very long ago, in fact, this happens more often than we like to admit, that Bangkok can get flooded until it looks like this. Jakarta looks like this nowadays sometimes, right? And so I actually found a whole list of cities. And guys, this is not even an exhaustive list. I just found the ones that I think you might recognize the names, because if I put all the weird names, you won't recognize it, right? But look at the list that's here. You got Bangkok on the list. Venice is there. Jakarta is sinking already. That's why they're moving their capital, right? Amsterdam is sinking. Look, guys, Tokyo is on the list. You know how many people are in Tokyo? And New York, Shanghai, Calcutta. Look at that. Osaka, Guangzhou, Alexandria in Egypt. And there's a lot of history there that's going to go underwater, right? So the thing is, it's like, let's add up, just this list alone, let's add up how many million people are we talking about here? How many million? Billion maybe? I don't know, right? And so the thing is, right now, I'm talking to an audience that is among the most educated people in the world. And that means if you're scared that you don't have a job, oh, I got a job here for you. Doesn't pay a 13-month bonus, but It's one way to be really purposeful. It doesn't actually require you to quit your job. I repeat, it doesn't require you to quit your job, but it means that you kind of have to raise your hand and step up, maybe make a few friends, and maybe be a lot less lonely, and to actually spend your weekends doing something a bit more useful than watching Netflix, So, and with that, that's what I have for you guys. And at the end of the day, I'm just quoting DPM Wong here when he says that the Singapore dream is no longer just the 5 Cs. And I think it's a bit strange if we start thinking about making plans in 2024. It's October, it's November, you're planning for next year. I'm not sure if you're planning to upgrade your condo, but maybe if you have 5 minutes to maybe consider using the extra resources, maybe the Amsterdam guy might be able to use your 10K for something that might save the whole city of Amsterdam. Just think about it, But if you're thinking about leading purposeful lives, it's really about, the word is allocation. It's not donation and it's not charity. It's reallocation of resources, because, we can leave it all in the bank and have it burn. So that can happen too, right? So I'd like to leave you with one last quote, is that the real problem, and people are so concerned about AI and whether they will take over your job. The real problem is not whether the machine is thinking, but whether the men are thinking. So when humans stop thinking and you expect the AI to think for you, then don't complain. So and I don't think I brought anything in yesterday and today that doesn't make sense on a human level. Okay, so I conclude my presentation this time around for my global astrology forecast for 2024 and 25. And I think for so many people who have been following me for a while, when I say that there's a difference between like a trash internet astrologer and a really skilled astrologer, I think I've worked very, very hard to show the difference between them. And one of the ways in which this can be very useful is looking at things like birth charts. So that means when you get started on a journey in astrology, you don't go and do like prediction from the start, okay? Guys, I've done this 20 years, yeah? So the thing is, it takes some time to really get to the prediction part, and trust me, it's not fun, right? But the thing is, let's start from a very simple stage where people can learn to interpret your own chart. And that means even as we talk about this reallocation of resources, not your money, but your time and your effort. So if you are going to consider maybe doing something different from what you've done in the past, that may not be relevant to your education or your university degree also, that you might want to look at what groups of people you might be able to impact. In what way might you be able to contribute? And a lot of things are not so clear. Like, for example, the fact that I can talk for 6 hours and keep your attention is not something I learned at university. It's me. This is me as a person. So what is it about you that can maybe make some kind of contribution in your own unique way? And in a way that is on your terms. No one asked you to do it. You did it because you thought this is your way of participating. It's your way of making sure that you spend your time that is actually actively and possibly effectively. If we all do it together, we can maybe make this transition a little bit less painful for everybody, okay? So my guys are going to be posting a link here. Let me see if I got a QR code. Yes, I do. Okay, so I got a QR code here, and we've got classes going in December, January, and you don't have to worry if you're a beginner. I am very experienced at teaching beginners, and we always start with your own birth chart first, to look for patterns and possibly to identify, like I said, what are some of the skills that you can use. I am most definitely in one of the air era industries of redefining work. Okay, and if I may say so, astrology has always been huge in all the air eras. It's not just that if I say so, but I was surprised to see that astrology is one of the main professions. Go and look at the Mayans, they've got astronomy everywhere. So it's like the proof is still standing in world. And there must be a reason why. And I joke with my marketers that it is in times of crisis that people go to astrology. And it's like, maybe that doesn't sell astrology very well, but I think if you are coming from where I see it, that it's like when you're ready to look at problems and say, let's find solutions, I'd like to pitch here and tell you that astrology can be a very good way of making sure that people are rational, looking at facts and data and information that you can apply into real life. Okay, so if you'd like to get in touch with us, you can either do that, or let me see if there's an email address. Okay, there isn't. But my guys are going to post email address hello@selfastrology.com if you'd like to find out more about the stuff that we are doing. And a lot of it is we're trying our very best to sort of move as many people as possible into an air era mindset. Okay, so if you'd like to get in touch with us, December and January is a really good time to do this class. Instead of going for a holiday, maybe start thinking about how you might want to get yourself be more purposeful. in the years to come. Okay, so thanks, guys. It's been 6.5 hours of my presentation. So please do us a favor. My team has worked incredibly hard on this, as have I. So I would like to joke and say, if I charge all of you $1 for every hour that I spend on my prediction webinar, I'll be a multi-millionaire by now. But the thing is, do let more people know about what we are doing, and that's the best way that you can do this for us. You can let more people know about the replays. We're probably going to be putting replays up. When it does come up, we'll let you know. Please tell as many people as possible. And it's only when there's enough people listening and understanding what this is going on that maybe we might be able to move these things and to avoid the errors that people from past Earth eras made when they move from Earth to Air era. Okay, so thank you for that. And guys, thank you, and please let your friends know. Okay, see you guys. Bye-bye.